Good morning and welcome to the opening plenary of Day 2 of the second Urban Resilience Asia-Pacific Conference. That's Europe 2. Good morning, my name is David Sanderson. I'm from the University of New South Wales, Built Environment, and it's a huge privilege to be hosting this event today. But before anything else, I'd like to start Day 2 with the acknowledgement of country that is customary in Australia. I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal and Bedegal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which the UNSW Kensington campus sits. I pay my respects to the elders past, present and future who hold the memories, traditions, cultures and hopes of Indigenous Australians. I would also like to extend that acknowledgement to all Indigenous people with us today. Yesterday, for Day 1 of Europe 2, we had a great day. It was really engaging, fabulous, and enjoyable. Everybody turned up, everybody was on time, things went well according to plan. And we had people from all over the world, from the UK, from India, from the USA, Australia, Indonesia, Switzerland and beyond. We had easily 30 plus people, all different backgrounds, practitioners and academics and think tank people and government people. And it was rich and interesting. And we filmed every session of that, which is available free via the YouTube channel. So please watch and enjoy again. And today promises to be just as insightful. We have some amazing panels planned. Today's program is a rich assortment of experts, practitioners, researchers, the same deliberately mixed group of people coming together. A number of panels today are focusing on the Pacific. And it's for this reason that we have two outstanding and experienced keynote speakers joining us today. And it really is my genuine pleasure and privilege to introduce the two. The first is Dr. Audrey Aumua. Dr. Aumua has served since 2016 as the Deputy Director General of the Pacific Community. She was the World Health Organization resident representative based in Solomon Islands, where she was responsible for both technical and strategic leadership to the government, as well as diplomatic representation. But that's not all. Audrey has extensive experience in research, policy development and management in the sustainable development of the Pacific region, both in the NGO and government sector, as well as within the UN. Prior to her role, Audrey held appointments with the University of Queensland and Curtin University in Western Australia. Our second keynote is Dr. Robert Glasser. Dr. Glasser is the former head of the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. He was appointed as Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction in January 2016. Prior to his UN service, from 2008, Robert was the Secretary General of Care International, one of the world's largest international NGOs. Before that, he was Chief Executive of Care Australia. And before that, he was Assistant Director General at the Australian Agency for International Development. So I think you would agree with me, who better then to discuss the opening theme of this plenary session for Day 2, which is resilience for real, what does it really take? I know we all have our views on resilience, some love it, some hate it. I'm from the UK and we talk about Marmite. You really have extreme reactions to these things, and I think we'll be discussing a number of those issues and themes. But just to give a bit of a more formal summary, I suppose, for many, the concept of resilience presents clear direction in policy and practice for both improving recovery post-disaster and for preparing for and mitigating the risk of future crises. The concept of resilience, of course, is firmly embedded in Sustainable Development Goal number 11, the urban SDG, many would call it, though of course it's much more than that. Yet for others, resilience is maligned. One critique is that in calling disaster-affected people and communities resilient, the duties of city councils and others to lend support is absolved, leaving so-called resilient people to cope with themselves. Don't call me resilient was quite a clarion cry after Hurricane Katrina for some. What then does resilience for real look like? When is it helpful? When is it best avoided? When do we get rid of it? And when do we really use it? I've asked our two keynotes to well, maybe not answer that, but to discuss those issues. I would be a total privilege, Audrey, if I could turn to you first, and so we could hear what you have to say on this subject. Audrey, over to you.
Good morning, Nimbula Vinaka, everyone from Suva here in Fiji. And David, thank you very much for that very warm welcome. And to you, Robert, so great to see you today. And it's nice to have you back in this part of the region. You've been such a champion of the Pacific. So it's great to see you online. Let me acknowledge Professor Meg Keane and the very many institutions that have really come together today to enable this convening. So good morning to all of you, and thank you for the invitation. I have a few slides and a couple of comments, so I'll try and stick to time. Let me start out by saying that every year it seems that the world is moving faster and faster, and expectations, of course, are being raised, and timelines are always shortened, and we seem to plan in terms of weeks and even days. And even the next financial quarter, the next election, the next budget cycle, and of course in the Pacific, it's always the next annual meeting. And these have been traditionally our primary drivers. For many of the Pacific Island nations, of course, we have practiced and are continuing to practice to plan and budget often between weather and disaster events, so that we can often incorporate our building back efforts. And we've learned that this type of planning, you will appreciate, doesn't really bode well for long-term resilience building. But while the world seems to spin ever faster, and we're starting to see that this global focus on short-term plans and results is really exposing gaps and weaknesses that undermine the very pillars of resilience, which hold up our vision of a sustainable future. And of course, COVID-19 is now the real prime example of how an unforeseen event can expose the vulnerability of our systems. And today I want to speak briefly on a couple of areas in which here in the Pacific, COVID has really revealed, I think, areas of fragility in our development approaches and highlighted the need to drastically accelerate action for our future. I'd like to then make some comments, even suggestions on how development stakeholders might adjust their priorities and strategies to better prepare for future shocks so that we can truly live up to our collective rhetoric of investing in resilience. So what is resilience in the Pacific? You know, it's a term that we use a lot, and I think it's a term that we continue to explore to better understand. In the region, we are very large ocean states. We're spread across thousands of islands with different cultures. We have many different kinds of people and belief systems. And those of you who have worked in the Pacific will often know that we have numerous disasters and weather events each year. And I often hear the phrase, gosh, those Pacific people are very resilient. Rightly so, we are really conditioned culturally for change, but we have lived with this for hundreds of years. So let me just speak a little bit about the way we think about it. The Pacific, of course, was the first region in the world to unanimously endorse an integrated approach to climate change and disaster risk reduction. And this particular framework was known as the Framework for Resilient Development. What we did is we combined Paris and we combined Sendai together. And for this, it was really the only sensible way forward. Finding ways to be better prepared for disaster is really inextricably linked to the mitigation or adaptation to climate change. And we are all making efforts to work genuinely towards driving these approaches to development outcomes. The Pacific Community, SPC, of course, has been practicing a change process for some years, and this has primarily been about strengthening our science, our innovation, and bedding those investments into deep cultural contexts. I wanted to share a couple of examples. So my first one is around food security. In terms of COVID-19 and the reality that we saw during COVID is that we realized that there have been some major gaps that COVID has really shone the light on in our systems and resilience development agenda. And food security really, I think, was an example of this. As many of you will know, since the 1990s, our region has become a lot more reliant on imported foods. And this has meant that many of our local communities have become less adept on growing their own local food. So the lockdowns and the flight restrictions and so forth have had massive impact, of course, on our farmers and our food sector. Our market vendors, who are predominantly women, have lost access to market. Those that were traditionally sold to the tourist market have lost significant income, and the loss of supply chains in agriculture and fisheries, including the processing and packaging work, has really dropped away. We have also seen huge wastage of products that were held in limbo when our shipping and aviation services were directly impacted by the global shutdown. So from our side, we have really been practicing this long-term innovation through some of our programming. And many of you will be familiar with the Centre for Pacific Crops and Trees, which is housed here in SPC. It is the Pacific's only seed bank. We've been focusing on saving and protecting many of our crops and native plants, but also developing climate resilient crops for the future, such as taro and bananas and breadfruit trees that can withstand really more of the current climate impacts, sailing conditions, saltwater challenges that get into our fruit and crops and so forth. And more importantly, what this facility has been doing is getting better genetic materials to our farmers across the region to ensure that we maintain our biosecurity, whilst of course growing our domestic food production. During the past few months alone, we've been able to send nearly 1,700 kilograms of vegetable seeds and more than 10,000 tissue culture seedlings into countries across the region in response to COVID-19. And this has really helped strengthen and build back some of our local food systems across just not the countries, but also within the islands across the region. And again, a really important principle for resilience is this long-term view of investment. The other example I thought I'd share with you is the fragility of our water systems. And you'll all know that when you're dealing with COVID, you need clean drinking water. And during the COVID shutdowns, the emerging reality was once again an obvious concern for us. And many of you will know that 45% of our local communities here in the Pacific still don't have access to clean, safe, resilient drinking water. And some of the really innovative work that I think we as an organisation have been doing recently has been to support that agenda. And recently we established and identified some new water sources for around 10,000 communities across 35 communities across a number of different outer island environments in the Republic of Kiribati. And this work led off the back of another project that had used science and technology to assess water sources for some of these really remote areas and to ensure that communities were really protected from future disasters such as droughts. The solutions were based in science, but were also based in the traditional understanding of water sources in each of these communities and the belief systems, more importantly, of the island nation of Kiribati. So some of the principles and practices, we involved communities in building the plumbing work. We had them come up with their own plans, how they wanted to store water, where they wanted to store it and why. We involved women and men and young people, all engaged in mapping out water sources and deciding really where to best to put water systems to reduce the risk of pollution to these freshwater lenses. So communities really started to build their own knowledge. They now are able to address breakages or leaks in their own systems. So this water is constantly accessible for them. And alongside that, we also formally trained water officers who live in these remote places and were able now to stay within their communities. And I think this was a really good example of community engagement, building capacity and ensuring that our investments were entrenched in traditional practices by communities themselves. The other quick example I wanted to share was, of course, health systems. And as you know, COVID has really shone the light on the vulnerability of health systems here in the Pacific. And our health systems work, of course, is really, again, inextricably linked to both food and water security. We are still burdened, of course, with non-communicable diseases in this region, and 75% of all deaths in the Pacific are absolutely preventable. Diseases caused by poor diets, we have huge amounts of cases of diabetes, obesity, and so forth. And of course, many emerging diseases related to climate change, which I think is going to be such a new challenge for the Pacific. As of Monday, we had a total of 22,000 cases of COVID across 10 countries in this region. We've had 198 deaths. The shift towards preparing our health systems, of course, has meant the focus on longer health term strengthening has absolutely been a priority. But with the reorientation of resources and people and our medical workforce who are now really focused on COVID, this has really been for us a very challenging practice where we've had to move resources around, and now our long-term sustainable health system strengthening agenda has really come to a stop. We're trying now to reorient some of that as many partners and donors are coming to our aid. So, of course, with the reorientation of health systems now focused on COVID, a lot of our routine health systems have really stopped, and folks are not able to get to traditional health services as much as they'd like to. And our worry, of course, is that our younger generations are not going to reap the benefits of opportunities for a healthier life. Safe and clean drinking water, absolutely central, and of course our food systems need to be equally resilient. So the event of the pandemic has really, in my mind, regressed our already fragile systems, of course, and what we are now seeing is huge, severe challenges in multiple sectors. Of course, the Pacific will recover from this. We have no doubt. It will take time, it will take money, it will set our region back and essential work towards achieving really Pacific priorities, but also our sustainable development goals. And the constancy for us will be the ongoing impacts of climate change and disasters. It's obvious we can't avoid events like COVID any more than we can avoid cyclones or tsunamis, but we can do better in how we prepare and plan for the unexpected. And I think we can do better to drive meaningful impact and genuine development outcomes instead of, the traditional 3-year funding cycles that often don't link to the next. We can definitely invest more in long-term planning, training and infrastructure needs. And I know this is a real pivot for the Government of Australia. And we need to be ready for that. I think most importantly, we need to listen more closely and more deeply to our communities across the Pacific, who, we are a resilient region, but we really do need to ensure development actions that we take are sensibly informed and practical and drive the solutions towards a resilient Pacific. And this takes courage, it takes time, and if anything, really long-term planning. I think for an organisation like SBC, this means a greater focus on helping our Pacific countries and our members build health, cultural, educational, food and other social systems that really prioritise long-term goals, but also include and pass robust stress tests. But just as importantly for our partners and for probably many of you who are listening, the development community, partners and donors, it also means letting go of the short-term easy win priorities and being willing to make investments with the knowledge that the work, really may take many years or even decades to complete. We have to be really comfortable with longer term and the new remote work environment. And I think for us, this means a greater emphasis on flexible funding arrangements. It means that this will allow and ensure development efforts can evolve and adapt. I think it means also understanding that a focus on the longer term is really the only true path towards building a resilient community here in the Pacific and possibly around the globe. Let me just wrap up by saying and making a comment about traditional knowledge and the knowledge of ancestors responding to shocks and disasters, and how communities in the Pacific really do find ways to mitigate through cultural practices, how we can better prepare for future disasters. This is a really innate, I think, skill set in our Indigenous communities. It's not recognised, it's not practiced in development practice. And I think this lack of recognition is one of the reasons why our systems have not maintained their level of resiliency. I think we really need to work better with communities, and in this region, I think we can, of course, over a long period of time, build resilient systems. So I guess what I'm really saying is that community resilience is really part of our collective shift, all of us, towards the future. It's a much bigger project than just any global pandemic or any health crisis or any disaster or for that matter, any impact from climate change. So the question really is, as a collective development sector, can we genuinely recognise the need for long-term approaches and make sure that we can adapt in these ways? working alongside and inside this region, reducing the reliance on helicopter approaches and helicopter aid and so forth, really towards sincerely effective, robust and Pacific-owned approaches to Pacific resilience. And I think collectively, and I know many on this call will know that as a group of partners and willing hands, there is an opportunity to build towards a region that will leave a long-standing and resilient region way beyond our own lives. So thank you for listening. And just a few comments. Thank you, Paul. David, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Audrey, so much. You've really unpacked resilience there. That final phrase, robust and Pacific-owned approaches. I think you'll find every single person nodding as they listen to that. There's some very sobering facts around inadequate access to water in 2020 and 75% of avoidable deaths, death by disease that are avoidable. That's extraordinarily sobering. I'm wondering if we could talk and unpack this a little bit after we've heard Robert, and we can kick off a conversation about what does resilience for rural really look like. Robert, can I invite you please to take the screen?
Thanks very much, David. I'd also like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land here in Canberra, which is Ngunnawal people, and acknowledge Ngunnawal elders past, present, and emerging. I also want to thank the host, David, you in particular, but also the Faculty of Built Environment at UNSW and the Australia Pacific Security College at ANU, the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, ARUP, and Seeds India as well for this really useful discussion. And good to see you, Audrey, as well. And I want to touch on some of the points, or maybe amplify some of the points you made about short-term thinking, which I think is really critical, of course, in addressing disaster risk. But resilience, what does it really take? Fundamentally, I want to try and share some thoughts about that in the context of climate change. And I know you've had some speakers, experts, including from IPCC, I believe, yesterday, and I'm sure climate change is featured throughout the discussion, so I won't dwell on the science of that issue too much, but I do want to use that to illustrate what we have ahead of us and what we need to do about it. And I'd like to start with the Wudjil Aboriginal community in far north Queensland. So I'm on the board of an organization called the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, which helps communities in Queensland rebuild after disasters. And Queensland is Australia's, as some of you may know, Australia's most hazard-prone state. So there's a lot of work QRA is doing. And one of the advantages of being on the board is we get to visit communities where these reconstruction efforts are underway and where communities are trying to build resilience to climate change. So Wudjil is way up in the north near Cooktown. It's absolutely beautiful, stunningly beautiful area, and a wonderful community, and a very organized and dynamic Aboriginal community. In early 2019, you may recall, there was a monsoonal trough that settled over Queensland and didn't budge. A number of reports have linked that to climate change. It's this sort of slow-moving, big moisture dropping events, and it caused unprecedented major flooding in Queensland, northern Queensland. And in this case, in Wudjil, the community was absolutely flooded. The water levels rose dramatically. The elderly members of the community were isolated from the rest of the community. And in the midst of this dreadful flooding, people had to rescue the elderly by wading through or swimming through the water and carrying them to safety on their backs, while the local very large crocodile had free rein through the community. So it was a very harrowing time. Uncle Billy, who's the Aboriginal elder of that community and who welcomed us to country when we arrived, one of the other elders told me that in the midst of this disaster, he was up at their sacred site near this beautiful waterfall, throwing debris back into the water and yelling at his Aboriginal ancestors, "Enough, why didn't you warn us about this?" And I think for me, first of all, that image of Uncle Billy, I can see him in my mind, and that image of him yelling at his Aboriginal ancestors in a community where tens of thousands of years of stories and songlines have not prepared them for the scale of the flooding that is now happening is a really vivid picture of our future with climate change and the impacts on local communities that have tens of thousands of years of experience dealing of adapting and becoming resilient. And of course, what we're seeing now is not only are these issues happening in Aboriginal communities, but in Australia, as I'll mention in a moment, more broadly. And the pace of these events is accelerating. The IPCC, the UN, which reflects the scientific consensus on climate change, points out that these changes are now increasing non-linearly. In other words, that the pace of change we've seen over the last 10 years is not going to be the same as it will be in the next 10 years. It's accelerating. And we're seeing that extreme sea level events that have been historically rare, for example, 1 in 100-year events, are in just a few decades, according to the IPCC, likely to be annual events in many places around the world. We also know that extreme heat events, very small increases in average global temperature means that the tail end of extreme weather, the number of extreme hot days and events, just grows dramatically. And in fact, there's been a 20-fold increase in these days globally in the last 3 decades compared to the preceding 3. In Queensland, the government is anticipating that the state will soon have to endure heat waves for 15% of the year. It's about 3% today. And that those events are going to be hotter and last longer, last a month rather than the current 4 days. The Australian Department of Agriculture estimates that the changes in climate since 2000, the year 2000, so less than 1 degree of warming, have already reduced the average annual broadcare farm profits by over 20%. That's $18,000 per farm, and by 35% for the broadacre cropping industry. That's about over $1 billion a year during a period, again, where the overall warming's only been 1 degree. We're on track, based on the current commitments, for 3 degrees of warming. So huge challenges ahead for our farming communities, not just in Australia, but globally. The real worry, though, for me, and it's an underappreciated dynamic in our changing climate, is that it's beginning to appear as though the interaction of these climate hazards and their cascading impacts on society, not the immediate impacts, but the cascading impacts, are going to be far worse than the immediate impacts. They're going to be huge. And we have some indications of this already. Hurricane Harvey in the United States, which in a very short time dumped 1,270 millimeters of water on the US Gulf of Mexico states, gives you a sense of the scale of this threat. That's 127 billion tons of water. And the cascading impacts from that were enormous. First of all, most of the houses that were affected, or many of the houses, were outside of the 1 in 100-year flood zones. Secondly, the floods impeded evacuations. They caused power outages. They spread dangerous pathogens from overrun wastewater treatment plants. They shut down 1/4 of the US oil production in the Gulf of Mexico, and as a result, petrol prices rose. We also saw this, of course, in Australia during our own Black Summer unprecedented bushfires earlier this year, where unprecedented drought combined with record-setting temperatures directly contributed, and linked to climate, very clearly linked to climate change, directly contributed to the destruction of 24 million hectares. That's an area roughly the size of New Zealand or the United Kingdom. And the cascading impacts were enormous. We had hazardous air quality in capital cities here in Canberra, where you couldn't see the building next door for a period of days, really dangerous conditions. We had a huge increase as a result in our annual emissions of CO2. I think it was over 80% increase. At least a multi-billion-dollar hit to the tourism industry, a major biodiversity crisis that affected all of the east coast of Australia. And it could have been worse, because some of you may recall that at one point the fires threatened the area around Warrangamba Dam, which supplies 80% of Sydney's water. So it could have also become a very serious water crisis. We've seen this also in previous years. The year before in Queensland, there were bushfires that were exacerbated by drought and record-setting extreme temperatures, destroyed 1 million hectares of bush, which was the largest area affected by bushfires in recorded history in Queensland, followed by Cyclone Owen, which dumped more rain in 24 hours, 681 millimeters, than Melbourne receives in a year. And then the monsoonal trough that affected Wujal that I mentioned earlier flooded 7,000 square kilometers of northwest Queensland, killing hundreds of thousands of drought-stressed cattle because they had endured an unprecedented drought, as I said earlier. And we saw this similarly in 2015-16 in Tasmania, where I won't go into the details, but if you're interested, happy to discuss it. There were a series of climate-related hazards that disrupted agriculture, hydropower, farm shellfish industry, and together reduced the anticipated gross state product by 50% during that period. So climate change is increasing the frequency and severity of these events. And just to give you a little indication of this, in Queensland, there are 77 local government areas. Over the past 3 years, 53 of the 77 communities have experienced 3 or more major disasters in the past 3 years. For these communities, many of them, they're now in a perpetual state of recovery from disaster. And of course, as you know, the resilience, if you never recover fully before the next hazard strikes, then the resilience becomes eroded very rapidly. What are we to do about this? And I'll try and wrap up as quickly as possible. I know we want to have some discussion. Well, clearly, normal adaptation, normal resilience is inadequate in this changing environment. We need transformational adaptation, transformational approaches to resilience. Even if we stop burning all greenhouse gases tomorrow morning, everywhere in the world, our planet will continue to warm probably close to or beyond 1.5 degrees, which was the lower limit set in the Paris Climate Agreement. So we're committed to that. We're committed to major changes, major increases at a more rapid pace in increased hazards and probably disasters as a result. And that's because of the inertia in the climate system. This isn't something you can shut off or turn on with a switch. It takes a long time because of that inertia for the warming to carry through the system. So we need to prepare. We need both low-tech and high-tech transformational thinking. The low-tech solutions, there's some wonderful examples in Vietnam. The communities are dealing with in the Mekong are dealing with floods by switching from chickens to ducks because ducks float. It's a very simple solution. It maybe has a major impact on the food that people are eating during those flood times, but it's a useful one. In Thailand, there's an initiative that the former king launched called Monkey's Cheeks, which was essentially the idea of building dams that during the flood season capture the water that then can be used for water and fish farming, and but also help prevent flooding during the wet years. So and of course there are high-tech solutions in the Philippines. The SM Prime, which owns a lot of the malls, both in the Philippines and China, they've designed a mall in Manila that is designed to flood. All of the basement parking floods, the supports are round so the debris doesn't get stuck as it drains, and it's designed to drain with pumps, and it then becomes a little island of resilience for the community to use during disasters. Probably good for business as well because they can all shop in the same place. They're sort of a captive audience, but it's really a wonderful idea. We also need to begin looking much more fundamentally at thinking about the unthinkable in the area of building resilience. And by that, I mean retreats from coastal areas, designated areas of no build, no development areas. This is, of course, almost impossible in some small island developing states where there's no place to retreat to often. But in other places, we need to think about moving communities. And we have some precedents for this during our Black Saturday fires. Over 100 homes were relocated. And in 2011, after the floods in Queensland, in Grantham, Queensland, the whole town was relocated to a different location. There was an article that appeared during our bushfire in the height of the crisis, which said that we have to think really fundamentally differently as well in things like, with respect to things like when Australians take their holidays. Instead of, as we do currently in Sydney and Melbourne and Canberra, take our holidays on the coast at the absolute peak of the fire risk, the high hazard season, is not a very clever thing. People get stranded. And so really think fundamentally even about when the holidays exist. And we have to be thinking really fundamentally differently to address these things. And of course, more fundamentally, we need to reduce greenhouse gases globally as rapidly as possible. If we don't do that, if the climate warms to 2 or 3 degrees, everything we're trying to do to build resilience will be overwhelmed by the scale of the hazards climate change is amplifying. The important thing to keep in mind, and I know this is probably obvious, but it bears repeating, is that this change we're experiencing is a global systemic change. It's not like other threats. And it's not like other threats also in the respect that it is not reversible in the space of human timescales. Once we've passed critical tipping points, whether it's at 1.5 degrees when most of the coral reefs in tropical and subtropical oceans will be gone, 10% of the fish nurseries for 10% of the fish supplies, the major natural barriers to storm surge, to cyclone and tsunami risk. Once those things are gone, they don't come back immediately, not at all. And the climate doesn't cool rapidly, as I've mentioned. So we need to reduce greenhouse gases as rapidly as possible in order to better help us in our attempts to build resilience, to do that effectively. And finally, David, just to finish with 3 reasons for optimism on this front, we're in the midst of the most profound, most revolutionary and transformative energy change in global history, from fossil fuels to renewables. The Secretary General Antonio Guterres said recently that, we didn't leave the Stone Age because we ran out of stones. And we're not going to leave the fossil fuel age because we've run out of fossil fuels, just because there are wildly better alternatives. And the competitiveness of renewable energy, both in terms of relative to new coal production and even relative to functioning of existing coal-fired plants, is now just skyrocketing, and the cost effectiveness is increasing dramatically, far faster than people realize. So there's other good news on the climate front, but of course governments need to redouble their efforts as well. So resilience, what does it really take? Well, with climate change, it takes radical new thinking. The unprecedented change in the hazards requires unprecedented change in our thinking about resilience. Thanks very much.
Rob, thank you so much. That was just beyond incredible. What a tour de force, an evidence-based exposition of the challenges, the threats, but you don't leave us hopeless. My takeaway is the chickens and ducks, as well as the very profound things. I don't say that too jokingly, because a serious point being made there. Absolutely extraordinary. We have 10 minutes to have a conversation. I'm aware we have 2 people who really know what they're talking about here, and I would really like it if we could drill down and further develop this resilience for real. What does it really take? And you'll have seen Mr. Gutierrez's landmark speech of just 2 days ago at Columbia University, where he talks about making a plea with nature by starting now to achieve carbon neutrality by talking about I've lost my notes. Anyway, he's talking about profound differences, carbon neutral, making a deal with nature. And at the same time, as we know, we live in a world where not everybody is interested in that. We know it, lots aren't. Australia is the world's biggest exporter of coking coal. My country, the UK, is making some strides, but not enough, not nearly quickly enough. And other countries are rowing backwards. What does it really take? And I know we've been touching on this, and Audrey, you've been very clear about the need for long-term funding and talking about that. And I think everybody in this call couldn't agree more. In the end of helicopter support and even those approaches, or even the word support is wrong. What does it take? I really want to ask you, this is what I really think. I really think these 2 things should happen. Can I throw that open to to either to start us thinking at all? Audrey, can I turn to you first, please?
Thanks, David. Look, you know, it's complex, and I think the first thing we have to understand is that there is no one singular approach or one singular answer. I was listening very carefully to Robert as he talked about the evidence, and he talked about, you know, the interface of climate change on all aspects of development. I've made a couple of points around long-term planning and the sustainability of not only planning, but the recognition that accompanying many of the small island nations in particular on this journey to resilience is something that needs to be couched in a what I would call a very clear vision, that there is a development and partnership approach to this, and that we recognize that although planning and you know, the recognition that we actually can't plan to deal with so many of these things that keep coming at us in a deep and adequate way, because we, as we say, and I really like the point that you made, Robert, was that you know, the cascading effect of immediate disasters, and this region that we live in is absolutely a prime example of that. So, you know, I'm not going to say that there's one solution. I know, David, you'd probably like us to say these are the 3 things that we need to do, but I think there are some principles and values that are really important in the way we approach these. And of course, they are about planning. They are about working collectively and making sure that, you know, it's not a short-sighted, a short-goaled approach to the way we work with, particularly with in this region here in the Pacific. And I think this idea of making sure that that we take a really multi-sectoral approach to many of these complexities, that we've really begun to learn, I think, in the region that you know, cyclones, as much as we know that they are coming and as much as we can prepare for them, we haven't really figured out how to work with communities to deal with the impact of onslaught of storm surges, of big tidal waves and so forth. And how do they protect themselves? How do they manage their crops? How do they build back better as communities? And we haven't figured out really how well to do that, and how to do it in a sort of a long-term sustainable way. So I think planning is really key for us. I think we know that in the region that our recovery and that our planning going forward can't be done in isolation from the many partners who come to the region to help us. We can't do this on our own. That's the first thing. And so we need to make sure that these values and these principles are really well understood by all those who are coming in to play a hand.
Robert, I'm dying to ask you, you invited us to think the unthinkable. If we were to think the unthinkable, would there be any headlines there in particular?
Well, actually, I think I guess I would say I'm ultimately optimistic that we will build resilience, but for a very pessimistic reason. I think as basically, if you look at countries that are incorporating risk as a core issue in their development, there's the Framework for Resilient Development in the Pacific that Audrey mentioned, which is maybe the first of its kind that really integrates those things. But they tend to be countries that are experiencing regular major disasters that have huge national economic impact. And in those places, they are beginning to invest and embed resilience and disaster risk in core economic and social planning. The problem is they tend to focus on one hazard, the one that strikes every year, like the cyclone threat in Bangladesh, but not, for example, earthquake threat in Dhaka, where the impacts would be enormous. So the idea of comprehensively embedding multi-hazard risk, and particularly in light of climate change in planning, is key. How is that going to happen? Sadly, it's going to happen. I mean, there are things we can do incrementally. I'm just thinking realistically, politically, to integrate these things. But actually, it often often takes, and what I've seen globally, is it takes major disasters to strike for countries to make big steps forward in building resilience and in funding it. And often the energy goes out of the change as a month later, when people forget, the public's no longer exercised about it. So I think even here in Australia, it was those unprecedented bushfires that led to a royal commission, which has now led to a proposal that the government has accepted to establish a resilience agency reporting to the Prime Minister, the head of government, not buried within the disaster response bureaucracy. So I think for me, this will happen. I think it will happen more rapidly, not because of government reaction to the public after big disasters, but because of the finance industry. Because disaster risk has huge economic impacts. And already we're seeing regulators and financial industry more generally highlighting moving away from the transition risk, in other words, away from fossil fuel investments, and away from physical risk, infrastructure that's vulnerable to climate change. And as that regulation puts in place, and as the business case for that improves, it's going to redirect billions of dollars away from those things towards greater resilience. The problem is it will also direct, in what little investment there is in places that are more remote and with smaller populations, like the Pacific, away from those places, given the risk, which is where Australian aid and New Zealand aid and the banks need to really step up. Anyway, two ideas.
May I just follow up with one quick question? This might be a stretch too far, but COVID has hit the world in an unprecedented way in the lifetimes of people on the planet right now. Can that, do you think, have any impact? I'm thinking about an awareness of the risk that we face of bad things, of having our liberties taken away and our agency reduced, in terms of other hazards?
Well, I think, right after, the historians have remarked that after the Spanish flu, it was remarkable that the memory seemed to stop, that there wasn't and maybe for profound psychological reasons, people don't like to remember painful experiences. But it was interesting how quickly historians have commented on this, that the memories and discussion about the Spanish flu vanished after the pandemic. I'm always going to remember this year. I don't know about others. It's been just I hope only once in a lifetime experience. And for us, it came on the heels of what is clearly not going to be a once in a lifetime experience of catastrophic bushfires in Australia. But I think, sorry, David, I'm rambling a bit, but I think it will have an impact. It's reminded us that big things can happen. And if we needed any reminding in Australia anyway, or in California in the case of the US, or in Russia and the Arctic with the unprecedented fires there, or the unprecedented flooding that's happened in China and Japan this year, if people need any reminding, it will happen, because these events will happen more and more often. So fundamentally, I'm optimistic that that change will happen.
Audrey. I was just going to jump in there, David, and to re-emphasize this point really around hazards and risks, and in the Pacific in particular, making sure that when we're thinking about hazards and risk and the interface of that around climate change, that a lot of the work that we are doing here now, I think, is primarily about that. The FRDP has been a fantastic guiding document for us, and many of the nations now, whether it's at the government level or community level, are really starting to incorporate both the resilience piece and the disaster response piece, but integrating that with climate, because it's something that we can't separate in this region. We have to deal with it in a very integrated fashion. So these are critical principles, I think, and critical values in the way that we're approaching a lot of the change aspirations in this region. Thank you.
Thank you. I could talk all day listening to our two fabulous guests here, but I recognize time is up. I'd like to thank you, Dr. Audrey Aumua, and also Dr. Robert Glasser. That was just a fabulous kickoff today too, and thank you for your insights. And these things are real and are existential, the threats, but the optimism is there and we can do stuff. Humanity has always proven that. And it didn't take running out of stones to move from the Stone Age. It's a wonderful takeaway phrase ever. But thank you so much for a fabulous morning. Our next session at 10 a.m. continues this theme. It's who pays for resilience? Insights on finance and accountability. And that's, like all sessions today, going to be fabulous. That's Ronak Patel from the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative and Enzo Bollettini and Abbas Jar from the World Bank. So people who really know what they're talking about. So please join us at 10. If you're listening to the recordings, you can find that recording. It's all free and available. And we hope you enjoy, we hope you enjoy this and the rest of the day. And again, thanks very much to our keynotes and see you all in the next session. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Audrey. See you.
Hello, everyone. For those of you just joining us, welcome to the second day of the Urban Resilience in Asia Pacific Conference. And for those of you that just enjoyed the pre-session that just concluded, welcome to the first panel. I'm very fortunate to have such great panelists who graciously agreed to come together when I asked them to for this very exciting session. I'm actually really looking forward to it. And similar to the opening plenary session that pressed on what does it really take to have resilience, what does it really look like? This panel will look into who really pays for resilience. It's a nice segue. So the session will begin by introducing innovations in financing resilience in Asia and the Pacific, focusing really on the challenging topic of climate change, which was brought up often in the last session. Discussants will then explore accountability through findings on surveys on perceptions of trust in key actors driving resilience in the Philippines, and drilling down on resilience practices in informal settlements of Metro Manila. I want to briefly introduce the panelists today, and I won't take up too much time, and I will not do justice to their extensive bios, but we want to make room for all of the exciting discussion that's to be had. We'll begin with Abbas Jah, who is the practice manager for climate change and disaster risk management for the South Asia region within the Urban Resilience and Land Global Practice for the World Bank. He's been working at the World Bank for over 2 decades with numerous experiences in dozens of countries, served as an advisor to the World Bank Executive Director for Bangladesh, and prior to that had 12 years in the Indian Administrative Service. He's also been the lead author on some seminal books, 2 in particular, Safer Homes, Stronger Communities, a handbook for reconstructing after disasters, and Cities in Flooding, a guide to integrated urban flood risk management. Next, we'll hear from Maria Carenas Alejandra, who goes by Corinne. She's a trained anthropologist and an assistant professor at the Department of Sociology at the University of Santo Tomas, where she heads the Social Health Studies Unit of the Research Center for Social Sciences and Education. She's also the editor-in-chief for the Journal of Social Health. She conducts work as an anthropologist, working collaboratively in the informal settlements, negotiating social institutions for inclusive development. She serves as a board member on multiple committees and has had multiple publications as well. And then finally, we'll hear from Dr. Vincenzo Bolletino, who goes by Enzo, who is the director of the program on resilient communities at the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative. He's had extensive experience within this initiative and within the Harvard system on training and professionalism, and specifically on topics related to international politics, humanitarian action, civil military engagement, and now this professionalization and leadership as well as resilience building. He's taught multiple courses and serves on multiple boards, including ELRA, ACF Action Against Hunger, and the International Solutions Group. So without wasting much time, I do want to hand it over to our first speaker, Abbas, and then we'll go in order. And just like yesterday, and you've noticed from the other panel and sessions, this is very casual. We want to keep it, free-flowing and have a discussion. So if there's any time where one of the other panelists has a question to break in, we'll do that as well, and then lead to some more open discussion afterwards. But Abbas, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Ronak. It's a great pleasure to be here with you all and this distinguished panel. So could we go to the next slide? So as Ronak mentioned, I work on climate change and disaster risk management. And at the risk of dating myself, I thought I'd begin with 2 stories. So the first story is from 1997. So I had just joined the Ministry of Finance in India. And the first time I heard the phrase common but differentiated responsibility. So those of you who work on climate change negotiations, that's something that came out in the Kyoto Protocol, which was 1997. And this slide kind of explains what that means, which is that the rich countries really contributed by far to the problem of climate change. So this slide shows you the cumulative emissions of economies of carbon dioxide. And as you can see, the USA dwarfs everyone, and then the European Union comes second. But as you can see, China is catching up pretty fast, even in terms of cumulative emissions. And as of today, China is the largest emitter of carbon dioxide. India is pretty small still, but growing very fast. So that's the first, this whole issue of common but differentiated responsibility. The second story I want to share is from 2008, which is in Turkey. When I was working on Turkey, there is a project called the Istanbul Seismic Retrofitting Program, which in my mind is one of the best projects that the World Bank has ever done in any country. And I'm not saying this lightly. And essentially, after the Marmara earthquake, the World Bank partnered with the government of Turkey to seismically retrofit some of the critical infrastructure like schools, hospitals, and bridges. And the beauty of that program was that when we went in to retrofit, say, a school, we didn't just make it safe for earthquakes. We did a complete renovation. So, new heating, it was essentially a new school at 1/5 the cost. But the dilemma we faced there, which is that the government of Turkey was absolutely fine in doing this program for public infrastructure. When we tried to do the same for housing, which is again a big risk for seismically risky countries, there was no buy-in. The government of Turkey said that housing is a private good, so we can't subsidize that. So the reason I'm saying I'm sharing the story with you is that when we talk about who pays for resilience, it's a very complex issue, and there are no simple solutions to this. Next slide, please. So in the field of disaster risk management and climate resilience, we talk about the triple dividend. So what we have found is that there's obviously the primary objective that you want to save lives. You want to reduce the damage from to your infrastructure. You want to reduce the say the loss of business. But then we find that this investing in resilience actually has payoffs that are not immediately apparent. So, for example, we find that increased resilience encourages households to save and build assets. It promotes entrepreneurship. It stimulates firms to invest and innovate. And the third dividend is co-benefits. So increasing resilience yields positive economic, social, and environmental side co-benefits. So to give you an example, often investing in climate smart solutions also reduces air pollution. So this is a good framework to think about investing in resilience. And our research shows that $1 invested in resilience pays off more than $4 in economic benefits. Next slide, please. So now the good news is that much of urbanization that's going to happen in the future is going to happen in places which don't have much infrastructure. So by one reckoning, in the next 30 years, we will build more infrastructure than we've built in the last 3,000 years. And the reason for that is that Africa, Asia is rapidly urbanizing. So much of the built up infrastructure that's going to exist is still yet to be built. So that gives us a huge opportunity. If we can build in climate smart solutions, if we can build in disaster resilience into this infrastructure, it will pay us handsomely in terms of avoided losses. You remember, I guess many of you have heard Bill Gates' famous statistic where he said that between 2010 and 13, 3 years, China used more concrete than the United States did in the entire 20th century. So that's just to give you the scale of infrastructure construction that is underway. So we do have a huge opportunity here. Next slide, please. Now, one of the always the arguments about infrastructure is building in resilience in infrastructure is that we can't afford it. That is a completely spurious argument. As I've said, while there may be some small upfront higher costs in building in resilience, if you take a life cycle cost assessment of resilient infrastructure, it more than pays off. So that argument is not a valid one. Next one. Next slide. We can skip this. Next slide. So I thought I'd give you a few examples of the kind of work we're doing in terms of innovations in climate and disaster finance. So as many of you know, in Paris, when the COP, the Paris Agreement on Climate, there is Article 6, which talks about creating climate markets. So under Article 6, of course, you know, Paris is yet to come into full implementation, but under Article 6, countries can create and trade what are called mitigation outcomes. So essentially like carbon credits. So we have, for example, a program underway in Bhutan. So Bhutan is a net zero economy, and it actually wants to go to net negative. So what Bhutan is doing is it's trying to recognize and standardize its mitigation outcomes, its carbon credits, and store them in a climate warehouse, which can be traded in the future when there are climate credit markets that exist under Article 6. So this is, again, very forward-looking thinking by the government of Bhutan. Next slide, please. In many countries, we have created what are called catastrophe risk pools. So I'm so glad to see Karine here. In the Philippines, we have created a local government risk pool. So essentially what happens is that local governments invest a small amount of the disaster relief money they get from the government every year. And we use that money to purchase reinsurance from the international capital markets. And that in turn transfers the risk of disasters from the local governments themselves to the private insurance market. So this, I think, is a very innovative way of thinking about paying for resilience. Many of you have heard of cat bonds. So cat bonds are essentially a real, like any regular bond, but the way they operate is that you pay a slightly higher coupon rate, but in the event of a disaster, which is predefined in the covenant of the bond does not have to be repaid. So you would think, why would anyone want to invest in something like that? Because of the higher rate of return, many portfolio managers use this kind of instrument to diversify their risk. So there is a market for this kind of instrument. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight a very innovative organization in India called EESL, which works on energy efficiency. And what it has done is quite remarkable. It uses the huge purchasing power of the government of India to essentially force down the costs of energy efficient appliances and things like bulbs. So the cost of an LED bulb went from over 100 rupees to something like below 10 rupees because of the efforts of EESL. So this is a good example of the government using its procurement powers in a very, very creative and innovative way. And now they are going into areas like air conditioning, fans, and so on. Next slide, please. You've obviously heard of green bonds. So green bonds are essentially invested in environmentally friendly, climate friendly activities. Again, there's a huge market that's come up. Many companies are, because of their corporate commitments, have a certain mandate to invest in certain sectors. So the World Bank issued its first green bond in 2008. But of course, now there's a huge market for this kind of activity. Next slide, please. And I thought I'll end with a very interesting new instrument that is coming up, which is called green leases, where essentially this has the potential to reduce energy consumption by 11 to 22%. And how it works is that the landlord and the tenant agree on certain parameters in terms of energy use. And by the use of technology, they can regulate things like building temperature, lighting, to hit pre-agreed marks on sort of energy consumption by the building. So this is a win-win because the tenant pays less, and the building owners pay less for energy bills, and the tenant gets essentially lower rents because of this. So this is a huge and growing market in the US especially, but we see there's the potential for including it in developing countries as well. Next slide, please. So I want to conclude by saying that, we are in a very uncertain time right now. Because of climate change, there is a lot of variability in terms of the way forward. But I think the way we move ahead is by doing scenario planning. So I think predictions are pretty useless in today's environment. You need to think about scenarios, but then start thinking about how you embed resilience in each of the pathways towards different scenarios. And there are different ways of doing it. But I think this whole issue of thinking about uncertainty in a structured way has to be part of public policy going forward. Next slide, please. We can skip this. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so this is a good example from Mexico, where essentially investing in resilience had a benefit cost ratio of 3:1. And I mentioned this in the beginning also. We have found instances, for example, in Bangladesh, where investing in flood risk management had a payoff of more than 100:1. So I just want to end with this argument that investing in resilience is a net positive, not just from the economic point of view, but from a social point of view as well. So I'll leave it there. Back to you, Ronak. Thank you.
Thank you, Bas. That was a great way to kick us off at that macro level, international level. So, Corinne, I'll just hand it over to you.
Okay. Good morning. May I have my slides, please? There. Good morning again. Thank you again, Ronak, for organizing this panel. I have entitled my presentation as Filipinos Are Resilient, Situating Community-Based Responses to Hazards. My objective is to locate the resilience narratives of vulnerable communities to the recent hazards that have displaced and further marginalized them as urban dwellers. I would like to argue that current responses of the Philippine government, as documented by media organizations, have capitalized on this very celebrated notion of Filipino resilience to fill the structural gaps that have made the sector of the population vulnerable in the first place. Next slide, please. In the recent months, as you may have heard from the news, the Philippines have experienced its typhoon season vis-a-vis the growing threat of the COVID-19 pandemic. When Typhoon Vamco, locally named Ulysses, ravaged the country, the government's immediate response was to congratulate Filipinos for our preparation and resilience. Although several local government units have sufficiently prepared their residents, some admitted to lack of foresight on the extent of flooding that the typhoon could bring. Next slide, please. One of the hashtags that became so popular in Twitter during the onslaught of the recent typhoons was Nasaan ang Pangulo, translated as "Where is the President?" There was a noticeable gap in pre-landfall directions, which the public equated to inefficient state response. Narratives on resilience have yet again been called on by the government as a responsibility that Filipinos ought to display during periods of hazards. Next slide, please. In a state-run telecast the day after, the President Duterte shifted the blame on widespread flooding in several locations to informal settlers, whom he said were responsible for deforestation as they cut trees to build their makeshift houses. This, of course, is not supported by data. Studies have shown that the key drivers of deforestation in the country include agricultural expansion and infrastructure expansion. blaming a sector whose actions have minimal contribution to the overall state of deforestation shifts accountability from commercial and state-supported industries to the citizens who have been long excluded in development planning. Next slide, please. I have been working with a subaltern community in Manila where flooding is a reality that children grow up into. During the 2 recent weather disturbances, their community was submerged in flood water and garbage. Majority did not evacuate. I kept on texting my community partners there almost every single hour. Have you evacuated? Are you evacuating? How is the evacuation process? And to all of my questions, it felt kind of, I felt kind of being in the wrong situation because I'm the one that they're trying to comfort. They're the ones telling me, don't worry, we're okay. But I know for a fact that they are not, because I've been there during a typhoon before and I know that it floods a lot. So what majority did not evacuate, as I've said, despite the threats of storm surges due to 2 major reasons. One is fear of looting. They fear that if they leave their houses and evacuate, others might take their possessions, their very limited possessions. Another fear that they have is that of catching the virus, the coronavirus, in a locality where the number of residents far outweighs the capacity of the evacuation center, which at this time is also serving as a quarantine facility. It was no surprise that majority of my community partners have decided to remain in their homes. One of them, the president of the organization, community organization that I was working with, told me that they would rather brave the floods than subject themselves to being threatened by COVID, because there was not a good enough isolation process in the quarantine facility. So when you ask them if they know about climate change related concepts like storm surge, rising sea levels, or increasing frequency of weather disturbances, they would display sufficient localized knowledge. However, the capacity to respond sustainably to the threats of climate change remain low due to neoliberal policies that govern their very existence in the city. The location of this community is just behind Manila's biggest golf course. And they've been living there since the 1970s. And up until now, there is no discussion of giving them the land where they built their houses. The government has decided to give them evacuation center with a population of 70,000 people. The evacuation center is only good for 3,000 people. So the rest of the population will have to fend for themselves during periods of flooding. These photos that you're seeing were taken by my collaborator, Mary Chris, at the height of Typhoon Vamco. On the lower left, you can see that everything was submerged in flood water. That is about almost thigh deep. That includes the vegetable garden that their group developed to address the growing food insecurity in the community that was heightened because of the quarantine that we have been subjected to for the past 9 months. On the right, you can see the pile of garbage that was washed ashore. This garbage are not only from the residents, as these are also from other areas of the city, because this community is situated in an estuary. It acts like a catch basin for 2 of the biggest bodies of water in Manila. The same situation was met by other informal communities that I'm working with, which are situated in low-lying and hazard-prone areas. Next slide, please. For 2 days, so again, this is another picture during the typhoon. For 2 days, community members continuously took turns digging makeshift drainage to reduce the volume of flood waters entering their homes. Both men and women have taken turns digging more like a makeshift drainage to make sure that the water just keeps on going back to the estuary. They know the drill. A storm will come, their homes will be flooded, garbage will be washed ashore, food will be inaccessible for days, and they know that they are on their own. They have known this drill for the past decades. Children have grown up to this drill. Children help in making this makeshift drainage as well. Next slide, please. They already know that given their informal or undocumented residency in this urban space, that they will always be held accountable for insisting to be part of the city, as though their right to live here is limited to a select few. Every time that they would try to ask for better conditions, living conditions, the answer that they would receive is, all right, if you want better living conditions, then we will have to relocate you outside of the city, which again is a very contested move of the government. Another option that they're being given is for them to go back to their own provinces. So again, it's a matter of who has the right to live in the city. So as such, they would often readily develop and implement responses to periods of disaster, be it in terms of a feeding program or a relief operation. The pictures you're seeing are some of the community-based responses that have been going on for the past 9 months, since food, water, and other basic services are not getting into the community. And since this is what is considered a congregate setting, an informal settlement, the government has decided to lock them down because it is believed that they're it's believed that they may cause a lot of COVID threat to the greater population. So there's high food insecurity, there's health insecurity, NGOs cannot come in as well, and even other civilian actors. So most of the people working there during the two disasters that has happened in this community are military actors. So again, I'm not going to go into that part, but there's much fear, much unrest going on in the area. So these pictures that you're seeing are the initiatives of the women to combat food insecurity. And these acts are often romanticized within the frame of resilience, circumventing the state-sponsored marginalization of these city dwellers. Next slide, please. When Filipinos are displaced by flooding, the immediate response of the state is to ascribe blame to individuals and communities, such that their suffering is self-afflicted. Why did you decide to come to Manila, live here? It's your fault that you're suffering. That's the common theme of argument. If they choose to live in a hazard-prone area, then they have to find ways to be resilient during periods of flooding. This kind of argument excludes the key players who are responsible for such hazards to even threaten a population. The term pasaway, a Filipino term, pasaway, which loosely translates to being hard-headed, is a go-to adjective that reifies the blame on the individual instead of examining the structural gaps leading to intergenerational vulnerability of sectors of the population. This term was used yet again at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in the country to refer to Filipinos who contracted the disease. Those who got sick were to blame for getting sick. Never mind that there was no sufficient transportation, safe transportation available for workers. Unless policy and implementation gaps are recognized by state actors, hazard preparation and responses would remain as an individual's responsibility while institutions remain unaccountable. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. That was really rich and informative, right down to that micro level. So Enzo, I will hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Ronak. It's a pleasure to be with everyone today. And thank you very much to my co-presenters for those excellent presentations. My name is Enzo Bolletino. I work with the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative. I direct a program on resilient communities there and also do some work on humanitarian leadership. I've worked now in the Philippines for roughly 6 years, doing research and educational programs around disaster preparedness and resilience. Next slide, please. And the next slide as well. So the slides that I'm going to share with you today are based on data that we collected in 2017 as part of a nationwide survey. We developed this survey in partnership with experts throughout the Philippines, and it was a result of both our own previous research and literature reviews, as well as working closely with people in the Philippines to develop the survey instrument. When we had the survey instrument designed, it was translated into 5 different languages that are the most commonly spoken in the Philippines, and we ended up doing a total of 5,184 surveys in total, and that was all done door-to-door across the country. So when I'm talking about, when I share these next slides, all of the data that I'm presenting are based on people's perceptions, how they answered the survey questions, so their own attitudes, behaviors, and perceptions. Next slide, please. So we asked people who they felt were the most vulnerable in their communities. And the top 3 national average were the elderly and children by far, but also those that were poor. These are the 3 that people referenced as being the most at risk. And you can see that there's quite a bit of discrepancy as well between those who responded that were living in urban areas versus those who were living in rural areas. So for those who were living in urban areas, they saw both elderly and children as more at risk than those living in rural areas, but still the numbers are high for both. Interestingly, that is actually reversed for those who are poor, where those living in urban areas, in rural areas, were seen to be more at risk than respondents living in urban areas mentioned. Next slide. We asked as well what Filipinos believed were the most vulnerable structures in their communities, and overwhelmingly, now again, this is national, so there's a lot of variability depending on where you live. Of course, if you live on the coast, this is going to look much different than if you live up in the mountains, and it's also regionally dependent. So what I'm presenting to you here is a national average. But by far, and this is pretty consistent even with the differences I just mentioned, people are most concerned about their homes and see their own homes as the structures that are at most risk. But also farmland is often hit and if affected by typhoons and flooding, and is also seen to be at risk, followed by roads. Fewer people mentioned health facilities or, for example, fishing resources as being at risk. So predominantly people are most concerned about their own homes and other homes. Next slide, please. So now we asked several questions here that sort of go together. The first is around whose role it was people felt it was to respond to the disaster. So I'm calling this here the responsibility to respond. And the vast majority of people said that it was the LGU, the local government unit, that had a responsibility to respond. They also cited both the national government and their own families as having a responsibility to respond to disasters. But far and away, the expectation for disaster response that people have is that their local government unit, followed by national government, have the responsibility to respond. Next slide. We also asked about who they felt it was a responsibility to actually prepare for disasters ahead of any kind of disaster. And again, they noted local government units as being responsible for preparing for disasters. But here they put an increasing weight on family, that families themselves should take on a greater role to prepare for future disasters. and fewer mention, for example, community or neighbors as having a responsibility to prepare. Next slide, please. Now we asked, so if a disaster were to happen, how much support would you actually receive? In other words, they're thinking back to previous responses and calling on those memories and what they believe, at the time that this survey was administered, who they believe would actually respond to the disaster. So not who had the responsibility to respond or who should have been preparing, but who would actually respond. In their minds, far and away, it's family. It's their own family members that are helping one another. The national government and local government units are also providing assistance and responding. But you can see that there's if you recall from the previous two slides, that the responsibility to prepare and the responsibility to respond percentages were roughly twice that of for the government, national government and local government than the actual response that they received. And here you can see that although they didn't feel that the community broadly, charity or religious organizations, they didn't rank those as having a high responsibility to respond, but in fact, 34% of participants in the survey said that they received some to a lot of assistance from community-based organizations. And so communities and family are playing a big role in actual responses, even though people believe that it's the national government and the local government units in particular that have that responsibility. Next slide, please. So we looked at preparedness. We asked a whole variety of questions about disaster preparedness, and we put those into three categories. So one form of preparedness for disasters is training, another was around planning, and a third was around material investments. And material investments could have been anything from strengthening the home itself, the structure itself, to putting together a go bag, putting aside water, food, etc. Here you'll note that the percentages are there's a couple of things to note here. So if you look at the national averages in the middle, the percentages of those undertaking training or planning are, they're okay, but they're fairly low. People do prepare materially for future disasters, so that's a pretty significant number. But if you take a look at, and here I put on opposite sides of each of these columns, the regions in the Philippines that responded. So on the left, it's the lowest level of participation in, for example, training or planning, and on the right, the highest level. So you can see that for training, the National Capital Region, far more people are attending trainings than they are, for example, in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. And so the point here is that there's significant regional variation in capacity, in ability to engage in various forms of preparedness. And so there's significant differences that are tied to a number of different factors in terms of people's resilience and ability to prepare for disaster. Next slide, please. So when we looked at all of the factors and built and developed our models, we identified factors that we believe contribute the most to resilience based on what people were telling us. And those four factors were: one, that people have access to and use quality services, resources, and information, that they can rely on effective social support and safety nets, that people are actually taking steps to learn and prepare before disasters happen, and that they believe that they have agency in that process, and that they're able to actually affect their own outcomes by preparing in advance for disasters. So these are the sorts of factors that we saw from the data contributed the most to future preparedness for disasters. Next slide, please. So key takeaway from our study was that if we're looking at the question, as this panel has, who pays for resilience, the people that are paying most for resilience are those that tend to be the most marginalized, and in particular the poor, the elderly, and children. They have the least, some of the least capacities, but they're the ones, therefore, that pay some of the greatest price for disaster preparedness and resilience. And communities themselves play a really big role in preparedness, particularly in those areas where local government units are under-resourced and don't have the capacities to be able to, either they don't have the capacity or for some other reason are not providing the services that people are expecting them to actually provide. And so at the end of the day, the people that are actually paying for resilience are the people that are least able to afford it. And I'll end with that. Thank you.
Wow. Well, thank you, all three. Those were amazing presentations. It leaves us a lot of room for a great discussion, more than I could have hoped for and more than we have time for. This could be another hour going. So, I had some specific questions written down for each of you, but I just want to start with something more general. From that very first slide you showed, Abbas, down to this very last slide, Enzo, we saw this common theme of there's a responsibility who's creating that risk, right? The major polluters from the wealthy nations, down to who's asked to actually pay for that resilience, both in just cost, labor, and financially, right? How can we flip that script? How can we change that accountability? That word came up several times, specifically with you in your presentation, Corinne. How do we change that accountability and flip it successfully? And the second part to that is at scale, right? Because given this, challenge and the numbers involved, how do we do that? So this is to any of you that want to jump in on that.
I can try to begin. I really enjoyed both Corinne and Enzo's presentation, so thanks for that. So one thing that I've learned over the years is that in the area of resilience and specifically disaster risk management, the term cost benefit analysis is a very tricky one, because my first question always is whose costs and whose benefits. And you'll find that a lot of the investments we make in the name of resilience, it is the well-off that benefit, and it is the poor that pay the costs. So we have to be very careful about that. And there is unfortunately, there's no simple solution to this. But I think Enzo's second to last slide was a very good one in terms of it gives a nice roadmap of the things that we need to focus on. So who are the vulnerable? We know that female-headed households, we know the elderly, we know the disabled, we know families with children. These are the ones we need to focus on. But that needs to happen before the disaster happens, not after. So we need to have a good sense of where they are, what their needs are. In the event of a disaster, what needs to be done to protect them. I think that's one aspect. The other, I think, good positive news is that thanks to technology, for example, locational data and so on, we have a much better set of tools to target these vulnerable populations. And I think there's a lot of untapped potential on that front. Just to give you one example, now India, they have this Aadhaar system, which is this national biometric. 1.2 billion people are enrolled. They're using that now to directly transfer benefits to people. So you get it straight in your account. So although it's still at a pilot stage, I feel that you can eliminate a lot of the middlemen, a lot of the corruption by using some of these technological tools. I'll stop here.
For me, I have two points that I'd like to raise. One is that of developing better policies to govern urban living. For now, we have very exclusivist policies on who can live in the city and who will have benefits to the city. For example, just a clear example is the garbage condition in this area. If the city government, for example, of Manila, does not improve its budget allocation for its informal settlement areas because they believe that they are not qualified to live decently, then this garbage issue will continue, and it will not be easily addressed by the community. The other one is that in times of disaster, we're in LGU, and when LGU and the national government and other humanitarian actors cannot come into these locations, it is within the communities. It is within the community that humanitarian actors rise. And the problem with that is that not everyone within that community are trained, equipped, and knowledgeable on how to address disasters. And in this pandemic has opened up that can of worm, wherein international organizations cannot come in to help address the disaster. So the community members are forced to address this on their own, but they are ill-equipped to deal with this. So if we could develop policies that could address these issues and provide budgetary support to develop community humanitarian actors, then I think we will have a better chance on resolving these issues.
I think those were excellent responses, so I'll be very brief. For my perspective, so another study that we did in the Philippines was a network analysis of actors involved in humanitarian response, preparedness, climate change adaptation. And one of the things that we noted was although international organizations made up only 15% of the actors that we surveyed, they were responsible for 39% of the relationships within the network. And so that if you remove those international actors from the network, you really impacted the network of actors significantly. And so this really points to a couple of things, I think. And one is the need to better network local communities on the ground with one another. And to also, this is related to another third piece of research, to really look at local leadership and identifying local leaders that can be tapped in terms of being able to understand what resources are available to them, either through their own local government unit or at the national level. So I think greater emphasis on networking local communities and tapping emerging leaders in those communities. And when I say leaders, I don't mean necessarily people in authority, in positions of authority. I mean people who are actually exercising leadership. I think those are two things that are two ways that we can begin to flip the script.
That's great. That's a nice compendium of solutions there, starting with using and leveraging all of the data and technology we have to better target and make more efficient distributions of these resources, in addition to more holistic cost-benefit analysis. Otherwise, the narrow one leads you down the wrong path. And then really focusing on building that local capacity, whether through CBOs or education, and even direct budget transfers, but really that rights-based approach, which goes back to the original of who are the vulnerable, who is the targeted, right? I would like to squeeze in one more question with the last 2 minutes that we have, is that this idea of local government units, specifically municipal corporations, as we're talking about urban as a unit, came up several times, right? The local risk pooling that governments did, Abbas, that you talked about, the local government responsibility that most people put the onus on, Enzo, despite relying mostly on family, and Corinne, you talking about that disconnect between those. Is that the unit that seems like would be the most adept at having both the capacity and the ability to implement at that local level that we need? Or is there something else, the community-based organizations or block grants, other ideas from peace and development, conflict resolution that we've used in the past? Is that local municipal corporation the right place that would help solve some of this?
Maybe I'll just jump in and say, certainly that's people's expectations in the Philippines, and it is the local government unit that really is the kind of driving cutting edge of response. As far as government actors are concerned, they're there, they know the context, they know the place in which they're living, they are expected in terms of the way the national disaster system is set up. They are expected to be the first responders and only to request additional support when their own capabilities are overwhelmed. But there's significant variation, both in terms of capacity of local government units, past experience. There, some people in authority are better than others. So again, not all authority figures can be expected to actually exercise leadership in these matters. And in fact, it might be others that you have to draw on from within the community in order to make real change. But yes, the local government units are definitely important in the Philippines and will continue to be.
And just to add briefly, I think it's a partnership. You can't just leave it to the local governments. Of course, as Enzo said, they're a critical part. But if you look at, say, Bangladesh, which has done a fantastic job in terms of responsiveness to disasters, it's really the national government, the local government, and civil society that come together to have an effective response. So I think it's an all of the above strategy.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Corinne, I'm sure you'd add that they also have to be inclusive and not exclusive in that at that level as well. But we're just a minute over time. Again, I don't want to keep everybody, but again, a great thank you to all three of you for this wonderful conversation and input that you had. I hope everybody that was watching enjoyed this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning all. My name is Paul Barnes and it's my great pleasure to convene this session, What's in a Name? Deconstructing Risk, Threat and Resilience, as part of Europe 2. Today I'm joined by two esteemed colleagues vastly experienced and qualified in the fields that we'll be talking about and the themes of today's session. First, Amanda Lamont, who is a specialist advisor currently in disaster risk reduction writ large across the country, internationally. Amanda has a vast history of hands-on field work in terms of disaster risk response, rural fire service volunteering, legally trained, politically trained, policy adept. And one of the critical things of Amanda is that she was the co-founder and vice president currently of the Australasian Women's and Emergencies Network, a very important sort of mover and shaker in the current post-Royal Commission world of Australia's disaster risk reduction. So I'm sure you'll all, if you're all in the room with us, if we were doing this for real, you would be welcoming Amanda with a round of applause, so you can do your virtual round of applause if you wish. Also with us today is Professor Paul Arben from the Torrens Resilience Institute at Flinders University. Many of you will know Paul from his many years working in the field of emergency medicine, and certainly in the last 10 years or so at the helm of the Torrens Resilience Institute as its director. One of Paul's past accolades was president of the World Association for Disaster and Emergency Medicine, which I think, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, that you stepped down from that role last year or the year before?
Must have been the year before, I think, Paul.
Okay, so the panel today has vast experience in a range of areas relevant and germane to the topic. Those of you who don't know me, Paul Barnes, currently a research fellow at the University of New South Wales in urban disaster resilience and the built environment writ large. Previously head of risk and resilience at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, where I'm still a fellow in that space. And importantly, I have an affiliation with Torrens Resilience Institute as well, from an academic perspective. So today, what I'd like to talk about with you all and my colleagues is, as you see on the screen, there are three contextual settings that I'd like to begin with. The notion that coping with disasters, natural hazard sourced impacts into critical infrastructure, essential services, impacting the way society operates normally, the disruptions from these events, is a challenge for business, a challenge for government, and a challenge for communities that are impacted by them. Oftentimes, the consequences, be they cascading and cumulative in terms of the disruption effect, are very difficult to anticipate, let alone predict. And in many cases, from a professional preparation, planning, response, recovery perspective, there are a range of governance and policy settings that are sometimes set in concrete, as you would expect they need to be, but with enough adaptive and agility built into them that they can move and allow decisions and responses to be made that are specific to the needs on the ground. Second point is that authorities, be they frontline first responders, second responders, or the military coming in as under a defence aid civil community support to the first response agencies, they're unlikely to face individual types of disruptions. There's going to be a multiple suite of effects across communities, across infrastructure systems, across cities, and across the land writ large. And responsibility for dealing with these sorts of micro impacts sometimes are a little bit vague, but we know for sure that there will be an ongoing cascading flow of impacts that need to be responded to. And ideally, you would be anticipating the fact that these events would occur, these impacts would happen, and there would be some planning and preparation, obviously the PPR acronym being active here. And the third point is that to be effective either in the mitigation, prevention planning side, the response recovery and remediation side from these large-scale, wide area events, certainly as we saw in Australia in the last fire season, and we have seen in the past Australia and internationally, the way in which language is used, where it may be locked into legal settings, black letter law, legislation, a range of regulations that would flow from a suite of legislations, codes of conduct, etc. Oftentimes, these professional uses of language build in a lack of agility based on the way in which the terminology is applied in the specific regulation or the regulatory legal legislative context. So in order to be able to understand how agile we need to be, and certainly in Australia with the results of the recent Royal Commission suggesting that there is a new way, new ways of responding, but also preparing for and enabling from a capacity and a capability perspective, including legislation, management, decision-making support. There is a new way and there's an opportunity for us to rethink, mould, a change, freeze back into operation, a new way of looking at some of the ways in which we prepare for, reduce vulnerability for, respond to ongoing natural hazards and related cascading effects. So language is critical. Language can sometimes stymie the way in which we apply our decision support, the way in which we lean on our legislative compliance and assurance frameworks. And it's critical to be able to understand that there may be different ways of looking at the linguistic approaches to the terminology of risk, threat, and resilience to enable disaster risk reduction, more effective applications of that particular outcome into the future. And certainly Australia and many parts of the world will probably warrant and benefit from greater agility. So the first slide I'd like to offer, and there's a few slides that I'll be going through before we open up for discussion amongst the panel. And unfortunately, we can't take questions from the audience, although we will be happy to receive emailed questions subsequently. I'm sure my colleagues will join with me in responding to any questions that may come in. Audrey Wren, very famous sociologist, a number of years ago, created this table that you see, the 7 conceptual bases for the concept of risk. Now, if I can just direct your attention to the columns predominantly. From the left of the screen, Audrey talks about the actuarial applications of risk from an insurance perspective. Now, that is a number-based application where you can identify the number of car accidents on a main road between the hours of 7 p.m, 10 p.m. on a Friday night in an age group between 25 and 35. So from an insurance application, specifically it's related to identifying who is involved in that loss-causing event and the context of the event. So sharing the likelihood of loss from a financial perspective, looking at events, actual events that occur. The next column, epidemiological, toxicological approaches, and Paul Arben, I'd like you at some point in the session to talk to the notion of relative risk, odds ratios, the types of disease incidences that epidemiology focuses on as an application of the concept of risk. The next, probabilistic risk assessment, engineering approaches to the world where you're looking at distribution curves of events and putting numbers and enabling predictive capacity and effectiveness based on access to data sets and numbers. Economics is the next approach, psychology, social theories where we're looking at sociological approaches to risk, anthropological approaches to risk in the last column, cultural theories. On the left-hand side of this matrix, we're looking at actual events that are apolitical, ahuman, things that you can then say, we know this event occurred, we can attest and append values of loss, details of cause and effect too. On the right-hand side of that matrix, we're dealing with notions of belief, experience, human responses to danger and disasters. One is positivist, if I'm using a little bit of terminology, if you allow me, as an ex-academic, and the right-hand side is non-positivist, it's experiential. So the notion of risk perception that many of you will be familiar with, the psychometric approach, a la Paul Slovich, unless you have experienced danger, loss, and disaster, you may not have the same response to a psychometric test as someone who has never experienced a bushfire up close or never experienced an emergency response up close. you will answer the questions differently. If you ask people about how they deal with actual responses to danger in a disaster context, they will use language that is very different to what might be used by an epidemiologist, a toxicologist, an insurance broker, or an engineer. So there's a professional application of the language that is separate, may I suggest, from experience of actual disasters. If you look linguistically from an etymological perspective of just the term risk, the matrix you see in front of you is derived from some very interesting research some years ago, and the reference can be provided to anyone who is interested. But it separates linguistically and from the actual evolution of terms going back to Arabic all the way through to Spanish, High German, Low German, French, and into English. The notion of loss of money or disruption to things as compared to impacts on life. So the first row and the second row. In the first column, we're looking at voluntary loss, as in you make a bet or buy a lottery ticket. That's a voluntary issue. You're gambling. The next issue on the right is involuntary relation to loss of money or things. So it's a chance event. The second row, impacts to life, foreseen, risk, peril, unforeseen, hazard, and danger. And each of those sub-rows within the last row, a precise expression and an imprecise expression. Now this matrix comes out of the research that I've alluded to, the reference below on the slide, and it's based on linguistic analysis from the Arabic all the way through. Again, if we're using terms like, I wouldn't risk that, or that's too much of a risk, the use of that word risk is different in each of those expressions. And if we look at the way in which various groups of people in society use language in relation to risk and danger and disasters, it's quite variable. For example, peril is used predominantly or consistently in the insurance industry, whereas people who are not in that specific area would use different terms to describe the same phenomena. So again, we have to be cognizant of that there's different usage of language all the way through this particular approach. If we look at health and safety, and this image is basically looking at likelihood and consequence, again, if you're applying the sorts of hierarchies of control that you see in occupational health and safety, it's a much clearer application of terminology. You're reducing the likelihood of future injury, reducing the consequences of that future injury by doing a range of management activities and adjustments. Now, this image comes from an old Australian standard related to health and safety, but I present this to you all because of its succinct nature and the way in which it's talking about reducing future events that have some negative consequence and a range of activities that flow from that. So if you're in health and safety, it's quite simple. You're working in a health and safety context where you're trying to make a workplace as risk-free, as in low likelihood, low consequence of future injury as possible. So there were specific applications of language and terminology in particular scientific technical approaches to the issues that we're working to today. One of the critical things, and Amanda, I'd like to welcome you to make some comment here, is that if we're looking at bushfires and floods and other types of large-scale wide area events, there seems to be a variation in the way experience at a local level, the way affected communities may respond and talk about these sorts of issues, as compared to a national approach where we have a narrative that's inbuilt into the way in which elected officials talk about these things, the way our legislation is set up to affect control and give an authorising environment for large-scale response and remediation. Is that your experience from your background as a lawyer and also as a volunteer firefighter and in the work you've been doing in between those two pillars?
Thanks, Paul. It's a really good conversation, and it's interesting to think about the the differences between conversations being had amongst experts in disasters and people who have a profession working in disaster risk reduction, and those that have experienced disasters in their personal lives. And I think that it's really important to understand that both of those conversations are relevant and important, but the purpose of those conversations is often different. I think we strive to seek commonality and consistency in language at the national level, at the professional level, so we can all be standing on common ground and there's common understanding of what we're talking about. So we really strive to reach a point at a national level where we have consistent narrative and the words that we use are consistent, so we can all frame the next steps from the same starting point. And that's really important. And from a legal perspective as well, when we're drafting documents or pleadings or statements or presenting a case, we want to agree on the words. There's a strong drive to agree on the words that are being used, because those words are like the contract between us. We agree that's the word and that's our contract, and we can move forward. Transitioning then to a local community level, the need to have consistency and experience doesn't exist in the same way, and often it's quite different, because as you've mentioned, people's experiences of disasters are very different from person to person. But also worth noting, one person can have a different experience of an emergency or a disaster from one day to the next, or from one disaster to the next. So it is very different, and quite often people feel the need to be able to express their individuality and the individual experience in disaster. So they're not looking for common ground always. They're looking to say, look at me, witness what I experienced because it's different from you. Then there are often times when a community wants to seek the common ground together and share that experience because it's less traumatic to know that others have experienced it. So I think both are important, but to recognise that the need for common ground and consistency in language at a national level is important for purpose, but that is not the same purpose and doesn't necessarily meet the needs of people in a community that have experienced a disaster.
Paul Arben, from a medical perspective, the notion of critical incident stress and post-traumatic stress within emergency responders is well known, and it's been an established issue in support of the response capability and capacity through time. Community sharing of trauma and traumatic effects, it's a standard medical community health issue. But are there any nuances that you'd like to share with respect to the way in which language is used in post-traumatic stress responses in communities?
Yes, look, I think it's a really important question, because the largest health impact of even relatively small emergencies and certainly disasters is a mental health one. The long-term damage that is done in communities is very much represented in health as a mental health outcome. It may be that it's driven by unemployment, by family violence, by increased use of drugs and alcohol. All sorts of things happen after disasters, but it's a mental health impact. So there was a time when we would tend to focus in thinking about that on the left-hand side of your earlier diagram, on the more empirical, numbers-based way of understanding the problem. And so we would look at the prevalence of certain problems and we'd provide resources to try to help to manage that. We would try to treat people, and we still do that. We still need to do that. But the thing I think that is emerging relates to some of Amanda's comments, because it isn't so much what happened as what was experienced to have happened. We talk now about existential threats, and that's another term that has mixed use, right? And so many people use the idea of existential threat to talk about end of days emergencies. So global pandemic perhaps, but certainly nuclear Armageddon or whatever that might be. But in our space, we think about existential threats as threats to our understanding of who we are and what might happen and what things mean when they happen to us. That kind of existentialist understanding. Now, I don't want to get too academic about that, but that's really important, because it means that people in communities are affected because of the way they understand the event, how it happened, maybe who caused it, possibly who should be doing something about it, the sense of capacity or capability to do something themselves. All of those things are personal, individual, and kind of existential. So the trauma, mental health trauma component of all of this is related to those kinds of problems.
Similarly, from a medical statistics or an epidemiological perspective, there are interesting convergences. In my experience as a former environmental health toxicologist by initial training, I came out of my first qualifications understanding that I was scared of chemicals and pollution. There's possibly an interesting endpoint of being let loose in a laboratory and in the field looking at toxic effects. But I was once asked, from that technical perspective, how would I feel if my children were exposed to chemicals or some sort of residue chemical in food? Would I respond as a parent, and would I respond as a toxicologist who would want to know, is it a chlorine-based chemical or not? Would it dissolve in body fat, or would it be quickly excreted from the body, etc., etc.? And my reaction was, as you might appreciate, I'd react as a parent rather than a technically trained person who would ask specific questions if I was brought in to consider the problem for someone else's children. So the notion of relative risks and odds ratios and various applications of those terms in a medical toxicological perspective are often central nubs to confusion between people who are seeking information so they can make sense of their own safety or what they've been exposed to, or should they be worried about a particular crisis context. So Paul, how would you, do you have any comments about the notion, the interplay between experience of exposure and coming in as a technical specialist, talking about communicating to potentially affected communities or people about, well, have you been exposed and is there anything you need to worry about? What language would you use as a medical specialist in that context? Technical or non-technical?
It's a very current issue, isn't it, around the COVID-19 pandemic and how health in particular and science more generally provides the facts, explains what is happening, what we might do about it, all those kinds of things. And we've seen a good deal of misinformation circulating around what people should do in relation to this particular health problem and other emergencies. And we see the science, the professions, talking in the way that they normally do about these events and trying to explain that currently we think this is what's occurring, the science says this, and at the moment we're happy with the level of evidence that we have, but that could change tomorrow because we want to be open and honest with you. We want to tell you that science has limitations. All of those are things you typically see scientists do because it's science. But it undermines our capacity sometimes to build trust because people see science changing its mind and moving on and learning new things. And so the use of, or not use of, we argued early on in the pandemic that people shouldn't wear masks, that they are not very effective. We still believe that actually. But now you'll see everyone saying wear a mask because 20% of the time it might help, and so on. So the message changes. The problem with all of that is that it's a relationship, therefore, between truth and trust, and often trust wins. So if increasingly what we see in public health is that if you hear about something from somebody near to you in your social network, and there's somebody that you have a close relationship with, you're more likely to trust what they tell you to do than you are a health practitioner or a health department. What we would formerly have called a trusted institution is no longer as trusted as it used to be. So that's a very complicated problem, because we are trying to, in the resilience space, ensure that the systems that we depend upon for our safety and our health are not disabled because of people lose trust in them. And so we're starting to talk much more in health about understanding social capital and those kinds of personal interactions and truth and trust and influence and those kinds of things, and focusing a little less on what we would have called human capital. And just to explain that, the difference between those two things is that human capital refers to the sorts of things that you can measure about a population that drive its health. So it's the proportion of the population that are older, the proportion of the population that have more than one chronic disease, all of those kinds of things that are the human capital of a community or indeed a nation. Or social capital, which is much more about relationships and culture and politics and the things that truly drive what people actually do in their behaviour responding to an emergency. So complex stuff, and increasingly our usual battery of scientific responses, public health responses, is undermined by the fact that we don't have an armoury that allows us to deal with these other issues that are perhaps undermining our response.
Amanda Lamont, from as the creator of a very recent sort of emergent sort of an NGO, the Australian Women's Network, in terms of emergency, and recognising that the impact on women and girls in terms of a whole range of issues when society loses its normal business as usual sort of structures. What language change have you seen and your colleagues within the network have seen or are talking about with respect to different ways of expressing anticipation about disasters, response to them? How do communities recovery processes? What language types are you seeing, if you're seeing any particular patterns?
So just quickly with the Australasian Women in Emergencies Network, Paul, to explain that this is not a network for female firefighters. This is a network for women, and I'm just saying that because it's a common misconception. It is a network for women who have a role to play in emergencies. And of course it includes firefighters, police officers, people that work for the State Emergency Service. So people that lights and sirens and uniforms are responding to emergencies. But what we recognised that there was a gap for women who have a role that aren't in lights and sirens and uniforms. So women who work in local government, women who work at Australian Red Cross, for example, women who are actually teachers in schools, mothers at home, librarians, nurses. So what we wanted to do was establish a network for women who have a role in emergencies, whether it's on the front line or whether it's in that preparedness phase or the recovery phase. So first and foremost, it's a broad cohort of women who have a role, a really important role. And so bringing that group together, celebrating, recognising and promoting the role that women play first and foremost. And then as we talked about the network and the role that women play, we talked about the particular skills that women, and this is, I know this is a binary and generalised conversation, but what are the skills that women bring to that space? And we say that they bring all the skills. It's not special skills or different skills, but all the skills that men might bring, women bring those too. But we started surveying our members and said, what are some of the other things? What are the skills that women bring, not exclusively, but bringing? And we talked about leadership, management skills, decision making. We also talked about empathy, sympathy, social capital, networks, connections, neighbours, partnerships. And so what we saw was a different language being used in the context of addressing emergency situations, which was drawing more upon the social capital that Paul talked about. So we saw a shift in the sorts of words that were used in an emergency context that recognised the full gamut of the experiences in emergency, that wasn't just the scary, frightening experience that happens when the storm is raging or when the fire is approaching. We suddenly recognised that there was a lot of words that we use that are important words to recognise all the phases of disasters, that is, things that happen before and things that happen after. And talking about the specific impact of disasters on women, there is a lot of research that recognises the different roles women play, but also the different experiences of women in an emergency or disaster context. In a COVID environment, there's a lot of evidence now in Australia and overseas that talks about the different impacts that COVID and lockdown and restricted activities and the workforce and ability to earn an income, how that has had a different impact on women. So there are different ways that disasters impact women. There are different ways women respond to an emergency context, and also the different experience that they might take forward, and then that the role that they play in their household and in their community. So certainly words are important, and we use them very carefully in our context. And I guess the most important thing is words should be inclusive. So when we're talking about supporting a community in a disaster context, we want to make sure that we're using inclusive language and inclusive words and not excluding women from the conversation because of the words that we are using. And I can give you some examples, but I'm sure you get where I'm coming from.
Certainly. From the non-national narrative perspective, from community response, was the intent of my question there, Amanda. Is there a specific lesson learned? For example, is there elements of the Royal Commission findings for you that resonate specifically about the way in which communities describe their experiences? Are there things that the Royal Commission, the evolution, as I've written recently, evolution and revolution in some of the recommendations, some of them may be revolutionary if traction is found across our communities and across our government, state and federal. But are there any nuanced elements of those recommendations that speak to you as a community specialist in the field that could be revolutionary?
Well, first and foremost, listening to community tell their story of their experience directly in a Royal Commission context is really important. People can relay other people's stories, it's not the same. So having the community experience and the direct stories presented directly in evidence to the Royal Commission is really important. And then to take those lived experiences and to make some decisions and recommendations on the basis of the different stories that are heard from the community is really important. I think one of the risks, and this goes back to the Mobius strip and that continuous learning, is when we look at developing a national narrative or national recommendations or a national response, there is an element of saming and there is an element of finding a fix, a one solution to lots of problems. And I think the opportunity here with the Royal Commission recommendations and our response and how we pick those up is to understand that there is a national narrative, there is a national sameness which sets direction. But after that, we need to take that to an individual or a community level and interpret the sameness very differently for a different context. So I think the opportunity with the Royal Commission recommendations is to understand that nationally, we want to head in a common direction to achieve common purpose and that collective impact, which those recommendations would suggest. But how we implement those and how they play out needs to be done at a very local level. So the communities take those recommendations and they say, well, what does that mean for us? What do we value? What do we want to protect? What scary experience do we not want to have again? And I use the word scary because you would never find that in national policy or strategy or frameworks or Royal Commission recommendations, but people will tell you more often than not, they felt really scared and I never want to have that experience again. Those words resonate, but we don't see them in the national narrative. So we use fancy words that we can all agree on because we think they're safe words. But the reality is it's scary. The reality is that people experienced the worst day of their life, that those words are like the walk alongside people on the worst day of their life. So with people with those experiences, and here are the recommendations, what do you think and what does that mean for you and what can you do about those recommendations? And the reason why it's at that continuous learning loop is because then it's really important for organisations at a national level to see what's been going on at the local level and to readjust the language, the policy, the strategy, the learnings, the recommendations as a result of what's been learned at the local level. So then we might adjust our national narrative And then that feeds back to the local community level for them to say, well, let's take that forward and take the next step. So huge opportunity there for the Royal Commission recommendations to be understood, acknowledged, read by communities, and then for communities to feel like that you know, to take on that level of empowerment and decision making themselves. So for their context and for their experience, what does it mean and what can they do now moving forwards?
There may need to be a universal Babel fish available for translating technical national narratives, professional language into ways and means that align with local experience. Paul Arvin, from a back to a medical perspective again, if I said to you that you have a 1.4 relative risk of having this disease as a result of your exposure during this disaster or this particular pandemic, how would you describe, would you, if you were a layperson, how would you understand what I mean by 1.4 relative risk?
I have no idea what you meant, Paul, and I have to say the more expert the health practitioner, the less likely it would be that they would understand what you meant truly, because those kinds of numbers are so much about whole of population that they become meaningless when you go to a shopping centre or a local community or even a state in various ways, and so just not useful. The challenge is always understanding that there is some risk and that the results may be preventable, and identifying what the steps might be to address that risk. The challenge in health, however, is that, and again it relates to that kind of number, the challenge in health is that, in fact, there isn't one risk. So if you talk about COVID-19, we know, for example, that disabled people with disabilities are more at risk. We know that people with chronic disease are more at risk, those kinds of things. So you start getting layers and layers. So if you have a disability and a chronic disease, that means something else, and so on and so on. So,
Paul, what does at risk mean in lay terms?
Well, in a health context, at risk would mean the likelihood that or the rate at which you might acquire a medical illness or injury, and the severity of that outcome, I suppose.
How does vulnerability factor into the concept of being at risk?
In health, a great deal, because there are patterns of health and illness that will place individuals at more or less risk for certain diseases and indeed for some trauma. So absolutely, but they're very individual. You can do this stuff about, you know, the likelihood that you will have a cardiac event is whatever it is in the population, but it doesn't mean anything for you and me, because our individual risk is related to a whole lot of other factors to do with our lives and our other health conditions, our access to healthcare, you know, those various drivers that are social and demographic about whether you will stay healthy and whether you can maintain your health even, are all individual.
So at the level of a population, the risk numbers are indicative of trends and potentials across categories of individuals. Then the specific advice has to come down to individual decision making and case by case.
Absolutely. And they tell you, you know, this, I guess, I'm a bit negative about the numbers in health, but they serve some purpose. So if you wanted to fund healthcare and try in general to hit the target for most people, you look at big numbers of that kind. That's true. The things that do count, though, are some of the other numbers. So if you looked at the vaccination rates for various diseases in Australia, that level of vaccination determines herd immunity, which is really quite important. It's a national interest. It's a national security interest, actually, I think. So those sorts of numbers are very useful in setting priorities and driving what we do. So if we start to focus more on measles vaccination in this country, then that will be because we're starting to see measles re-emerge, those kinds of things.
So I take from that comment, Paul, that in terms of applying risk, vulnerability, threat, and the famous iconic word resilience, if we're looking at those issues as national phenomena, we have to be very agile to indicators of change within society in terms of medical and/or well-being. And Amanda, from a community viability perspective, how viable is the community? Do they have access to adequate economic engagement? Is the environment, the biological environment within which the community exists, is that viable as well? So there's a range of indicators that would suggest to different types of professionals that are working on behalf of communities, there are signs of when vulnerability may be becoming more critical and when interventions need to be manifested. So there would seem to be, in my view, a need to have this meta-narrative of phenomena that the government, federal government, state governments, local governments are all engaged with in a consistent, scalable sort of system of government intervention where they know when to intervene, they know when to sustain, they know when to have the minimum touch. In order to do that, they should have some sort of common understanding of different scales of what these terms mean and when to intervene. But how does legal scripting, how does black and white letter law, legislative constructions, Amanda, how can you build in flexibility to a professional application of language? It has to be very specific. Minor question, I'm sure you can answer this in 2 minutes.
Just do it. Like it just has to be done. You and I have spoken about this before, and I sort of made a joke and said that as lawyers, we spend all of our time and energy and effort constructing words that are watertight and stand up in court and can't be disputed. And once we've got to that point, we spend the rest of our career trying to deconstruct them and make them mean something different depending on what we're trying to achieve. And the reason I relay that is because we need things. Clarity is really important. Clarity, certainty, consistency, common understanding is really important for people to sort of launch. And I talked before, having a common starting point, that's really important. So people know, where are we all starting from? Where's the line and where are we moving towards? But the importance of having flexibility and agility in the way we actually respond to scenarios is really important. So once again, I'll go back to the diagram that's on the screen at the moment. We're talking about having a consistent national narrative, which then feeds into a local context, and it needs to be contextualized. So individuals, households, communities can actually use the really strong common national narrative and then contextualize it for their own needs and purposes. And so from a legal perspective, it does make it hard because we need watertight black and white terminology. So there is clarity, but to enable at the right point in time and with safety, decisions to be made to meet the circumstances and the individuals. Now, what we do as lawyers is we get nervous around words, sometimes around words that are like must and will, and there is a tendency in our legal drafting is to want to use words like might and should and may, because that recognises that what that says is this is a really good idea, but it might not always be a good idea. So you may want to do this, recognising that that's not always the way it will be. But there are some circumstances you must wear a seatbelt. The word must is there. So it is that sort of application of safety and risk in the written word, but then you want to be able to contextualise that as appropriate at a local level to make sure that that is meeting the needs of the individuals involved. Lawyers love that black and white, but just really revel in the grey. That grey space it's important to have the grey, whilst the black and white we need as well. I don't know if that's made it greyer or black and whiter.
I think it's just generated a whole lot of dialogue that will flow from our legal viewers. In terms of Philip Adams' approach, he talks about the listener, dear listener. I'm not too sure how many dear viewers we have, at least one possibly, but I'm sure that question will generate a lot of interesting work. And I must acknowledge the legal counsel assisting the Royal Commission did a lot of interesting work trying to pull out information, fact, black and white fact, grey fact, etc. And there's a very interesting report that was put out by the lead counsel and her colleagues. Paul, I can't not mention the term resilience, given that you run a resilience research institute. We've talked about risk, threat, vulnerability, and resilience is certainly on the topic of today's discussion. Could you tell us what resilience means?
Well, I can tell you what resilience means to me, which is possibly the best answer I can give you. But without going on and on for too long, resilience has a long history as a word, of course, and was very engineering based initially. So it was about springing back, bouncing back, the strength of materials, those kinds of things, and then morphed into a number of disciplines around population's capacity to bounce back, ecology, education, character and personal resilience, all those kinds of things. But in our space, our principal interest is in understanding how we might develop greater capacity and capability before a disruption or challenge to ensure that we survive better through that event. And that means, therefore, that we're not necessarily usually focused on a particular threat, though we might be. We might build better fire prevention because we know that we might have wildfires, but we might also think about those things we could build that have a general all hazards, I'll say, effect. So we might want better logistics and better communications and better networking across community members, and better education, all sorts of systems developed that regardless of what the disruption is next week, we'll still do a little bit better than we would have done otherwise. So broadly speaking, that's the goal of resilience in our context. It does, I'll just say, Paul, very much come about from the fact that we no longer only see the threat and the event as the problem, because we see so many times that we know how to manage the unfolding event, but we don't always know what the unexpected consequences will be and the cascading effects of emergencies now, because we are also interconnected and interdependent. And so resilience is also a way of trying to get us back into the basic community and societal work that we need to do, because we might break things we didn't expect to break next time there's an event.
Well, given the fact that we are working to time, I have 2 minutes before I have to thank you both for your valuable engagement and content. The last screen that you see there is a non-language specific in terms of risk, threat, etc. It talks about the fact that you may have an emergent disruption. There's always signs in retrospect that emergent disruption is about to manifest. Then there's preconditions, triggering effects. And one of the issues of foresight and futures thinking is that we have to anticipate the future by being cognizant of the contextual elements from which disruptions occur. And that takes into account some history. So we have to be aware of preconditions history. We have to understand the nature of the threat that leads to a disruption and the ongoing effects, both secondary and tertiary, and the way in which those effects feed back. So community engagement and development, community redevelopment post-disasters is a secondary, tertiary feedback phenomena that has to be certainly at the front and centre of decision makers, responders, and governments that assist communities in coming back. So colleagues, I'm going to stop there. I'd like to thank Amanda Lamont and Paul Arden for your comments. We could go on for much longer, as you know that we have in the past spoken for much longer on these topics. And to the viewers at home or wherever you are, thank you for your time today. Again, if you have questions, email to University of New South Wales. I'm sure myself and my colleagues will be able to respond as needed if we can. So from me, Paul Barnes, thank you for your time, and it's goodbye from us.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this session on Whose Disaster Is It?, where we'll be looking at a theme that's come up a number of times in this conference of localization, and how do you integrate disaster response and resilience building with the very people that are living in place, with their cultures and with their contexts, as well as still getting the best out of global interventions and global knowledge. So my name is Meg Keane. I'm the director of the Australia Pacific Security College, and I'll be moderating the panel. And I'll introduce our speakers in a moment. But first, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands that we are all meeting on around the world, and pay our respects to leaders past, present, and emerging, who are the guardians of many of the resources that are impacted by disasters. This acknowledgement is particularly important in the context of the Pacific Island countries, because in some of these countries, 90% of resources are still managed by the Indigenous people. So their involvement in responses is fundamentally important, and something we'll be addressing today. This year, as we all know, COVID-19 has hit hard globally, and particularly in the Pacific Islands, where in March they locked down their borders to protect their people and their health systems, given that their past experience with Spanish flu, measles, etc., have taught these people just how devastating a pandemic can be. So the borders were locked down, as elsewhere. But about 2-3 weeks later, this area of the world was hit hard by a Category 5 Cyclone Harold, which caused a lot of devastation in the region. In places like Vanuatu, more than 50% of the population was impacted by this cyclone. So then there was a very difficult decision to be made. Do you allow the international community and helpers in to help you recover from the cyclone? Or do you keep your borders shut and minimize the likelihood of COVID coming into the country? And the Pacific Island countries decided no, they would hold the borders shut and they would have a localized response. They would take care of this disaster using their own local institutions, their own assessments of the damage and distribution systems. Now, of course, they weren't entirely alone. They had remote support from the international community. And in addition, a Pacific Humanitarian Corridor was established that allowed goods to be flown into these countries. But nonetheless, it was up to the locals to have quarantine, process, and get it to where the needs were greatest. This whole process of localization and how do we make it work goes to the points made earlier today by Audrey Aumua, when she said we need to take the time to think about the local systems, how we listen to local communities, and how we transform helicopter aid into something that is more like a genuine partnership. What was interesting about this is groups such as the Humanitarian Alliance group, who analyzed it, have concluded that there's no going back now. There's been some empowerment, there's been agency that's been developed, local institutions strengthened, and now there'll be an expectation that this is a framework, this is an experience that could transform assistance in the future. However, that said, we know that there were still challenges, there were still problems, there were still lessons to be learned. So these go to the issues of trying to get aid and assistance to the communities that were most impacted, the problems of inclusion or exclusion from assistance, what we've heard a lot about, coordination, and trying to get actors to work together. Even more complicated when you almost have a forced localization, and so roles played by the international community all of a sudden aren't being played, and others have to step up. And when that happens, you've got to know who's doing what to be effective. And then, of course, just accountability and the politicization of aid. That doesn't just happen when internationals are in a country, it also happens in local processes. So we have to examine What's gone on here? What are the lessons? What does the Pacific, but also the globe, have to learn from this experience? So the Australia Pacific Security College joins with the University of New South Wales, and then also joined with the international NGO community and locally engaged people to say, what happened? What are the lessons? And that's what this panel is going to be a discussion about. So with us today, so that we can really hear those Pacific voices, is Rashika Deo. She's from Fiji, living in Fiji and Suva, and has extensive experience examining gender equity issues, social development, social inclusion, and has a deep understanding, living there all her life, of the Fiji community and how the networks and the systems operate. We also have Anouk Ride, who's been living for some time now, half her life, I think, in Solomon Islands, and has been doing work there on peace and security, resource development, and social development, and has an immense amount of experience working with World Bank, UNDP, World Fish. So a deep understanding of the country and the people and the place. Then, of course, there's that bridge that has to happen between the local to the international community. And we're lucky to have with us Robert Dodds, who's the Pacific Shelter Coordinator in Suva and has been working in the Pacific for a number of years. So he had the interesting job of the Red Cross, of course. He works with the International Federation of Red Cross and Come on, help me here, Robert.
Red Crescent Societies.
Red Crescent. I was almost going to call it the croissant. Anyway, the Red Crescent Society. But the Red Cross is actually very interesting because it has an international arm, it has a regional branch, but it also has locally engaged people, both in the main cities but out in the rural areas. So really quite well placed, but all of a sudden that international resources weren't coming in. So Robert has interesting experiences to share on that linkage role. So what we're going to do today is really have a discussion and invite you, we wish you could be here to be part of it, but just to share with our panel, have them share their experiences as they went around, particularly Rashika and Anouk, who interviewed government, non-governmental organizations, and community service organizations. And so I thought we would start, Rashika, with you reflecting on when you were talking to these multiple stakeholders in Suva and around Fiji, what were the messages that you received about the capacity of local people to respond to this dual crisis they were faced with in a localized approach? Rashika?
Yep, Bula Vinaka, everyone. Thank you, Meg. I think that one of the things we need to acknowledge and recognize is that over the years, and more so post-Cyclone Winston in 2016, and recently through the Australian Humanitarian Partnership, there has been considerable capacity support provided both to government and civil society organizations. In fact, Cyclone Winston appears to have been a turning point for government and civil society organizations in Fiji. A Fiji stakeholder who had interviewed said, quote, TC Winston invited a lot of humanitarian actors, some from overseas with experience from Syria, from Iraq, and they all applied the same context to Fiji. But in Fiji, it's completely different, unquote. So government has positioned themselves well to lead the assessment and response work with the support of civil society organizations, Red Cross, and some other locally based institutions. And civil society organizations are also working in close partnership with local government in doing assessments, response, recovery, including disaster preparedness work. Local humanitarian stakeholders they know the cultural and social context intimately. They had formed partnerships and closer working relationships with each other. Hence, they were confidently carrying out the assessments and planning response. International development agencies, including United Nations agencies that are based in Fiji, they worked through the government and the local society and the local civil society organizations to provide humanitarian support and resources. Also, the private sector It was an interesting development we saw recently was the private sector through the Fiji Business Disaster Resilience Council. They were actively supporting government in procuring supplies for emergency and immediate response. This improved the response time and was seen by many stakeholders as an efficient process. We see more and more local-led humanitarian initiatives post-COVID-19 and Cyclone Harold. However, what made Cyclone Harold difficult was that it happened during COVID-19 with lockdowns, curfews, uncertainties, anxiety, and economic distress. Plus, not long before Cyclone Harold hit Fiji, we were hit by Cyclone Sarai in December 2019. One of the challenges during this time was the lack of clarity on who can do what during the COVID-19 context. The institutional arrangements were confusing for many. There was no clear policy directive. And then there was coordination issues and challenges being experienced among government agencies and civil society organizations. Another challenge that was evident was the role of clusters in assessments and response planning. There's lack of resources, people not attending meetings, infrequent meetings, and little to no implementation of response and recovery as a cluster. So the legitimacy of the cluster needed to be strengthened, and currently efforts are underway to include the clusters in the new disaster management legislation being drafted. So local partners, including both government and civil society organizations, expressed the need for locally led humanitarian responses. They wanted to take the lead. They wanted to have ownership of the design and support and lead the humanitarian response. Government and civil society organizations they were both looking for opportunities to continue building their capacity and access resources so they can carry out the disaster management work instead of having international partners lead this work. They felt very strongly that the work should be done by them, especially from the government. The response was very strong. They appreciated both civil society organizations and government. They appreciated the international engagement and support, but wanted that to be in the form of capacity and technical skills building, funding, and having access to other resources and networks so that they can be more efficient in response and leading humanitarian responses in Fiji. Vinaka.
Vinaka, that was wonderful. Thank you, Rishika. And I think this goes to this network of human responses and human networks that we have to really engage with. I think also the key point there is about that these systems are continually adapting. They're not static, and that's a point that's been made earlier, that we have to keep thinking critically as these new crises occur and learn from the past. To make sure we're improving, we're expanding those networks, we're refining them, and we're getting those localized responses. And the fact that I think what you were raising there, Rishika, is you need locals to translate those global experiences into meaningful engagements locally, that just taking something from somewhere else doesn't necessarily work really effectively. And I think that leads us really nicely in Anup to Solomon Islands and Honiara, a smaller place, but really faces continual cyclones, floods, pressures, and this desire and the hard work they've done to take a little bit more control to shape those responses. So can you reflect on, when you were talking around your town, the impressions people have of this more localized response?
Yeah, thanks, Meg, and many thanks to the organizers of this session and this conference. Some really interesting discussions. So look, in relation to Solomon Islands, this was a particularly interesting experience for me because the last time Solomon faced a big disaster and I was involved in a review of the effectiveness of the response was about 10 years ago. So it was good to see some positive changes in terms of localization and responses. If you have any problems with my network, do let me know. I might try to turn off video. Just send me a signal, please, as I respond to this question. Okay,
so easier if you did turn off your video because it's cracking up a little bit there.
All right, I'll do that. Okay, so basically coordination of disaster response in Solomon Islands has improved markedly, and this is because the sector, with the leadership of the National Disaster Management Office, got together and came up with a National Disaster Management Plan, a series of coordination meetings, and also a joint assessment tool. So NGOs, CSOs, and government are all using the same assessment tool in Solomon Islands. So that meant that the coordination of disaster response, all the stakeholders from CSOs to government, were generally happy with the way things were going at the moment, including the recent disaster with the cyclone earlier this year. However, one of the issues in Honiara City particularly is food security and supply to the city, because the city is very reliant on food gardens in East Guadalcanal. So when these are damaged through disaster, typically flooding, it can create shortages of food in the city. But maybe one of the upsides of COVID-19 was that prior to the cyclone, many people had been wanting to get alternative sources of food. So there have been a growth in peri-urban markets, growth in people growing food for themselves. So compared to the last disaster in the city, which was in 2014, a large flood, more people had food security this year and some food supplies. However, again, with the COVID shutdowns and the reduced cash flow due to job losses and income losses due to the COVID situation, we've found that there is food rationing and hardship throughout the Solomon Islands in the wake of TC Harold. And we know that in the city, it's a large part of our city is informal settlements, and these informal settlements normally happen on areas that are prone to sea waves, prone to flooding, and prone to landslides. So some of these broader issues, despite the increase in coordination of disaster responses themselves, some of these broader issues around, vulnerability in the city, in terms of informal settlements and in terms of food supply, still continue to be a problem. Another big thing that we've found in this year, particularly this strange 2020 that we're all having, is the politicization of responses to disasters, and the COVID situation remains the problem. So there's been a lot of controversy around an economic stimulus package that the government put together that's been criticized on social media as being prone to favoritism and these kind of things. But on the other hand, we've also seen the value of self-reliance. So women's savings clubs, for example, is a source of resilience in Solomon Islands communities. And the women's savings clubs have actually started their own stimulus packages of paying out loans to people affected by the COVID-19 situation, responding to the shutdowns in informal markets by having savings club activities that can allow women to make money and save money. So overall, I would say that while the coordination is improved and there is a great localization of response in disaster response, there are still issues with vulnerability and risk, and addressing some of these broader structural factors, unregulated growth of the urban and peri-urban areas, the reliance of everyone on the informal economy rather than formal economy, inequality issues, particularly inclusion of women and people with disabilities and youth, and also centralization and sometimes misuse of funds in disaster response. These remain the broader issues that Solomon Islands still has to grapple with. Thank you.
Thanks, Anouk. And I think what you're also raising is one of the themes that have come up in this conference of cascading impacts. So we try and shut down food markets in Honiara in order to contain COVID, and then we find we have a food supply problem. And I know in Honiara, then they asked people to leave the city and go back to the rural areas, and then there was immense pressure on rural food systems. So it is this taking a systemic look at how localized responses happen, which is an issue that Anshu in an earlier discussion came up, and really understanding local responsiveness and how you manage that and the way these impacts cascade in the system. I think also what's really key in what you've said is the importance of local institutions. And sometimes we get so focused on our formal institutions, we forget about the resilience in these local communities. And I think your point about the women's savings clubs, the local food production is a great example of that, of systems that are outside the formal ones that need to be protected and supported because they are really important to recovery. And I know in your area, in Honiara, they found that those communities with women's savings groups could recover much faster because they didn't have to wait for help from the outside. So these are issues going on in the local areas from the community, and it's what Robert, your organization had to engage with and to really make the most of the local systems, but also ensuring that the remote assistance and some of the knowledge and the resources that organizations like the Red Cross could actually bring that to bear on the situation. So Robert, I'd like you to just chime in now to talk about how the Red Cross, how the NGO community was seeing this very changed situation where they had much less power and resources to engage. Robert?
Thanks so much for the question, Meg, and thanks also to my fellow panelists today and also for the audience for joining in. At this point, I might just switch off the video just out of respect for those with a lower bandwidth in the Pacific. I understand how challenging that can be. Thanks for the question, Meg. I mean, I completely agree that there is a need for greater local participation in every disaster response. The core humanitarian standards, which all humanitarian actors sign up to, place communities and people affected by crisis at the center of humanitarian action. And this is what guides our work every single day. It's really important that we continue to acknowledge that it's the affected population that lead their own recovery process, and everyone else is external to this process, including the international humanitarian community, who are in fact the ones participating, I would argue. So I'd like to make just 2 points here in response to what's been said and the question. The first is, today, locally led response in the Pacific is the norm. It's no longer the exception. And I'll give a few examples to illustrate this point. TC Harold, or Tropical Cyclone Harold, has been one in a long line of hazards to impact these countries over recent years. There have been countless smaller to medium-sized hazards which pose a serious threat to life and dignity that haven't caught the international media's attention. These have all been managed by Pacific Island governments, local first responders, and the communities themselves, who take a strong lead role in disaster preparedness and response. Living in some of the most remote islands in the world, there's simply no other choice. There's a message in Teams. I'm wondering if that's for me. No, I'll keep going. Another example would be when Tropical Cyclone Harold hit Vanuatu, and we were already in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. How many of us were aware or are aware that a third disaster was unfolding on the island of Tanna at the same time, where a volcano was threatening lives, homes, and livelihoods? This didn't tweak many ears. Of course, the response was locally managed. I would therefore argue that the TC Harold and COVID responses have simply offered the international audience a glimpse of this local leadership, which is the status quo here. As Roshka and Anouk have touched on, this is being empowered by the revision of outdated disaster management legislation, which is embedding the cluster system at national and subnational levels. This started as a global mechanism and is being adapted and grounded by many Pacific countries as a standing coordination mechanism, which the international community then supports. We're seeing this phenomenon in Vanuatu, Fiji, and several other Pacific Island countries. International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, you're pretty close there, Meg, wears a hat as convener of the Pacific Shelter Cluster, and we maintain a regional presence in the Pacific, providing coordination, information management, and technical support to national shelter cluster coordination teams, which are typically governments and humanitarian shelter agencies, during preparedness and response times. This is at the request of our national counterparts who lead the response, and it aims to reinforce this local leadership. That's the first point I wanted to make. For the second point, Meg, we have heard it described as, one of the best responses to date. And in some measure, I would agree, and I'm referring to the TC Harold response. But we also need to acknowledge there were still significant humanitarian and medium-term gaps, particularly in urban areas where preposition relief supplies and standard approaches to coordination just didn't get the job done. As a result, needs of urban communities have gone largely unmet. Unfortunately, this is something we see all too often in urban areas in the Pacific, and again, the other panelists have touched on this. During TC Harold in 2020, it was Luganville on the island of Espiritu Santo, and during Tropical Cyclone Pam in 2015, it was the urban and peri-urban areas around Port Vila on the island of Efate. Anouk's given some examples in the Solomon Islands. During the current COVID-19 pandemic, it's these highly populated urban areas which are the most vulnerable to the disease, and also to a double impact scenario, as we witnessed during TC Harold, where a cyclone strikes and households have less financial means to rebuild due to economic downturn. To me, this sends a clear signal that we need to try something new and something different. The research that we're discussing today provides a deeper understanding of some of the existing local networks and some of the holistic participatory approaches that are going on in these countries, such as the Red Cross vulnerability and capacity assessment. And these elements are highly likely to hold some answers on how we can respond more effectively in urban areas. Just to wrap up, this leads us to the concept of area-based approaches, which triggered this research in the first place, and which I imagine we'll hear more about during today's discussion. These approaches can be quite appropriate to address these complex, interrelated and multi-sectoral needs of urban areas. I'll leave it there for now. Over to you, Meg.
Thanks very much, Robert. That's really useful. And I realize we're having some bandwidth issues. We often do when we work in the Pacific. It raises this whole issue, I have to say, of IT and who has access, who doesn't, and how you get it functioning. And I think this panel will be talking a little bit more about it. Also being raised by Robert there is the cluster system, which I think by all analysis is something that has added positively to disaster response. But we still struggle with these sectoral approaches. And I know in the Pacific, they're working really hard to think about how you get intercluster communications, interactions to get a more systemic approach to disaster response. I also like, Robbie, that you raised this issue of the challenges in urban areas, which can be quite different to those in rural areas. And so sometimes that whole one size fits all, one response system just is not going to function, particularly when you have subsistence economies with very chiefly authorities and governance in the rural areas, and then you move to the urban areas and it's a very different governance system. And really, and I know Rashika will come back to you, but it's been a real issue for Fiji, and I know from my own work in Solomon Islands. What all this talks about is when we're trying to adapt systems to local place. I wanted to come back to Anouk, because in your report, Anouk, you had a wonderful quote by a very senior person in government saying, whose localization matters anyway? And this goes to this import of ideas about localization in contrast to how people on the ground see localization and what systems turn out to be effective in place. So I thought, Anouk, you could reflect on, in the Solomon Islands, the advances they've made in trying to gain a better fit of how you do assessments and responses and social protection in context, in place. So Anouk, could you reflect on that whole issue of whose localization and how one can start to manage that localization process for the benefit of those who are in country?
Yeah, thanks, Meg. I think this is a key point. Like, it kind of recalls for me a joke that Indigenous Australian told me that he said, oh, we've had so many pilot projects in our community, we could have our own airport. And in a way, Solomon Islands can be a bit similar. You know, people assume it's a blank slate rather than a place that has functioning systems and responses already in place. So it's great that this project and other projects now are pointing out that we should work with local strengths that are here rather than international people, particularly trying to impose new ideas from overseas. And I think what has been key in Solomon Islands' case is strong leadership from particularly the National Disaster Management Office to develop a local process, and then also to protect that local process from other ideas that may actually harm it. So with the process here, there's been a lot of learning from previous disasters where many agencies just came in and did what they wanted without coordinating, without checking that what they were going to do was really needed. So learning from those negative experiences now has led to collaboration and joint formulation of tools and a strategy to respond to disasters. And I think it's slightly easier to do this maybe in a smaller context like Solomon Islands to facilitate this coordination and collaboration. But nevertheless, it's a remarkable achievement. And this remarkable achievement is due to leadership and it's due to commitment of key local agencies. One thing I found from the interviews is that most people who work in disaster response actually have been working for 5 to 10 years or even longer in disaster response. So you have certain key, very committed individuals and organizations that drive this process of trying to make disaster responses local and also effective and coordinated across the different sectors, across the different issue areas. Thanks.
I'd like to pick up on one point you've made there, and we've talked a lot about localization, but of course, all these countries do need the support of international community. So I thought we'd just pause and have you, Anouk, but also Rashika and Robbie might want to jump in too. So there's a lot that's about local leadership and about getting local institutions working well. But nonetheless, this is about genuine partnerships and bringing what's useful from the outside in. What is it that has really benefited, and I might start with you, Anouk, the Solomon Islands, that has been about an external partnership, that's been about learning from global experience, or even tapping into global toolboxes, assessment processes that have actually advanced local activity. So that bridge between the global and the local, what is it from the global that's been useful in Solomon Islands, Anouk?
So one of the other things I failed to mention, which has contributed to this more collaborative approach, is the Australian Humanitarian Partnership, which is a sort of umbrella for all the NGOs engaged in Solomon to meet and coordinate their activities together. And many of those meetings, they also invite civil society organizations as well. So this process too has helped to coordinate efforts a bit better and also to share experiences, to have that feedback coming up from local organizations to the international NGO organizations and to NDMO, and for information also to flow, up and down. So that's been a really good thing that's kind of contributed to some of this as well. And then also the training activities are underway for to try and still run up to the same level, for example, with assessments, and not necessarily held within one agency, but spread across different agencies, and different agencies are, have similar levels of technical experience, particularly in doing that research and assessment process. So I think it's been a combination that's led to the changes that we've seen. But unfortunately, I don't always see this kind of collaboration and across sectors that deal with those broader issues, housing insecurity, food insecurity, and health issues.
Right, thanks. One of the things that's been a push from outside, but obviously inside as well, Rashika, is this whole idea of getting better inclusion in responses, whether it's including disabled people, the elderly, the youth, etc. And I know this has been an area that you've been particularly interested in, is this issue of different mechanisms that you identified when you were doing your work in Suva that increase participation and inclusion in responses to vulnerable groups, that pull both on local ability, local concepts, and ideas from overseas. So I'm wondering if you could reflect on this concept in disasters of local inclusion and how we do better to reach those most vulnerable.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that one sees over the years is the visibility of more women, children, people with disability, members of the lesbian, bisexual, trans, queer, and the intersex community visible in the disaster management process. So you're more likely to see them in consultations, in disaster preparedness work, and also in response work. So I think, before I identify some of the different mechanisms, I also want to say one of the things that have been adopted or adapted globally is some of the international human rights norms and standards around disaster management, together with some of the things Anouk highlighted, how it's been adapted in trainings, how it's adapted in legislations and so forth, and the commitments that different governments or the governments of, governments in Pacific Island countries make on a global scale, and the local people holding government accountable to some of these commitments that they undertake. So during this research, a few mechanisms stood out, and it was good to see how it was evolving, and strategies were being and discussions were being had to how to improve it further. So one was the use of assessments, especially the detailed damage assessment process. So when government does the detailed damage assessment process, they ensure that it is multi-sectoral. They invite different government agencies who go together as a team. And in the Herald response, it was seen that they were also inviting key disability and LGBTIQ, so the lesbian, the gay, bisexual, and trans community, to be part of this detailed damage assessment. For instance, Rainbow Pride Foundation, a LGBTIQ group, they used to do their own site visits, and it was separate, and it wasn't really immediately after the disaster. And it was after considerable time had passed. However, during Herald, they were invited by the NDMO through the Australian Humanitarian Partnership platform to get engaged in the different site visits that they were making for detailed damage assessment. And this process then also led to the recognition that assessment forms and other data collection tools need to be standardized, and questions need to be included that capture information on sexual orientation, gender equality and expression, and sex characteristics, including on disability, and that it's integrated in the form. So currently the form is going through a process of review and approval. So it would be interesting to see what is the outcome after this review and approval, and if there is, if the form captures information on some of these areas. Another mechanism that also was shared was the pre-distribution assessment, which was carried out by civil society organizations who usually led the pre-distribution assessments, but they invited government agencies to partner with them in this assessment process. So they essentially go into different areas where they'd already done the initial damage assessments and the detailed damage assessments, and some response work has been done, and now they were in the stages of recovery. So they would assess the work done, identify what is still pending, and also update the data in case other organizations or agencies have come and done the work. Then the pre-distribution the pre-distribution phase also allowed the civil society organizations to identify vulnerable groups and engage with them, especially if any had been missed out in the initial processes. And what they shared was that usually they find that single-headed households or single-parent-headed households and the elderly, including sometimes people with disability or LGBTIQ people, being missed out. So through this process, they ensure that the distribution is targeted and reaches the most vulnerable. The other thing was also how Fiji was using the existing social welfare protection mechanisms for a cash transfer program. This was first used in response to Cyclone Winston. And the initial top-up relief payment was given to all beneficiaries of the main social protection schemes in Fiji, and this was through the food voucher initiative, whether they lived in affected areas or not. So they all were given a initial top-up relief payment. And the group that makes up the social protection mechanism are usually primarily elderly people, people with disability, single-parent households, mothers in rural areas, single parents in rural areas, or guardians who are looking after children but who do not have sufficient income. So there were communities. So in Cyclone Winston, after the government provided the initial top-up relief payment and mobilized this initiative, there was monitoring being done by a civil society organization of this process. And they discovered doing this that there were communities who were also adversely affected by Cyclone Winston, but were not provided any assistance because they were not part of the food voucher scheme. So then this civil society organization decided to replicate the same amount and provided money to, I think, nearly 1,800 households. And they followed the same amount that was given by the government, however, not through the government social welfare protection mechanism, but just on their own. And it also accompanied awareness and education, and monitoring and evaluation was done afterwards. So these are some of the things that came out during the scoping research earlier this year, in terms of how a lot of the groups, a lot of the vulnerable and marginalized groups are being now included. And there is a lot of discourse now happening within the humanitarian sector, and you see a lot of these groups who are visible in this discourse. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashika. That's actually really inspiring to hear that progress on social inclusion, that's as these partnerships evolve and we get better networked responses. I can't help reflecting, Robbie, on the Red Cross and how it makes decisions, and what are the processes by which you take lessons learned from elsewhere and in a sense scale into, as opposed to scale up, scale into or bring into the Pacific Islands while you're adapting these ideas and applying them. So I'd like some insights, Robbie, on how the Red Cross does that, take those lessons from abroad and think about how they might be applied within a different cultural context and place.
Yeah, okay. Not an easy question, I guess. Yeah. But I would say that it's the other way around. I mean, the action is led at the local level. So there's a network of national societies around the world, and they are supported by the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, which acts as the secretariat for these national societies. And the National Society is leading the process. There's a funding mechanism called the Disaster Relief Emergency Fund, which gives each national society rapid access to funding in order to mobilize their staff and their stocks. So even before a disaster hits, they can mobilize, they've got funding to do so, and formulate their plan. And that plan can be adjusted as the response goes on, as the assessment data comes in. Now, this is all locally led, and some national societies are reaching out to the secretariat, so IFRC, for more support, and some far less. The national societies are quite expert at managing disaster response in most countries around the world, and they go through the process of implementation and monitoring, and then after everything is wrapped up, there's always a lessons learned and best practices kind of consolidation session, and these are captured. These lessons are captured, and the documents are actually made public so you can see which disaster responses are going on around the world on the internet. You can go to the IFRC appeals page and read some of these things about some of the experiences that these national societies are facing, and what have been the major lessons learned, and also how the response has been enhanced through, I guess, incorporation of learnings from past responses. So I hope that gives a bit of insight, but I would say that it's definitely a ground-up approach with the Red Cross Red Crescent movement.
Fantastic. It makes me think when I'm listening to you, we're sort of talking a lot about disasters because in our mind is COVID, a herald, etc. But the theme of the conference, and certainly one that's come up continually, is this balance between short-term responses, just getting over the crisis, and a longer-term developmental approach, so that, as we've talked about, you're not lurching from one crisis to the next crisis. You're actually thinking about long-term development, the kind of issues that Anouk and Rashika have raised about thinking about inequalities, thinking about informal settlements and the vulnerabilities they raise, and dealing with those longer-term, slower onset vulnerabilities that feed into small crises. So I'd like each of you just to reflect on how do we move to resilience from disaster response? How do we go from this short-term to a longer-term developmental approaches when we're looking at these issues? And I'm going to put Anouk on the spot first because she's had a bit of a rest there on that transference from short-term response where it's a flood, then it's a cyclone, then it's some other crisis, to one that is more developmental. Do you have any thoughts on that? One or two points that you think are fundamentally important, Anouk, in making that move to resilience?
Thanks, Meg. Well, at the moment I'm working with World Fish, and one of the big focuses here are the resilience of food systems. And I think that's actually key to disaster response and also the COVID response. So some of the research we've done has indicated that local fisheries, have provided a really important source of food this year in the absence of sometimes, reduced supplies from stores and also reduced cash flow to buy rice or to buy tin tuna, for example. So the resilience of food systems maybe is our first priority, just ensuring that people actually have enough food to eat. And addressing those areas where are really struggling. For example, one story that jumps to mind is the story of a single mother who was working at a factory, and the factory has decided to put everyone on half time. And that same single mother has had to sell her body for food, to feed her children. So these kinds of stories of hardship are all around us, and they relate back to the local economy and to local food systems in particular. But I think secondly too, COVID has really underlined the fact that, the capacity of the local disaster system to respond locally to things that come up is really, really important, This year, where we haven't been able to get the same amount of technical help from overseas through people being physically on the ground, we haven't been able to, get certain supplies and equipment from overseas. So we really need to build up local disaster management systems, whether that be informal systems like the Women's Savings Club. Another really good example that came up in the research was Women's Water Watch. So groups of disadvantaged women actually spreading out information through their own social networks that a disaster was coming, or that there were risks coming up, so that women could prepare in time. Because we know that women are less likely to access formal media than men, and particularly in rural areas, they might not have an internet connection or a phone connection, so they need this networking approach to getting out the information they need to keep safe. So I think this is what we need to be moving towards, is looking at resilience of food and economic systems that can sustain people over whatever crisis, and then within the crisis itself, looking at how local institutions can best respond to these diverse needs and issues that come up.
Right. Final word, Rishika, on your thoughts of moving from just disaster response, short-term thinking to resilience. I think we've got about a minute, so just some really crisp insights would be wonderful from you, Rishika, to end on.
Yeah, I think Anouk has actually summarized it really well in terms of food security and economic resilience. I think in the Pacific, there's so many similarities that we share, and because of the similarities that we share in terms of our economy and the geographical location, some of the strategies that we'd undertake would also be quite similar. So I am just going to reiterate what Anouk has said. And we need to focus on security, food security, and we need to focus on economic resilience to be able to, move forward to longer-term strategies and approaches, and also address, the development challenges that we face in the Pacific, including the impact of climate change.
Thanks to the panel for your critical reflections, and I think that push at the end there for a real systems approach where we are looking across systems, across sectors, but also when we're working together, we're looking for complementarity of people playing to their strengths from all around the world and respecting each other's culture and identity. So thank you to the panel. Appreciate your inputs, and I think it's been a really interesting and insightful discussion. So thank you, and thank you to all that have taken the time to listen. We appreciate you being here with us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you.
Mbula Vinaka, and warm greetings from Suva, Fiji. My name is Nathaniel Ispe, Project Manager with the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center based here in Suva. I will be your sort of moderator for this 50-minute session of the second Urban Resilience Asia Pacific Conference. This conversation will be exploring the boundaries of urban displacement in the Pacific. It is supported by the IDMC under the Pacific Response for Disaster Displacement, a project that is funded by the EU and implemented in partnership with the International Organization for Migration and the Platform for Disaster Displacement. Ladies and gentlemen, climate-induced displacement, emerging patterns of human mobility, and rapid urbanization are increasingly interlinked across the Pacific region, which is transforming relations to land and settlement and redefining the notions of island identity. Emerging research in the region is highlighting regional processes of urbanization that are providing a better understanding of the links between mobility, habitation patterns, and perceptions of a changing climate. This conversation will inform the tool that IDMC is trying to develop to support government and relevant stakeholders in the Pacific to better understand, prevent, and respond to urban disaster displacement risks and impacts. We will hear today from researchers, practitioners, community workers, and government on the challenges and opportunities these issues present for the region. We have 4 speakers today and 2 respondents from, a respondent from Fiji. Unfortunately, apologies came in from Vanuatu, and our condolences to Anna and her family for going through the loss. So she was supposed to be our second respondent, but who will be sharing their reflection, the presentation by the speakers. So before going into the gist of the discussion today, I will now hand it over to Mr. Solomon Kanta, the Chief of Mission IOM Office in Fiji, as one of our implementing partners for the PRD project, for some opening remarks. The floor is yours, Solomon.
Thank you so much, Naka, and hello everyone. My name is Solomon Kanta, and I am the Chief of Mission for IOM in Fiji. I'm going to be very briefly giving an overview of displacement in the Pacific region. Now, the Pacific is one of the most disaster-prone regions in the world in terms of recurrence, severity, and scope of natural disasters, with high exposure to cyclones, earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, tidal surges, landslides, droughts, forest fires, volcanic eruptions, in addition to pandemics. In the last 5 to 10 years, almost every country in the region have experienced one or more of these disasters, resulting in displacement of affected populations. The Pacific is increasingly prone to disaster displacement because it is highly vulnerable to climatological, hydrological, and meteorological hazards, as well as geophysical events. These vulnerabilities are exacerbated through the adverse effects of climate change, which causes extreme weather events to occur with frequency and intensity, and which also multiplies pre-existing stresses that induce rural-urban migration. You will note that Vanuatu, Tonga, Solomon Islands are ranked very high by the World Risk Index 2020 in terms of their vulnerability and capacity to deal with disasters. Next slide. Now, the primary issues to be addressed. In terms of emergency settings, communities are often displaced to a variety of unique communal settings in Pacific, such as host families, relatives. This may be relatives of people from the same village or community, self-settled informal settlements, evacuation centers. Consequently, there are several issues which are required to be addressed. And these include data and real-time analysis of the location and needs of displaced populations, ensuring protection and services at evacuation centers, strengthening the capacity and role of government, rebuilding stronger shelter structures, written support of displaced populations, land and property support for those who cannot return, developing sustainable options for settlement, strengthening local systems, response capacity and resilience capacity of affected populations. Next slide. So with these issues in mind, IUM consolidates its programming on internal displacement under the following operational objectives. Firstly is bolstering preparedness and resilience building and address root causes by collaborating with government authorities on preparedness and prevention, including disaster risk reduction plans, evacuation center management, disaster and displacement management, and providing support for governments and communities to establish community-level resilience. Secondly is providing protection assistance through timely and effective humanitarian responses, including displacement management and emergency shelter assistance, and displacement tracking. IOM humanitarian activities for IDPs additionally support other sectors such as water, sanitation and hygiene, food security, logistics, and protection for displaced persons. And finally, supporting and pursuing durable solutions and sustainable recovery by working with communities to collectively identify priorities for addressing and resolving internal displacement. With this in mind, IOM builds resilience, self-reliance, and coping capacities and supports affected individuals, communities, and government authorities to confront future shocks, prevent further displacement, effectively make the transition to recovery, stability, and development. Thank you, and this brings me to the conclusion of this presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Solomon. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce Dr. Alexi Trando, who is a research fellow in sustainable urban development at the University of Melbourne's Connected Cities Lab and the Future Cities Coordinator at the Melbourne Sustainable Society Institute, and has worked in the Pacific for a number of years with the UN Habitat. He will give us a context overview using recent analysis of movement to or from Honiara and Port Vila, as well as a more regional picture of urbanization trends and projections, insights into the contemporary methods and technology. Alexia, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Naka, and thank you to my colleagues and Solomon for providing that overview of displacement and how it's conceptualized in the region. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm zooming in from the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations, unceded lands in Australia, and acknowledge the traditional owners, past, present, and emerging, both here, elsewhere in Australia, and all First Nations people across the world. I'm just, as Naka mentioned, I'm just going to give a little bit of almost a statistical context, I suppose, to urbanization. I was very much enjoying the previous panel, which went into some of the issues around resilience and urban movement, and I think this it can be usefully set within the wider narrative about urbanization and identity and place, senses of place, because I think when we talk about displacement, there's sort of an implied assumption of knowledge of where place sits in that discussion. So if I could go to the next slide, please. So this is the global perspective, and I think it's really important to acknowledge this from an outsider's perspective looking in, and I am very much an outsider looking into Pacific Island countries, but as someone who's relatively familiar with this space, the Pacific's often ignored in a number of senses globally, and there's a reason why there is such a strong focus on small island developing states in global agendas like climate change. But from an urbanization perspective, this is often how it's seen in the slide that's up on your screens at present. And what this really shows is that relative in terms of total numbers, the amount of population, the amount of perceived land mass in the Pacific is often sort of skimmed over, I suppose. I don't know if you could just click through. Just thank you. So this is just a division of the different regions. I don't know if you can quite see that on the YouTube stream there. It seems to be a little bit zoomed in, but Oceania itself is a relatively small amount of population. It's often not understood as an urbanized population. And I think it's really important to start from that discussion point because we often don't see that sort of global perspective looking in. If you could just click forward, please. So rather than those sort of dots on a map, I prefer to understand the Pacific as it's presented on the left-hand side of this slide here, which is really understanding it as a collection of very diverse cultures, peoples, and islands across what is a huge amount of ocean. And in terms of the way that we understand the world, so often it's perceived just as land as opposed to oceans as well. I mean, the Pacific Ocean covers a third of the world's land total area, and it really should be understood as such. And so I think let's just try and turn that discussion on its head and not understand the Pacific as small, but understand it as actually very large and containing a very large amount of diversity. So the quote at the bottom of this slide, which might have just slipped off your screen on the stream, is from Apele Hau'ofa, the late Apele Hau'ofa's famous essay, Our Sea of Islands. And the quote is actually just a small extract from that, which is about increasingly the older movers and shakers of islands are being replaced by younger ones. And when they meet each other in Suva, Honiara, Apia, Vila, or any other capital city of the South Pacific, they meet as friends. And this, I think, really reflects a very contemporary change in the narrative in Pacific Islands, and a really marked intergenerational shift in the narrative as well, in the way that cities are understood as a place, as not just a point of colonial exclusion, which is how many of them were legislatively controlled prior to independence, and not just a place of disconnection from country, from traditional lands, from traditional knowledge and resources, but actually as a new space that is being increasingly owned and identified with. That said, it's still in a process of transition, and the graph on the right-hand slide is actually showing all of the different countries and the levels of urbanization that they're experiencing. And what you see is three sort of marked differences. And if you could just click, please, on that slide. So what you can see there are that between Melanesia, Polynesia, and Micronesia, there are very different averages. And then within each of those countries are very different levels of urbanization. And so what I just wanted to point out is that we often talk about urbanization as a very linear process or maybe an assumed process, but there's actually a very wide diversity of experiences of this within the Pacific. Next slide, please. Sorry, if you could click through, thank you. Now, I'm really talking through my own experience in working on cities in two of those countries, in Port Vila and Vanuatu and Honiara and Solomon Islands. And what I think is important to emphasize is that then there's also a diversity of geographies in the Pacific. There's obviously the small coral atoll states, and there's larger states such as Papua New Guinea, and that has a big influence on total urbanization figures. Port Moresby has an estimated 2020 population of about, well, when you add in Bougainville, the Papua New Guinea has an urbanized population of 1.17 million people. The Pacific Small Island Developing States grouping actually has a total urban population of 3.3 million. So wherever Moresby goes, so goes that average statistic. What I really wanted to emphasize, though, is that what's more important is understanding the localized nuances in that, and in particularly in the archipelagic countries that are more commonplace in Melanesia, there is movement to and from very distinct cultural groupings within those small island states. So the two countries that, for those of you who aren't familiar with Solomon Islands and Vanuatu that are up on your screen right now, have more than 200 living languages that are used, and related cultural differences, variances, and traditional ways of living and being that come into play and interface within city environments. And so when we talk about urban displacement in the Pacific, that cultural intensity of cities that is so widely understood globally is actually even more compressed, I suppose, is the best way to explain that. One thing that I just wanted to point out here is that, and the quote from Connell and Lee at the bottom of the screen here is urban life is a personal phenomena in Melanesia, and although a third or even fourth generation urban residents are present, impermanence is still inherent in some aspects of urban life. So there's a narrative around circular migration. In the context of displacement, this is really critical, because understanding place and movement as being a linear trajectory is often how it's sort of conceived and managed from a displacement perspective. It's not as simple as that. It's not as linear as that, as you can see from those arrows. And if you could just please click to the next version of this slide. What you can see is that even over the 5 years prior to the previous census in both of these countries, the movement to and from those capital cities, from those outer islands, is a constant flow, but there's definitely a direction to it, a linear aspect. It's just important not to simplify to that. If you could go to the next slide, please. I'll try and hone in on this in a particular amount of detail in the case of Honiara, which is a city that has had a huge amount of an experience of displacement in the context of the ethnic tensions. Now, this is the trajectory of urbanization as it's conceived in national documents, and the way that the urbanization planning is framed from a national government perspective. And if you could just click through twice more for this slide, please. And so this was the projection in the 2009 census report, which was that urban growth will not be limited to Honiara, but will include other provinces. In some ways, it's interesting. We often see these statistical representations as just being quantitative and not having an ideology behind them. But what you really see here, if you could click again twice, please, is that the key disruption, which is coming up on your screen, hopefully, depending on where it's showing on the stream there, is that the ethnic tensions that occurred between the last two census periods disrupted the attempt to project where urban population projections were going. I don't believe you can see it on your slide there, but what I just wanted to emphasize is that in Honiara, there was a population of around 50,000 at the time of the ethnic tensions, and this led to a prolonged, almost decade-long intervention by a regional assortment of a regional alliance in the form of a peacekeeping mission, which was Ramsey. And if you could click once more, I just wanted to really highlight the 2019 data that comes out behind this, was that in actual fact, Honiara maintained an annual growth rate of 5.8% over the last 10 years, which has seen the total population grow to well above those projected rates that had previously been put forward. And so what I'm really trying to emphasize here is that understanding displacement and urbanization, a little bit of an echo going on. Understanding displacement in the context of the Pacific and urbanization as two ongoing trends that will start to intersect as we go forward. Next slide, please. So we heard a little bit from the session with Anouk and Rashika about COVID and resilience and what is drawn upon in the context of the Pacific. And I just wanted to highlight some of what Anouk was mentioning in the case of Honiara, that interface with food and peri-urban markets. One of the things that we do know is that informality in the Pacific is a number that has been presented globally as 24% for more than 20 years. And it's just sat there as a static statistic. What I do want to really emphasize is that so much of the way that displacement occurs in terms of movement into cities through informal settlements, but also how responses to disaster shocks and the embodiment of resilience is actually enacted, is actually drawing on those informal networks. So we heard a little bit about women's savings trusts, and the peri-urban, which are totally informal markets that exist around Honiara. These are some really clear examples of how this is actually enacted and how displacement pathways going forward are actually going to be really sort of put forward, is that they're not going to occur through the planned regimented systems that are often sort of put forward. They often occur through family networks, through one-talk networks, through movement into places that are arranged through church groups, through other aspects that exist outside of those conventional forms of governance. Next slide, please. And so within all of that setting is, of course, the longer term stresses and impacts of things like climate change. And we'll often hear in the context of COVID that there's these sort of continual waves of impacts. And we heard a little bit about Tropical Cyclone Harold and how it impacted on Vanuatu and the tension between trying to engage with the international community and then instead drawing upon those traditional methods that are embodied within so much of traditional society. But I do really want to emphasize that in the case of climate change, there will be some necessary step changes that we need to put forward. And this is a quote from a community leader in Ontong Java settlement, which is one of the most vulnerable settlements within Honiara, reflecting on that there is a need for an interface with government and putting forward some of the challenges in terms of moving into cities where that's not something that is necessarily currently supported. And I just want to hark back to that very first slide before I wrap up, just to note that one of the biggest things that we don't often understand is that urbanization is not a priority outside of the bubble that this community is listening into today. So I think we really need to understand where we can put pressure onto both national governments within the Pacific and donor agencies to really advocate for a focus on cities as one of the key pathways for climate change adaptation, but also a critical aspect of coping with disaster shocks and responses in the Pacific. So I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lexi. And I hope the Secretariat are keeping the questions and comments coming in, so the speakers can respond accordingly if there's any clarification moving forward. But now I will ask us to turn our attention to our UN Habitat colleagues, Sarah Vargas and Begonia Peiro. Sarah is currently working as an informal settlement and urban resilience advisor for UN Habitat's office in Fiji, in partnership with the Ministry of Housing and Community Development. Begonia currently works as an urban climate resilience advisor for UN Habitat's office and has previously worked in the Pacific for UN Habitat and the Ministry of Housing and Community Development. Case studies, so they will be presenting case studies and practical examples of our community-based vulnerability and risk assessments have been implemented in informal settlements across 4 urban areas in Fiji. Examples of approaches to integrate scientific and community-based information for the purpose of the assessments will be provided. And furthermore, participants will engage in how these processes contribute to establishing baseline data that can support decision-making. Sarah and Begonia, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nada, for the introduction. And well, Sarah and I will be talking on climate change, vulnerability, and risk in informal settlements. So next slide, please. I just want to give a very brief overview on our presentation. We're going to start talking about, well, climate risk in informal settlements and how vulnerability assessments provide valuable data for resilience planning. We will also explain why these processes are relevant, and we will present, as Nada was mentioning, a case study of the Fiji Islands. And we're going to talk about how these processes have been implemented through participatory approaches. Next slide, please. So UN Habitat works with international climate bodies and global city networks to influence climate policy and action, promoting the role of cities and human settlements in mitigation and adaptation. And through its flagship program, Resilient Settlements for the Urban Poor, UN Habitat identifies and profiles vulnerability hotspots and also develops comprehensive vulnerability and risk assessments to inform resilience planning, linking the city and the community scale. Next slide, please. And so close to 1 billion people are living in informal settlements nowadays. And just as the IPCC warns, risks are concentrated in these areas because of their physical location in fragile sites, because of their socioeconomic characteristics, and because of their political institutional marginalization. And just like Alexi was mentioning in the previous presentation, informal settlements are a key feature of the Pacific. And so identifying and profiling the vulnerability hotspots will help us provide valuable information, not only for resilience planning, but also to understand the patterns in human mobility. So next slide, please. And so the case study we present is a project that is being implemented in the Fiji Islands. Next slide. Next slide, please. I'll just continue. So this project is financed by the Adaptation Fund and implemented in partnership with the Ministry of Housing and Community Development, the Ministry of Local Government and the Climate Change Unit, as well as the 4 local governments in these cities. And we are carrying out the vulnerability, well, we have carried out the vulnerability assessments in the 16 informal settlements. And these assessments and climate action plans are going to support the capacity building and community infrastructure projects. And we follow a 4-phase approach where we start with preparing the assessment, then we carry out the assessment, and we then do the action planning process, and we implement the projects. And all of this is done through participatory approaches. And I want to emphasize the importance of this because it supports the integration of scientific information with inputs from community on their things such as local practices, but also traditional information and perceptions on climate risks. Next slide. And so we collect information on different key areas such as population or also urban land use. And we're not only looking at the formal land use, but also informal land uses. And this is important because very often there's not so much data available around these topics. We also look at the natural resource-based production, critical point facilities, and lifeline utilities, as well as information on the hazards and climate variability. And next slide, I will just show some examples of the approaches we follow. So we do transit walks. This is an example of a community called Guaia, which is highly vulnerable to the river floods. And so we community members provide all sort of information while we walk around the settlement. Next slide. We also do participatory mapping exercises. Next slide. And we use other tools such as the risk matrix shown here to understand the perceptions that communities have on these hazards. Next slide. Now I'm going to hand over to my colleague Sara, and she's going to present 2 specific examples.
Thank you, Begoña. So the first case study that we like to present to you is one of our settlements, is Vunato. It is located along the creek on the periphery of Lautoka City in an industrial area, and it is very close to the landfill, so many of the residents are with so as you can see on the left, on the right side, you see a summary of the data that we collected through the household surveys. It's information on demographics, on where the residents come from. So if they were born in a settlement or migrated from different provinces, for example. And in this case, you can see that 38% of the residents came to the settlement looking for more opportunities, and 37% to be with family. To relatives that were already living in a settlement. So we also capture their access to livelihood and have livelihoods and social protection programs, whether they grow crops, fish, their access to basic services, and also perceptions on land insecurity and climate change. So the data collected through the household surveys is processed in GIS, which give us a special understanding of the different dimensions. So for example, you can see in the middle of you have 3 maps included in the presentation, where we show the perceptions of the households on the most problematic hazards. So the big blue bubbles show that floods were identified as the top hazards perceived by the households of Vunato. Next slide, please. So here are some pictures of this settlement. In the top left image, one of the residents showed us how high the water level reaches during flood events. Next slide, please. So the second case study is Bilo settlement, which has a quite different profile, and that's why we thought it could be interesting to show you. So it is located in a mangrove area near the coast in Lami town on a customary land, and many of the residents are relatives from the Mantagali, which is the unit that owns the land. So although it is an informal settlement, their perceived security is quite high. However, native land also follows formal processes, and because they are an informal community, they have issues accessing basic services. And this community, for example, does not have access to water nor electricity, and none of our settlements are connected to a formal sewer network. And next slide, please. So some pictures from below. In the top left, you can see the water source that the community use when there are periods with no rain. But during high tide, for example, the seawater comes in, so they cannot use it at all. So the picture below shows how they use the river to wash their clothes, and which is also a source of water. And in the middle, some containers used to collect rain water. Next slide, please. So for us, and this methodology proved that addressing climate impact in informal settlements is crucial for citywide resilience in the first place. That community-based adaptation processes, including vulnerability risk assessments and action plans are paramount for informed resilience building strategies that capture the knowledge and perceptions of people, and that people-driven information and participatory approaches for equity-focused intervention are essential to ensure that no one is left behind. Next. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Our last speaker for today is Scott Lloyd. Scott leads IDMC's Urban Internal Displacement program with emphasis on informing urban policy through research on planning frameworks, emerging practice, and the lived experience of displacement in urban context. Scott, over to you.
Thank you, Natha. Yeah, so I'd like to, our contribution for this urban resilience is looking at the citizen or the person who was displaced, forcibly displaced from the area. We do this through the internal displacement research agenda on urban areas. Just to give you a quick overview, I'm going to go through this presentation quite quickly because we actually have a respondent who would like to give his feedback on our presentation. So just for those who don't know, internal displacement is classified, or at least from our perspective, through conflict and violence, disaster and development projects. And the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center basically monitors global displacement happening on a daily basis. We have a research teams which look at regional cases of displacement. We collect a lot of data from various institutional partners and bring them together. Sorry, we should be on slide 3. Bring them together into what we release per year as the triangulated displacement figures for the whole year. So as you can see on the slide there, it should show new displacements for 2019. There were 33 million people who were forcibly removed from their homes, either through one of those 3 of those cases, which I just previously presented. So we're collecting data either through our institutional partners. We collect data from the ground. We also have automated softwares which collect data from media reports, and we triangulate that figure in order to share these results to our other partners, organizations like UN Habitat or universities, for them to then work through that and start to build a picture of what's displacement is looking like and what the patterns, trends, and triggers and drivers of displacement across the globe. Next slide, please. So what we're starting to do now is look at a smaller scale. We're starting to go down to the urban level, where, of course, data is becoming a little more difficult to collect. And what we notice, especially in the humanitarian sector, is that there's still this notion of the city being this administrative bounded object, which is then studied from outside. What we do know is from the figures we're getting, we're kind of overlaying sort of human settlement layers on top of where displacement figures are being collected in order to give us very, very broad ideas of global urban displacement. But the figures are still something which we need to get closer and work a little bit with more contemporary techniques, which I can show you in the next slide, which is spatial data collection. What we're doing at the moment, and I think Alexa mentioned that quite nicely, is that If we're looking at cities and urban areas, we're looking at urbanization and not necessarily just the urban. So we're looking at people movement and how cities are transforming, how people are making and building their cities every day. We're working together with Facebook on tracking data and movement during disaster events to give us better spatial and temporal information on displacement, and then some collecting data through telephone networks, all anonymized, by the way, so we can actually get a picture of what's happening during the disaster event, the recovery phase, and also then the rebuilding phase and integration phase. So moving to the next slide. What we're finding out, and I think everyone is coming to the same conclusion, it's not necessarily the hazard intensity, which is what we're looking at for causing urban disaster displacement, but we're looking actually how cities are planned and developed and built is perhaps the critical factor. So obviously better planning is on the agenda, and we think that as opposed, as our colleagues have just shown in their projects, as opposed to looking at total city resilience and where every angle is planned for resilience, we're looking at maybe creating more enabling environments for communities and citizens themselves to participate in their own resilience and then contributing to the city's resilience. A better approach, which is suited far more for countries of low planning and institutional capacity. So very, very briefly, we have a couple of research methodologies we're using right now. This is a map-based research project. Next slide, please. We should be on slide 10. Actually, you can skip straight to number 11. This basically looks at building a displacement profile for an urban area, and we'd work this up together with city administrators. We'd go through and look at the capacities of the administrative bodies and decision makers and see where the categories that we believe are most important to build these enabling environments could be supported either through policy or through introduction of some kind of like fit for purpose planning instruments or other types of mechanisms to help build that resilience, but more on the open source and more shared within local community areas. And finally, next slide, please. So what we're trying to do with that displacement profile is kind of create a consistent vocabulary and a consistent methodology in order we can start to report on the data of internal displacement, not necessarily just at the global level, but locally and defined locally in order that we can start to bridge that conversation between the global reporting and issue agenda on the national and international level, but also making that relevant on a local level through these more tools with higher fidelity. And that's it. And I think, Natha, you're going to introduce Donnie. I hope there's enough time, Donnie, that you have to respond, if you like, on what you saw through those presentations and some of your experiences as a land use planner in Fiji. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I will now hand it over to Donnie, the Senior Land Use Planner at Itaukei Land Trust Board, to give a bit of reflection on the presentation that's been that we've just had from the presenters, and from a government perspective and somebody who's directly been involved within the urban space. So Donnie, over to you.
Thank you, Bulavinaka to all. Firstly, I apologize, my connection isn't working properly. So here I'm sharing the laptop with another. So just to respond formally to resilience and displacement in the Pacific, especially for Fiji's context, climate disaster-induced displacement is a new field. It's a new field for in the planning space in Fiji. It can also be a sensitive subject for the country. As you may be aware that 90% of the land is owned communally, with Itoke, the natives, landowners. And so all the land in Fiji are portioned according to landowning units. These LOUs or landowning units most often have socio-cultural and spiritual attachments to land. So when most communities, when there is a discourse on displacement, there's a lot of things behind it, especially when they're moving away from their traditional sacred sites to new areas, in which case we have to negotiate with another neighboring landowner or landowning unit. And so it's special in that way for Fiji. And also for Fiji's case, there's been a lot of movement from the original village sites to coastal areas. And so what we have now, the villages are not the initial or original village sites. So they've moved from the mostly higher locations or interior. They're now resettled in coastal areas. And so they become vulnerable to impacts of climate change and sea level rise. Now, urban lands are also owned by natively owned majority. And our urban centers in Fiji, 13 out of the 15 urban centers are located next to a major waterway, coastal location, and 90% of our infrastructure are within coastal location. So that makes them at risk. So they are all within hazard-prone areas. Displacement in Fiji can also be in the form of expiring land leases. So when the leases are not renewed, the landowners do not want to give it up or renew the leases. People tend to come and squat, create informal settlements, and these are mostly in vulnerable areas. And so these areas are prone to disaster impacts. And so people will always move, especially in Fiji's context, we always move to where the infrastructure are located, primarily within the coastal zone. So what you have is more or less settlements sprawled along where the main infrastructures are, and which makes not only the infrastructure vulnerable, but also the people's settlements completely vulnerable to the impacts of disasters. And so for us in the Itoke Land Trust Board, as custodians and trustees for the landowners, we administer planning within Itoke lands or native lands. Planning has given us the opportunity to do things right. And so one of the discourses and the initiatives that we're currently doing now in the board is integrating hazard planning, and having that as a baseline to properly plan, align our leases, where we issue our leases, where we plan our settlements, and also messaging to our landowning units on places that are safer, places that they can probably possibly consider as places to expand to when the population go up. And so the target now for TLTB is to create plans, land use plans for entire landowning units. So we are involved in regional planning, district planning, and we are diving right down to land owning unit planning, which is how land is owned in clans. And so we are going right down and mainstreaming the hazard maps and all the important baseline maps. We are mainstreaming that into producing the community and local landowning unit plans. So we work very closely with our landowning unit. We have a unit within the board that connects to the communities, and so we go around carrying up taking the message of hazard, importance of hazard mapping, and properly aligning the community plans to the blueprint, the plans, the maps itself. And so there is further potential to integrate the technical support and expertise from the team to be used in our current processes in TLTB. And of course, planning, the land use planning team within the board to help drive this important work. And so landowners are now starting to appreciate the value of planning within their communities, especially with the realities of climate change. The fact that we are now relocating communities within Fiji, they're starting to see that this is not just something that's in the news far away from us. It's our reality here at home. And so these examples are a reality and helps us to get the message across to them. So yes, that's it from me.
Doni, and thank you so much to all the presenters that have made the deliberations today. And the complexity of urban displacement just became real there. And we need to fully understand this complexity, and especially in small island nations in the Pacific, where one city syndrome is a phenomenon right here in the region. And we are thankful for the insights that have been shared already, and I hope you as audience have gained and solicit a lot from the presenters that have delivered their presentation today. So with that, I thank you all for your engagement today. And should you have questions, comments, remarks, please do contact us. There are contacts on the presentations, and I'm sure the Secretariat as well will be sharing this recording on YouTube. So with those few words, I thank you again and have a great weekend.
Hello, and welcome to a panel discussion on capacity building in sustainable infrastructure and housing for poverty reduction for the island nations in Oceania. I am Sarat Matararachi from the School of Built Environment of UNSW, and I'm the host of the panel. About myself, I do research and teach in areas of international development planning and sustainable urbanism. I'm incredibly privileged and delighted to be hosting a panel discussion on something I really, truly passionate about. Today, I have the opportunity to do it with a group of colleagues who share my views on the critical role of the built environment in improving people's quality of life. Let me introduce you to my esteemed panelists. I'm proud to say that they all are from UNSW and represent the School of the Built Environment. But I'm going to be very brief, otherwise I'll get in trouble for talking too much. First, the Associate Professor Paul Osman. Paul is an experienced researcher and a teacher in sustainable built environment. And then Mr. Chris Lockhart-Smith, who's an experienced energy researcher, a sustainability consultant, and a part-time academic. Then Associate Professor Simon Sapelon Liao, a specialist and a researcher in smart technology. And the last but not least, Mr. Peter Hunt. Peter is a senior PhD scholar and who's researching on sustainability frameworks. Now, you will hear from them a little later, but let me introduce you to our topic today. And I just want to start with aid. So there has been few writings lately about aid effectiveness in the Pacific. Aid ineffectiveness, rather. So this is a very important issue to our topic. We may not discuss it in detail, but we'll mention it at least in passing. They say that aid effectiveness in the Pacific is much lower than developing countries in other regions. So we all wonder why. I think it's good to know why. Next, please. And we need to leave this aid conundrum to a side for another time, for another forum. Next, please. So our focus this afternoon is the plight of the local ordinary people living in Pacific Island countries. Of course, you may say that we all are focusing on that. Yes, of course, we have been focusing on that for a very long time. And we have spoken a lot, written a lot, and spent a lot, sometimes not in those countries, but outside of those countries. But still, a significant proportion, if not the most, of the urban and rural communities in the Pacific have no decent homes, no access to potable water or sanitation. Most countries have appalling built environments. They have no competent built environment professionals to plan towns, cities, and villages, no architects to design their buildings. They all have to come from outside. Next, please. Challenges faced by ordinary people in these countries need urgent attention. Most of their challenges are fundamentally centered around the inability of governments to provide access to basic infrastructure and housing. As we all know, infrastructure and housing dominate the built environment. Next, please. Built environment has a critical relationship with quality of life and poverty reduction. Sustainable built environment can improve local economies, generate income generating activity, and improve quality of life. Most importantly, bring back the dignity and respect to local communities. Next, please. Most Pacific Island countries have national infrastructure development plans. These plans serve a critical purpose for infrastructure development. Large infrastructure projects generally involve significant structures, plant and equipment, and have a significant landscape presence. Linking investments in large-scale infrastructure projects with local poverty reduction is not straightforward and not easy. Next, please. We are concerned about how local infrastructure and housing needs are identified, planned, and delivered. People have overlooked traditional ecological knowledge in building practices, turning to manufactured unsustainable building materials and methods in villages and informal settlements. Indigenous know-how saved people from disasters, but today such knowledge is neither acknowledged nor employed to build resilience and safeguard lives. National and local national and local are two planes. They operate within two different domains, and there is a disconnect, and it is counterproductive, although it is an inevitable outcome of the way things are done at the moment. So our quest is to develop a strategy to connect these domains in a realistic way to build infrastructure, improve housing, and to reduce poverty. Next, please. So there is this disconnect, and we need to really talk about this disconnect, the difference of planning or no planning between the national and local levels. Next, please. So we will discuss our approach throughout the conversation and throughout the presentations of panelists. Then finally, we'll open it up for 4 or 5 of us to really explore how we are approaching to unravel and resolve this problematic situation between local and national. So let's listen to our panelists, and I'd like to first invite Paul. And Paul will talk about indigenous knowledge combined with contemporary architectural science. How can it be a catalyst for building capacity in the Pacific Island countries? Paul, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sarath. Thank you. Great to be here, and I hope everybody's enjoying this very important conference that we're all at. I suggest that if we look at what is already happening in the Pacific, or what has happened in the past, the Indigenous knowledge, link that with what we know now in terms of architectural science, then that can really catalyse what needs to be done in terms of housing and infrastructure development. So next slide, please. So overall, I think most people would be aware now of the serious impact of the built environment. So energy consumption, greenhouse emissions, use of water, creation of waste, and that, of course, applies all over the world. I've drawn on some figures from Australia, but similar kinds of criteria apply everywhere, including in the Pacific. Next, please. The really important thing to note, though, contrary to intuition, where you might think something like the energy industry or transport has the greatest opportunity to reduce greenhouse emissions, it's actually the built environment. So the greatest opportunity to mitigate carbon emissions to the environment generally lies in the built environment. Next slide, please. So, as I say, the two bits that are coming together here, looking at the Indigenous knowledge and then considering some contemporary understanding around architectural science and how these two things can come together. Next, please. So I'll be showing a few examples. This one is Samoan, the Fale. So how many years have people been building these? Hundreds of years. And why? Because they are resistant to cyclones, resistant to the storms that run through the Pacific. All the Pacific countries are susceptible to severe weather. And if you look at the construction, I won't read it all out there, but if you look at the construction, firstly, it can withstand cyclones, but secondly, if damage does occur, the local materials at hand can be easily gathered afterwards and the community can rebuild without having to bring in materials and experts and so on from off the island. Next, please. So that's an example of Indigenous design. Contemporary architectural science talks about passive design, and another way of thinking about that is responsiveness to climate. So issues of solar access, natural ventilation, utilising existing landscape form and vegetation, and so on. And that's basically what the Indigenous knowledge intuitively has been doing in those Pacific countries. Contemporary architectural science has kind of codified these criteria. Next, please. So a few basic strategies, passive design strategies to think about. Built form. So building depth, massing, design, shape, extent of windows. External shading, really critical issue, particularly in the tropics, which can include borrowing other buildings, borrowing the effects of vegetation to provide shade. Heat gain. Tall, skinny buildings or long, skinny buildings tend to gain more heat. Buildings along the lines in the diagram there, which have a smaller surface to volume ratio, less susceptible to that. And then internally, how do we zone our spaces such that areas which particularly need to be cool or lit or warmer, depending on the climate, can be zoned to take that into account. And that's what we call passive design. Next, please. And here's a classic example of passive design, although when these were first thought up, the bures, obviously the Fijian, Indigenous Fijian people weren't talking in terms of passive design. They were talking about comfort. And you look at that and you think, well, gee, that's going to be really hot. But in actual fact, it's quite the opposite, because the natural ventilation, the air comes in, hot air rises to the top where it can exit from the top of the roof, and also the louvered windows so breezes can come through. Next, please. Again, this is known throughout the tropics, including places like Queensland, verandas. Passive design, key to tropical cool, sit out there in the shade, way to go. Next one, please. Okay, so talking about passive design, active design is also very important in the region, and Fiji, to its credit, is targeting 100% renewable energy by 2030, and some of the other countries are doing similar sorts of things, and we'll also hear later on about the climate change issues affecting Pacific countries. So next, please. Okay, some of the other things coming out of contemporary, what we might call green design or architectural science, evidence-based design, low embodied energy, local materials, long life, low maintenance, recycled content, reusable, recyclable materials. And again, that can really echo what has been known for centuries in terms of Indigenous architecture and construction methods on many of the Pacific Islands. Next, please. So just by way of example, the type of embodied energy in steel products, very, very high. However, when we use recycled, we keep costs down and we reduce the penalty of embodied energy. Next, please. Now, who wouldn't love to live there? Fantastic. So off the grid Fijian tiny house, 2 reused shipping containers, quite small, but got a nice central deck with a through breeze from the sea, shade around it. I won't read it all out, but this is an example of how the knowledge, the Indigenous knowledge of the local people combined with materials and techniques available today can come up with something which meets the best of both worlds. Next, please. So we've already seen the resilience diagram here. And if we start to think about combining these things that we've been talking about together, what we're looking about is a much more resilient and disaster-resistant approach to housing and infrastructure in the Pacific. Next, please. Another example of something which is locally relevant, a modular building and well insulated, utilisation of natural ventilation and so on. Next, please. Okay, so last slide. This one I really like because it's a modular building that you can add rooms to as required. So a young couple get married, really simple place they can buy and live in. Kids come along, relatives come to stay, they can add different modular rooms. So fantastic solution. And again, there's examples of that from the type of architecture that's been constructed in the Pacific region for many hundreds of years. So that's about it, and I'll end with that one, and we'll no doubt come back to that when the panel has some discussion later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. I think that was an eye-opener, and we all can learn a lot from that and enrich our conversation in the next few, couple of minutes. So I will take this opportunity to introduce the work that we are doing in the Pacific. And we call ourselves the Built Environment Pacific Initiative. And we have started this project 2 years ago. And I don't want to call it a project because it's not a project. It's more or less like an initiative. We have about 20 people working together, some from the profession, outside of the university, and the others are from the international consultancy field, then as well as the academics. So as part of this project or initiative, we've done a few investigations in the Pacific, and one of them was involved a village in Ra province in Fiji, and namely Balakinaga village. And what we did in that village, and also what we have observed and learned from that village, that is the topic of Chris Lockhart-Smith's presentation in this panel. And I think it's a kind of a window for us to see how the lives of a rural community evolve in a very challenging circumstances, facing all the hardships. So I'll let Chris tell you all about it. Chris.
Hi. Hello, everybody. So it's about at this time last year that we traveled to Fiji, and Balakinaga is located in Ra province, as Sarah said. It's on the main island of Viti Levu. It consists of 3 distinct settlements: the original village, which is located on the other side of the river, to the 2 which are accessed directly off the King's Highway. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The UNSW team initially met with the... Sorry, I think can we go back a slide? We missed the previous slide. That's it, yeah, thanks. The UNSW team initially met with the provincial administrator of Ra province before travelling with him to Balakinaga. A traditional ceremony was held, introducing the team to the chief, the headman, and others, and this was followed by a welcome ritual from the village, which was sealed with the consumption of kava. Next slide, please. The following day, the team installed a small system and 2 lead-acid batteries in the village hall. This runs a series of LED lights and a couple of USB charging ports. It was really interesting to see how much enthusiasm and interest the installation of the panels generated in the youth, who are very, very keen to assist with us. Next slide, please. Based on the Housing for Health format, which was originally started in remote communities in Aboriginal communities in Australia, the team conducted a survey of 9 houses with the help of the women from the village. The houses were timber frame construction and clad in corrugated iron and with suspended wooden floors covered in woven mats. The typical layout was a main living room, a separate kitchen, and a few bedrooms. The electrical systems were relatively modern with digital meters and consisted of a single power socket and a single lighting circuit with a couple of LED tubes. One house had a failure in the lighting circuit that we couldn't fix. Others had globes that did not work. One of the things that they were told to replace the globes with identical model maker from the ones that had been installed, and they couldn't access those in the local stores. It was common to find fridges as well as some large freezers, which unsurprisingly caused issues when the occupants tried to run multiple high-demand appliances off that socket. The most common form of cooking was an open wood fire in the kitchen with rudimentary chimneys. A third of the houses supplemented this with small kerosene stoves. On the south side, all the houses in the settlement surveyed had access to running water and had water to showers. However, there were none on the north side, the original village. 7 out of the 9 houses we surveyed had pit toilets. The village women in particular, engaged with the survey and took notice of the health warnings about wood stove emissions, and we also saw that they were very supportive and proud of their children's education achievements. Next slide, please. The team met with the Village Development Committee, which is mandated under the Aitake Affairs Village Bylaws. In Balakinaga, this committee had 8 subcommittees consisting of youth, health, environment, women's education, water, traditional, and religion. The headman was asked to report on the village committee initiatives, but he declined to respond. So the team then requested the youth and women to move closer to the front to present their reports. The youth committee helped in the cleanup of the environment and had wanted to set up a canteen in the village to generate funds, but a lack of resources hadn't allowed it to progress. The health committee had set up a dispensary for the village, however, it was still yet to be completed. The Environment Committee made it clear that they didn't know what their role was and hadn't been advised what to do, despite requests. The Women's Committee, on the other hand, had organised the village cleanup, had set up composting, waste, incineration and bottle recycling. They had initiated the construction of the concrete footpath from the village to the river 2 years ago. That's still yet to be completed. They had also initiated the toilets project, which was with the aim to eventually change all the pit toilets to flush. Of the 28 houses in the village, 8 have flush toilets. The women had also made multiple applications to the administration for access to running water, as all bathing on the north side is in the river, and water for the flush toilets has to be carried uphill from the river. In education, the pastor runs maths, English and traditional culture tutoring every Wednesday for 32 children. However, he had no resources or facilities, neither from parents nor from the government. There was also some resistance from parents. However, it was water that was the overwhelming issue that concerned Balaga village. The river that splits the village settlements is a tributary of the large Wenibuka River, and when it floods, the pump servicing the new village settlements gets blocked. The second issue impacts the original village settlement, which had not had any running water for 5 years. A spring that previously supplied a dam in the village had run dry, and the village had been requesting a solution to this for 5 years, but without any response. Next slide, please. Next slide again, too, thanks. So, looking at the governance structures, the Aitaukai village bylaws confer extensive powers to the village headman. He is the representative of the district councils and is responsible for all village council meetings and for the enforcement of the village bylaws. However, it is the village chief that has the overarching power. The latest draft of the village bylaws has not been welcomed by the Fijian women's rights group, who've argued that they codify traditionally patriarchal norms, threatening the progress that had been made, especially for Aitaukai women in the villages. Next slide, please. So some of the observations after this was that an obvious initiative to address the serious water issues in the village would be the provision of water tanks and gutters for harvesting rain, as used elsewhere in Fiji. Basic maintenance is limited due to a lack of knowledge and difficulty in accessing parts or services. The existing communication conduit to the government bodies appears tenuous at best and clearly lacks any transparency or accountability. This is made worse by poor internet access and a lack of smart devices. This limits access to knowledge and wider communication. In summary, Balaga appeared disenfranchised from the effective implementation of their critical infrastructure needs, despite ongoing attempts to address them. The development committees in this remote community, while empowered by law, does not have the capacity to deliver current infrastructure needs, let alone the ability in future to be able to address the impacts of climate change. This is likely to be true elsewhere in Fiji and the Pacific. This lack of capacity relates directly to a lack of funds and expertise, but also critically to weak channels of communication that limit access to knowledge and thus empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And I think we are moving on to the next presenter, that is Peter Hunt. Peter Hunt will talk about the Sustainable Development Goals and achieving better GDP outcomes, and how the conditions in these villages and urban settlements are related to achieving SDGs and improving gross domestic per capita, as well as improving the lives of the people. So I'll let Peter take you through these making that connection and make a lot of sense or make sense of these connections between SDGs. Effort to achieve SDGs and the conditions at the moment in these villages and urban settlements. Peter.
Thanks, Sarath. And thanks, Chris, for giving the background on the Balaga experience. From what we saw, Balaga is very representative of many of the Pacific Island villages, not just specifically in Fiji, but throughout the Pacific Islands. And the Pacific Island nations, from a macro sense, are characterised by low GDP, which translates into low GDP per capita. Fiji is actually one of the highest GDPs per capita of the Pacific Island nations, and then they start to rank down through the other Pacific Island nations. They have low Sustainable Development Goal rankings. Fiji sits at about 77, I think, out of the 165 countries ranked. But we get down to the Solomon Islands and Papua New Guinea with rankings of 153 and 155 respectively. So they're at the bottom of the scale. And that subsequently translates back into low Human Development Index rankings. And as you saw from Chris's presentation on Balaga, this starts to relate in disenfranchised local settlements. Next slide, please, Sebastian. We saw again, we were focusing on housing and infrastructure. We're looking at a needs-based approach, and we're trying to understand, or part of the experience in Balaga was trying to understand the issues that they had at a community level. But it was also very important to understand the culture and traditions and the norms that they had in place and how we actually can deal with those in providing better outcomes. So we looked at a bottom-up approach, and that was taking it from across the community, and as Chris outlined, looking at each of the individual groups and areas from the youth through to the women's groups, etc., and some of the village elders. And by doing this, then we're in a position where we can start to educate, or the education can start to occur across the community. And it's not us providing education for the community, it's the community educating themselves into the issues that they believe are important. And this then provides an empowerment position for the community, an empowerment for all members of the community, as I say. Gender equity issues with regards to women and the youth and the involvement across the board.
Can Peter, I think you have concluded your presentation. Can't hear.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So again, as Chris highlighted, we're prioritising local issues. And one of the key issues, obviously, and it's interesting, these all come back to the Sustainable Development Goals. One of the key issues was clean water and sanitation. And again, this isn't a unique situation for Balaga. It's common right throughout most of the Pacific Island countries and villages, respectively. As Chris indicated, you know, there's usually pretty good availability of clean water, but sanitation in many of these countries is severely lacking. Energy is another one where they had access to some power and some minor appliances, and you saw the supply of the photovoltaic panels on top of the roof of one of the dwellings. But as Chris highlighted, the cooking is done through open wood stoves in many of the dwellings, which is creating health issues. And again, that's typical of not only Balaga, but many villages across the South Pacific nations. Focusing obviously on health and well-being for the whole community. Nutritious food was also a common theme, and I think Sarath said to me the other day that one of the villagers was saying that they were sick of eating taro for every meal, and it's providing that, you know, that blend of food, nutritious food from protein through to carbohydrates, but it's also allowing them the ability to grow and be self-sustainable in the provision of food. And all this starts to then go back and reduce the poverty, the underlying poverty of the community. And again, they are 5 key sustainable development goals. Next slide, please, Sebastian. So the Balaga experience was designed to take a 21st century approach. We came back and we looked at a digital platform to improving education, communication and connection. I won't go into detail with that because Simone will be following me shortly with some of the detail on that. But the other critical thing, and as again Chris outlined, is to get action. There is a high degree of urgency on getting some results here, and so action is absolutely important. And advocating a circular economy approach where anything that does get invested into the local community has that ability of going around the cycle and contributing further to the economy rather than leaving it through or having negative impacts, i.e. pollution and effects like that. Next slide. So the projected outcomes, you know, by undertaking this type of experience, we'll look to improve their human development and improve the Sustainable Development Goal performance. Not significantly, but slightly, and anything moving in the positive direction is a positive outcome. We're looking to provide more self-sufficiency for these communities because if they don't provide for themselves, it's been evident that no one else is really going to provide for them. Building resilience, we've heard a lot about resilience over the last couple of days, obviously, but it's building resilience for these communities that enhances prosperity and creates opportunities within the village and for village life, and then reduces the trend that we've seen towards urbanisation, and we can start to support these village communities. Next slide, please. And then finishing up, the Balaga experience was a single example, but these issues are widespread throughout all the Pacific nations. And as I said, action is required now. There is a high degree of urgency. The situation isn't getting better and it hasn't been getting better. So affirmative action really is required and is necessary. But unfortunately, these island nations, and certainly when you get away from Fiji, other South Pacific nations are the ones who can least afford it. So therefore, there is a requirement and a necessity for overseas aid, and it is required to be spent in the areas that most need it. And in this case, we're advocating to help lift the village infrastructure and housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, that's fantastic. And I think we are now moving on to the next level, finding solutions. Capacity has been identified as one of the major obstacles to development and which in turn affects the aid effectiveness. So the kind of capacity building that is needed for communities is not about a specific skill or a specific knowledge. It's more about a system of capacity built on their traditional culture and knowledge, which will really safeguard their future without too much interference from outside sources. So let us introduce, or let me introduce Simone to the panel now. Simone, I know that you're having some troubles with the PowerPoint, but hopefully you must have resolved it by now. Yeah, come on board and then just let everyone hear about the digital solution to capacity building.
Fantastic. Okay, thanks. Hi. I'm still having some issues just on seeing the PowerPoint. My system doesn't seem to refresh as often. I'm still in some slides from Chris. There's no problem because I have a version of my PowerPoint. I just would like to make sure that the audience can see my first slide. Could you please, Sarah or Sebastian? It's a slide with a question. How can digital technologies support community capacity building in the Pacific Island nations? Is it the slide on the screen? Yeah? Okay, fantastic. From that, I can follow in my own version here. Hi, everyone. I'm Simone Leo from the University of New South Wales, and it's a pleasure for me to be here as part of the Europe 2020 event. And now I'm going to turn my video off for now and keep on the slides. Well, my colleagues have just presented compelling contextualization of the housing and infrastructure problems in the Pacific Islands, and also talked about some limitations of the conventional top-down approaches to supply improvements. As a group, we are arguing here that bottom-up approaches through community capacity building are essential to fill gaps in this process. In this final presentation of the blog, I'm going to address this question that I'm posed here on the screen. How can digital technologies support community capacity building in the Pacific Island nations? Next slide, please. Advancements in information and communication technologies have interconnected the majority of the world population and significantly transformed the way we all interact, live, and work. Despite being late adopters, developing countries are progressively catching up with the digital revolution. This slide here shows some of the recent examples of significant investments in digital infrastructure in the Pacific Islands, including submarine cable systems in Samoa to high-speed fiber in Fiji. Next slide, please. The Pacific Islands also demonstrate the growth of an innovative ecosystem which makes use of such digital infrastructure. This slide shows again some examples, in this case, business and community initiatives, such as the hackathon in the Solomon Islands this year, in search for innovative ways to use digital technologies for tourism, and also a recently launched app to support and empower young women in Fiji. Next slide, please. It's well known that digital technologies provide a way to connect with others across the globe. But even more important, innovation in this space also offers enhanced and expanded opportunities for citizens to directly participate in civil society action and in democratic processes more broadly. Next slide, please. For example, blogs, petition platforms, crowdfunding sites, e-voting, and other online forums and tools offer new means for individuals to contribute to shaping political debate and to drive real-world change. By strengthening citizen-to-citizen and citizen-to-state relationships, digital technologies have the potential to reinvigorate a more citizen-powered democracy. However, some challenges are yet to be overcome in less developed nations. These include limited and poor digital infrastructure, low accessibility and affordability of existing infrastructure, weak e-governance, general lack of digital literacy, and lack of more bespoke solutions contextualized to cultural and social settings, as well as more aligned to local issues and demands. Next slide, please. Infrastructure for digital connectivity in the Pacific Islands comprise a mix of fiber optic submarine cables in few countries and fixed and mobile broadband varying from 2G to 4G in most countries. The Pacific Island nations have a very uneven context in regards of digital infrastructure availability and accessibility. In 2018, mobile internet penetration in the Pacific Islands was the lowest of any region in the world, at just 18% of the population. The graph in this slide shows the broadband penetration in several countries in the Pacific Islands based on 2017 data. On the horizontal axis, we have mobile broadband and fixed broadband in the vertical axis of the graph. It is possible to see here Fiji and Tonga on the bottom right corner of the graph with very good connectivity, mostly via mobile broadband. New Caledonia and French Polynesia at the top of the graph with also good connectivity, in this case, mostly via fixed broadband. But however, the majority of the Pacific countries spread in the left bottom corner of the graph, showing very low connectivity. And even in nations with higher connectivity, like Tonga, Fiji, French Polynesia, New Caledonia, the availability of digital networks seem to concentrate in urban areas, leaving rural populations behind. Next slide, please. And it's also important to consider the affordability of existing infrastructure. Due to variations in regulatory systems for infrastructure provision, the number of service providers, and the amount of subscriptions, the cost for digital access also varies significantly across the Pacific. This slide compares the cost of a similar package with 6 GB per month in Papua New Guinea and Fiji, based on 2018 data. While a resident in PNG would pay around $70 American a month, a resident in Fiji would pay only around $12 American a month for similar service. Next slide, please. Going back to my original question, how digital technologies can support community capacity. Increasingly, new digital technologies continue to shape the idea of participation in relation to citizenship and society. The internet is not only a tool for engendering development and social change, but it provides a space where this change occurs. Citizens need information for effective participation in the political, economic, and social spheres, and for the ability to force a social change in these spheres. This is not different in the Pacific Islands. Despite of existing digital divides, there is a great potential to make use of digital technologies to support capacity building in the Pacific. But this is if these are developed based on strong principles of digital democracy and human-centered design. More than just physical and economic access to digital infrastructure, individuals and communities across the Pacific need to see the value of using these technologies for their benefit and have the capacity to use such technologies. I just received a message saying that I'm getting close to my time. Can you please move 2 slides? I'm going to skip one and go to the very important one, which is about our framework. Exactly, this one. Thank you. What we are doing this project is that we believe that there is a need for new frameworks, guidelines, and processes to make it happen. And we built this framework that you see now in the screen. This framework borrows concepts from different previous frameworks, rearranging existing and actually adding some new components in light of our goals of community capacity process mediated by digital technologies in the context of Pacific Islands. On the base of this framework, you can see the 4 C's of digital innovation: computing, connectivity, content, and capacity. From this base, 3 pillars raise vertically: digital infrastructure, digital platform, and digital citizen. Interlinking those base and pillars, we have 4 desired outcomes. What we want is connected nations, capable digital citizens, meaningful digital technologies, and democratic digital processes. And as the ultimate goal, linking all those elements, we believe that this would lead to digital empowerment and development. We focus on community capacity. Our project will concentrate in the right side of this framework, the digital platforms and the digital citizens. Also take into consideration the effects of inequalities of the digital infrastructure. But these are mostly dependent on big investments that are not dependent on bottom-up approach. And next slide, and the final one. I would like to thank the opportunity to be here talking to you. And I would like to finalize my talk with a quote from Mark Zuckerberg, co-founder of Facebook. He said, you don't start communities. Communities already exist. The question to ask is how you can help them do that better. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Simone. That's very inspiring talk, and I think it will lead us into our to the future. What we're planning to do in the next few months, pursuing our idea of developing capacity in among Pacific Island communities using digital technology, and we want to trial. We want to develop various software and various platforms to trial this digital democracy program. So thanks very much again, Simone. And we have run out of time for our discussion that we've been planning to do. I don't know, Seb, we'll have more time or not?
Need to be looking at is to consider the objective circumstances that the islands are in, which is looking at the climate change issues, looking at existing climatic problems, looking at what had been done in the past in order to deal with what in some levels is a very benign climate, but can be a really harsh climate. And rather than reading about these little corrugated iron sheds and houses and so on being blown away and destroyed and flooded out, we really do need to think about, shall we say, going back to the future and looking at that traditional knowledge, and probably going back to some of the elders, the older people in the community, and saying, okay, can you teach us We're not here to teach you. We can work together, teach each other how to get the best out of the materials, the construction techniques, the traditional knowledge, and new research evidence-based knowledge.
Yes, thank you, Paul. I think we are running out of time, and we managed to deliver our message, I think, and hopefully we have convinced our audience that the sustainable built environment is a major part of poverty reduction and a major part of improving quality of life of local communities in the Pacific. So we will try to work towards that and try to improve the conditions of life and helping the agencies to deliver their objectives in whatever way is possible. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And also, thank you for URAP 2 organizers, particularly Professor David Sanderson. And it has been our great pleasure and also privilege to be involved in URAP 2. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to what we hope will be a continuation and expansion of our working group on urban evictions in the Pacific. I'm Jenny Day from the University of Melbourne, and possessing the Pacific City Working Group and the names you see here. We're a group of friends and colleagues that would like to see urban evictions foregrounded in academic, aid, and governance discussions alongside climate change and disaster as pressing issues in the urban Pacific. So I'm guessing since you're here or watching the video, you might feel the same way, so welcome. Our group got started when we started discussing evictions in places in the Pacific where we work. And at first we tried to have these very sophisticated discussions about value, post-colonial settings. And at some point it turned out we realized that we were talking at cross purposes. We didn't even mean the same thing by the name, the word eviction. One of our group members saw the state as taking a central role through the courts, through the police, and she presumed that role of the state in our discussion. But then it turned out another member of the group didn't see the state as central to evictions at all, and in fact that they were carried out by private landowners or customary landowners. And then another member of the group said, well, we don't even really do evictions. We just use them as kind of a threat in urban planning. And there are cultural and governance institutions that prevent evictions from actually happening on customary land. So it turned out that we realized we didn't even know what we were talking about when we were talking about evictions. So we set up this conference session, and our goal here today is to start a conversation with you and with each other and as a group about what evictions mean in the places we are in the Pacific. So I'm sorry, I meant to go to the next slide. Ethan, could you go to the next slide? Next slide? Can I go to the next slide? Oh, I sort of can. Okay. I don't know what's happening here. I'm seeing, Ethan, our presenters. But I would like to go back. There, okay, this is good. So we've asked our 4 speakers to answer some what look like pretty simple questions about eviction that's in an eviction that's in their experience. And our goal is to start understanding each other's places and building a framework for future comparative work. Next slide, please. We've asked each presenter to talk for 8 minutes on a topic of their choice around the general idea of possession and dispossession in the urban Pacific. We hope to get you involved in the conversation too, and I'll be talking a bit more about at the very end of this session how we might go about doing that. In the meantime, our presenters are Joe, who's an expert in customary land administration in Solomon Islands and in critical legal theory more generally, and currently based at the University of Hawaii. Poonam. I'm just getting a note saying someone can't see the slides. Do you see that, Ethan? Poonam, human geographer, currently in the final throes of her PhD studying squatter settlements in Fiji. Michelle, who studies livelihoods in PNG using a blend of political theory, economic anthropology, and human geography. And Takina, who's a National Disaster Risk Management Officer working toward climate resilience in Kiribati. So I am now going to turn the floor over to Joe, who may be having technical difficulties. Joe, are you with us?
I can't see the slides.
Okay, did you get Ethan's note saying maybe you need to exit the meeting and re-enter?
Yep, I think I'll do that.
Okay. Joe, do you mind if we go on and we'll pick up with you when you come back?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so maybe we'll just go a little bit out of order. So while Joe exits and re-enters, Poonam, do you mind going first?
Yeah, sure, I'm okay with it.
So hello, everyone. My case study is about a squatter settlement. Nanuku settlement is a squatter located on a freehold land within the Suva city boundary in Fiji. The settlement has been existing for over 50 years. The occupants are a mix of Indo-Fijians and indigenous Fijian squatters. Eviction had been in plans for over 2 decades due to prospected industrial estate subdivision by the landowner. The landowner consulted the government to act as a mediator to convince about 1,700 people to vacate the settlement. The landowner also proposed to provide a relocation cost up to $1,000 per household who were willing to vacate the settlement. In 2016, the government of Fiji organized a consultation to inform residents about the landowner's decision and the government plans to arrange for an alternate location. The government had promised the people to provide an alternate place, which will be a subdivided lots with fully provision of infrastructure services. Residents were told that they will have to vacate to the new land after 2018 national elections, but up till now, no further actions have been taken. Also, there have been not much information provided about the new location as well. As far as I see, this was used as a tool to attract votes for the general elections. And after 2018 elections, nothing happened. But then recently, in preparation for 2022 general elections, the government has resurfaced the upgrading squatter settlement plans. And I believe this will continue to tell people that there are some hope for squatter settlements to flourish or evict in future. Thank you very much. Over to you, Jenny.
Thanks, Poonam. Sorry, I was just unmuting. Great. All right, Joe, do we have you back? I don't see him, but I did admit him. So I'm going to give him another 5 seconds to say something. Poor Joe. Okay. Well, Michelle, do you mind going next?
Yes, thank you. I don't mind.
Thanks, Michelle.
Can you hear me? I can see Joe waiting to be admitted there.
Oh, I thought I admitted him. Can anybody else click on admit, or I thought I was clicking on it.
Okay, I can now see the PowerPoint slide.
Great. Do you want to go now, Joe? Poonam has just finished, and
yep.
Michelle is ready, but we can also.
Okay.
Okay, Michelle, do you mind waiting?
Yes, that's fine.
Great.
Okay, thank you. So I am focusing on Honiara, which is the capital city of Solomon Islands. And as you can see on the screen here, 1/3 of Honiara's population reside in informal settlements. Informal settlements in the case of Honiara are mostly on government land or public land, and there are some informal settlements that are on private land, which is either held by private citizens or by customary landowners, and the settlers mainly build semi-permanent or permanent houses, family houses. In these informal settlements, and most of the settlers on government land, they obtain temporary occupation licenses, and they treat these licenses as if it gives them the right to permanently reside on the land. So it becomes an issue for eviction when the government land is actually sold or transferred to a private person or mainly to an investor. That's where the issue of eviction usually comes about. When the land is in sort of the government hand, usually there's really no eviction, like the government evicting settlers from the land. It's really mainly to do with when public land is being transferred into the hands of private persons or investors. That's when you know, the issue of eviction usually comes about. Next slide. So as I mentioned, can we go to the next slide? So in terms of eviction, most of the settlers on government land or public land, they have been living on the land for a very long period of time. Some of them since the 1980s. So there's a long period of occupation. And as I've mentioned, many of them have built semi-permanent or permanent family houses. And when it comes to eviction, you know, most times settlers refuse to move. And it's, you know, for obvious reasons. They've built permanent houses, they've planted trees like coconuts and so forth. So, you know, in some instances, usually there's a court order issued. And, you know, for a period of time, you would have settlers refusing to move. And they sort of make the argument that they've been occupying the land for a very long period of time, and the government should recognize that. But, you know, when the land is in private hands, held by businesses or private investors, they just go through the courts, get orders, and then evict, regardless of whether, you know, the settlers have been occupying the land for a very long period of time. So there are, you know, a number of cases where this has happened in the past. So, you know, there was one where it started in 2008. A court order was issued. Settlers refused to move. And then for a very long time, there was exchanges in terms of eviction orders. And eventually, you know, houses were demolished in 2017. So, you know, over a long period of time, about 10 years, that there was, you know, exchanges between settlers and the company that had title over the land. So that's to do with eviction in the Solomons.
Thank you, Joe. Did you want to go on to your last slide?
The last slide is just, you know, the end. So thank you too much.
Yep. It was an interesting looking picture, so I didn't want to miss out on it. Okay, so we've heard from Suva or Poonam in Suva, and we've heard from Haniara and Joe. So now we're going to move on to Michelle, who is talking with us from Canberra about PNG. And then if Takina manages to get her internet connection working, then we'll also be hearing from her in Kiribati. So over to you, Michelle.
Thank you. Can you just remove the slides? Just so that it is. Oh, all right. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people of the Canberra region, the elders past and present and emerging leaders. And I'd also like to acknowledge Indigenous people of the Pacific, and in my case, Motu Koitabu and Koyari people of the Port Moresby area, which is where I'll be focusing my talk. And thank you to Jenny and Monica and others for the invitation to participate today and to think about evictions. So For today, the context that I'm talking about will be the city of Port Moresby, which is the largest in the Pacific region in Papua New Guinea, where there has been an increase in the numbers and the intensification with which forceful evictions have been taking place. Simultaneously, the value of land in the city has increased, partly driven by the shortages of land available for construction and developments in the city, by an economic boom that went up to 2014, driven by the extractive industry sector, and also by a very rapidly growing population. And some of the issues, or many of the issues that Poonam and Joe have spoken about, resonate in this context. And I thought that I would today revisit a case study that I witnessed during my PhD fieldwork in 2013, which has been published, which I've discussed in a chapter called "There's Nothing Better Than Land" and my PhD thesis. Both of these are available online, and I'm happy to share them with anyone who's interested, share the links. So the questions that we've been asked to think about today: who were the residents of this particular case study? So one morning in 2013, I arrived in the cluster of homes in the area largely known as the ATS settlement in Port Moresby, and I frequently visited this place during my fieldwork. Well, it was the site of my PhD fieldwork. And as I arrived, I found a police vehicle with several policemen delivering an eviction notice for portion 695. People quietly spoke about the company that had been attempting to evict them for some time. And when the police arrived a few days later to begin carrying out the eviction, they were met by the residents who had gathered at the marketplace to protest. The residents all called around the city the various social connections they had. I was also included, and I received a phone call on the other side of the city that the protest was taking place and an eviction was about to happen. So I went on to send text messages to the media, as well as to the governor who I had recently interviewed. The eviction the eviction was prevented on that day, largely because of the media attention that it drew. And this particular eviction notice on this portion of land has continued to unfold at different levels over the next few days and weeks. And it was the subject of several media reports presenting the perspectives of different stakeholders in terms of the ownership and the rights to the land. So here we're considering another question we've been asked to talk about, and that's the issues around ownership of the land. And the contests that play in the media involved customary landowners, the state through the police and members of parliament, the city authorities, company developers, and residents of the settlement themselves. As occupants residing on the land, the eviction notice centered on the residents of the settlement. So portion 695 is one of several portions of state land that has a private lease, and the area is home to several thousands of the city's residents. It's a place that has multiple narratives. It's a settlement, or informal settlement, as we call them in the region. It's a place that's very ethnic, where citizens live. It's where the citizens' labor force come from. It's a community. It's a very cultural place, and so on. And likewise, there are layers of narratives of ownership and claims on the land and the meaning of what land ownership involves. Overall, in terms of ownership, my conversations and interviews with people suggest that generally people are cognizant about and respect that both customary and state legal rights and ownership precede any claims or rights of settlement residents. And with some variation, the narrative about their source of authority to reside on the land may swing between privileging the relationships with customary landowners or the state. But as people residing on the land, their fight for their rights is against the company who owns the legal right to the land through that state title. There's a contest between residents and the company. The issue of ownership and rights is fought in the courts. And again, so another consistent narrative throughout this is the basic human rights of housing, property, the right to dignity, development services, as something that everyone in the city has a right to. And the eviction notice brought together those residents in the area whose homes are co-located within the boundaries of Portion 695 to engage in a legal battle. Collectively, they raise funds to pay lawyers in order to make their case in court, and this cause is mediated by their leaders, lawyers in the city, who themselves are part of the land politics in the city. At that time, in 2013, the protests, media coverage, legal proceedings, political lobbying all succeeded, and they were able to prevent the eviction from being carried out. So how did the state participate? In my view, and as I've tried to bring out here, the state's involvement is hegemonic. The land boundary itself, the police, the courts, the school lawyers who operate within state regulations and state laws, members of parliament, and the city authorities themselves. So in this particular case, the state has a very key and central place in shaping the outcomes. Another question we've been asked to consider today is what timeline did the eviction occur? And on this, it's important to understand eviction as both a spatial and temporal process. And Portion 695, the story of Portion 695 continues to unfold. By 2015, land debates in Port Moresby had intensified, and the issue of ATS settlement reached the level of a parliamentary debate. Over the years, threats of eviction have continued to simmer away. At the local level, people are continuously talking of packing up house in preparation to be evicted or resettled. And only recently, just a few weeks ago, another eviction notice for Portion 695 was published in the national newspaper, and the media is yet again reporting of rounds of court proceedings where the residents have successfully obtained eviction, a stay on eviction orders, and the court's decision is due next week. And one can only hope that they will be successful again in delaying another eviction attempt by the same company. At the same time, other portions of land surrounding this portion are becoming increasingly, or have been, the subject of conversations about various threats of eviction. So just to summarize this case study, it's now nearing 10 years, or some 10 years, perhaps a bit over, since this land dispute has been going on, and since the settlement community began their fight to prevent eviction. And what I've tried to bring out in today's talk, in terms of a case study, has been a focus on residents of state land in Port Moresby, what we generally tend to refer to as informal settlements in Port Moresby, and the contest as between them and the company who owns the state lease. The other one is the hegemonic involvement of the state at various levels and through different parts of the state in terms of shaping the outcome. And finally, the temporality of how we understand evictions in the region has got to also be both spatial and temporal. Thank you, Turu and Tasol.
Thanks, Michelle, for that rundown of what appears to be at least a work in progress of a social movement and resisting so far successfully being evicted. So that is absolutely so glad you're watching that space. Okay, the next speaker, I'm to Ethan or Sebastian, whoever is there. I have a +3 on my screen, and we're waiting for Takina Redfern, but she's in Kiribati, and the internet there is notoriously bad, and she did warn me that it was possible that her internet might go out, and I was wondering if she's here. Takina, are you with us? Can anybody see her? She's not. Okay. All right. Well, let's hope that she does find us in the end. For the moment, I might take the bold step of attempting to explain her case in very short and with all the prefaces that it is incomplete and completely filled with errors. But Takina was going to is the I'm just looking at her title. Her particular title is the National Disaster Risk Management Officer for Kiribati, and is working toward climate resilience in Kiribati and Tarawa, the capital city there. And she was telling us about this really interesting experience. Joe, yep, is that you? Okay. Takina was telling us about this really interesting experience she had as a state actor in talking with us about evictions, and how the state, the national government of Kiribati had attempted to alienated a piece of land for watershed management, and the residents of that piece of land. Well, the customary owners had moved off of it, and it was agreed that it would be used for watershed management and preserved for that purpose. But when the people who were the customary owners saw the land not being used, felt that they could move back onto it. And so the state found itself in this situation of needing to manage the watershed, and apparently having people living on an area where the watershed is, I don't have the words for this necessarily, but having people live there is problematic for watershed purposes. And so they found themselves in the difficult position of not only having to evict the customary landowners, or needing to have the customary landowners move off of the land, but also have a lot of their aid projects stalled because of World Bank safeguards on evictions. And so she was going to talk to us about the sort of the government perspective there, the state perspective, and how some of the complexities that happen when states are trying to do things like manage infrastructure and watersheds. So that was my very, very bad attempt at describing what she would have talked about had she been here, and perhaps she will still show up. I'll give her a couple of minutes to speak then. In the meantime, we have, let's see, Ethan, are you able to go? I don't know who can see what now. Can they see my slides? The green slides? And if they can, could we go back to the one that says speaker order or something like that had all the speaker names on it? This is it, right? Okay. Two more ahead. One more, please. One more. That one. That's where I was going. Our presenters. Okay. So we have two other people that I didn't acknowledge in the beginning of the presentation, or at the beginning of the session. One is Benedicta Rousseau, who is off screen quietly taking notes on everything we're saying, and is going to be putting together those notes so we can share them after the session. So thanks, Benedicta. And the other is Monica Minigal, who is an associate professor of anthropology at the University of Melbourne. And we've asked her to take the most difficult part of a presentation, which is to try to pull some of the threads together. So looking back at our objectives for this session, they were to start a conversation about how would we create a regional conversation on evictions when they mean so many different things to different people, and there are so many actors and it's very complex. So I would like to hand the microphone over to Monica, and we are all here. She's going to guide us in a discussion and maybe ask some questions of our presenters or others who are attending. So thanks a lot, Monica.
Thank you, Jenny. I also want to begin by acknowledging the land that I'm speaking to you from the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations here in Melbourne. That's fairly important because this whole discussion ultimately is about who owns the land, who has rights to occupy the land, who has rights to live in this city, and who do we negotiate with in order to be able to continue living in the city. I ultimately haven't negotiated in any way with the Wurundjeri people. I negotiate with the state. I negotiate with the private sector. I buy a block of land. And these sorts of complex relationships between different kinds of tenure are clearly lurking in the 4 cases that have been discussed here. These are really complex scenes in these cities. You've got landowners, customary landowners, other forms of landowners. You've got the state, you've got the private sector, all entailed in negotiating and protecting and challenging, shaping how we can challenge rights to land in the cities that are increasingly where people in the Pacific are seeking to live, seeking to make a living. We're dealing with different forms of tenure in the stories that people were discussing. We're dealing with different understandings of what tenure agreements entail, what rights they confer. So Michelle, for example, really interestingly pointed out that the people in the settlement that she was working with were happy to agree about that the customary landowners and the state had prior moral rights to determine their living in this place. But the company, that's a different sort of thing. When they're negotiating with the company that was seeking their evictions, they hadn't entered into a relationship with that company in the sense that they've entered into a relationship with customary and landowners and with the state. So these sorts of relationships have to be explored if we're looking at this. In Joe's case, there was a really interesting point that he was making there too that touches on the same kind of thing, that these people, and a third of people in Honiara are actually living in informal settlements, but that these people are living on the lands on state land. They're living on state land. And they're quite comfortable living on state land. They have a license, a temporary license, it might be called, to live in the state. I presume that this is a license that they negotiate with the state and not with the customary owners of this land. So that's one question I would like Joe to address soon. But again, what happens is when the state then enters a different sort of agreement with a private company, things get complicated again, and there's tensions between local landowners and the people, sorry, not with the people living in these settlements and the company, rather than there being difficulties between these people and the state. It's this additional agreement that has gone on between the state and the company, the private sector, that has complicated this relationship. And then with Poonam, what we're looking at, so I'm sort of moving backwards through the talks, okay. With Poonam, the really interesting thing, and I think this is also touched on in Michelle's talk, was that temporality of evictions. So it is the threat of eviction rather than the reality of eviction, that sense of insecurity that is generated through, we could evict you if we decided to do so. Or even we've initiated it, but you know, when it will come into action, when it will actually happen is uncertain. The really interesting thing, I think, certainly in Poonam's and in Michelle's talks, was that sense of insecurity and what this does to the sense of, to the political scene, if you like. So what does that insecurity do? Why are people using that threat of eviction? What does that threat of eviction do to the political landscape in a place like this? So yes, for me, we have a number of different things, which again, I would have liked Tekena to talk about too, because she's bringing the opposite perspective in a sense of the state in negotiating with the local landowner, with the customary landowners, to say, we will take this land, we have rights to this land, in a sense have validated, have again changed the political landscape. They have validated particular people as the customary landowners. So I can see a number of commonalities across these examples that we've been talking about. That tension between landowners, state, private sector, customary land ownership, state land, private land, and how these intersect in shaping the stories of eviction, the threats of eviction in these places. But I also see this as playing out somewhat differently in the different cases. And it's the differences that I think would really be interesting to think about further. To what extent have different histories of occupation of land, of alienation of land in the first place, different histories of occupation and alienation shaped the potential for and the experience of evictions in these different places. And what I'd like the speakers who are here to perhaps address are what they see as differences in the stories they told and the stories you've heard the other people talking about. So, Poonam, would you like to start? Was there something you heard in the stories of Joe and Michelle that differed from what you see happening in Suva?
In Suva, eviction has rarely taken place in the squatter settlement, especially by the landowner. And I think like we are being very lenient here. The government and the landowners are very lenient with the informal settlement existence. And like I have never come across a settlement where there have been cases of forced eviction or bulldozers coming off to tell people to move out. But then in multiple of my case studies, people have been informed somehow that they have to move out eventually. And one way the government and the landowner has ensured that the people have to move is to restrict them of infrastructural services, such as not servicing them with water or electricity supply. But then when the election time comes by, the government does provide these services to some of the people. So some settlements which are actually targeted for to vacate in future are provided with the services. But then as far as I see, it's just the informal residents and the applied are used as an election campaign to get more votes. And as soon as the election dates are near, then we see more plans, more programs about squatter settlements coming up. And like that happened in the 2018 elections. Right after the 2018 elections, the matter just died down. There was nothing in the media telling what plans the government has and what they're going to do. And just this month, the government has again resurfaced with their plans for the squatter settlements. And most of the people, like last week, the government organized a public consultation with some of the settlements where they have development programs to subdivide the lots. And most of the people, they complained that now the government is saying something else to what they promised in the 2018 elections. So now they have contradicting views, and by next year or by 2022 elections, general elections, something new will turn up. And thank you.
Yeah. Michelle, I was interested in your thoughts in response to Poonam, because I think that provision of infrastructure has been important in the Port Moresby scene as well.
Yeah.
The politics.
Yeah, so I think one of the issues is the issue around development and city development for who and by who, and what development means. So from the perspective of residents living in settlements where there is no services or water supply, reticulated water supply, or where they manage water collectively, their arguments in terms of their rights to development might mean something totally different from their perspective compared to city authorities, who might view development as we have to have a road or other infrastructure, which then clashes with where people are living. So, but both are arguing from the perspective of we need development in the city. So whose development by who, for who, and who's doing it is one thing I think that's really interesting. In terms of where I am, what struck me also is the issue about the history of dispossession and alienation of land in these contexts, which I sense customary landowners being increasingly backgrounded in some of these battles in the courts, which is quite sad. So that's another very important narrative that others are working on and needs to come through in these conversations. I just wanted to highlight that although I've focused on the issue of residents living in the settlement vis-a-vis a company, I see this increasing background of who the customary landowners and their ultimate moral rights to the city, and how do they fit into that whole conversation about rights to live in the city and rights to keep their cultural identities. Another thing that struck me, which the others might speak to, but struck me, was the way the media and the role that the media has in terms of amplifying these issues in that political economy. So I, from a distance now, follow through the media a lot, and I noticed that the media is one, and social media is where people go to for that, initiating that public awareness about what's going on when it begins. And another difference in my context that I was talking about is that this is quite a big area of land, and there are several portions of state land adjacent to each other. So this contrasts to narratives of land in the region where we talk about land boundaries and clans and collective action around land. Here we're talking about collective action based on quite clearly defined portions of land. So that's another big difference I see. That's interesting in terms of urban land in the region.
Joe, I think that might also relate to some of what you were talking about in Honiara. What you're competing, the land that you're competing over in the first place is defined by some of these broader state structures, when you talked about the privatizing of state land.
Yeah, I think Michelle made an important point that, these things, eviction is, around, it is temporal and it's also spatial. And it's interesting the point Poonam made in terms of, that eviction is used as a tool to threaten, how settlers are living within these informal spaces. For the case of the Solomons, the idea of temporary occupation license, it was introduced in the, during the colonial days by the British. And it was a process to allow for people that moved from different places to come to Honiara and, stay and build informal houses and eventually acquire, legal title and build. But over time, that process did not, translate from temporary occupation license into sort of formal titles. And then what happened was, administratively, the state is aware that these people, some of the land are occupied by people, but yet, officers within the Ministry of Lands would, transfer it to a company, and that's where it creates the issue of eviction. There are no cases where the state actually evicts settlers within Honiara. What the state is doing now is facilitating settlements or settlers to sort of change their occupation license into formal titles.
Joe, I wish we could go on, but I'm getting notes from David. And I think that might be a good moment to end on that, but we have no minutes left.
Okay, yeah.
So, but we absolutely want to hear more from all of our presenters. And thank you so much, Joe, Poonam, Michelle, Monica, and Benny, for being here. And we do plan to, we'd love to hear your comments in the chat session, in the, see your comments in the comments. And we'll be reaching out via this platform or some other platform on further engagement with our working group. So please do stay tuned. Thank you so much, Joe, Monica, Michelle.
Thank you.
Poonam, Benny, see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone, and welcome to a session on energy resilience and disasters in the South Pacific, covering aspects including political economy dynamics, community responses and planning. And many thanks to the organisers of the Second Urban Resilience Asia Pacific Conference for the opportunity to talk about our work, which has also been running this week with 3 workshops that we'll be talking about now. As part of this session, we'll be hearing from Long Seng To from Loughborough University, Atul Raturi from the University of the South Pacific, Paul Munro and Anna Bruce from the University of New South Wales, and my name's Ian McGill, also from the University of New South Wales. So yes, we only have 50 minutes. The general plan is we had 3 themes as part of these 3 workshops. We're going to hear a report on each of those. Then we're going to be sort of discussing a series of sort of, questions coming out of those and linkages across these themes. And then also telling you what we're up to next and inviting your participation, your comments and your insights. So thanks for joining us. Next slide, please. And please welcome Long Seng.
Thanks. So that's the session plan that Ian just outlined, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we have been doing. So you'll be quite familiar with definitions of resilience this week, and so ours is, to be expected, but applied to energy systems. And we're looking at it from the perspective of the South Pacific. But when I talk about energy systems, I mean the whole socio-technological system around that. So more than just the technical components. Next slide, please. So when we talk about energy resilience in the Pacific, it's, amongst a whole lot of other issues that are of primary concern to people there, including energy security, climate change, ongoing efforts towards energy access, yearly disasters where people are trying to rebuild after each episode, the move towards more renewable energy. Can you click, please? And so our workshops and the themes for the 3 themes that we tried to explore were around planning and finance, and that was the first workshop led by Ian and Anna. Quick, please. And second workshop led by Paul was on the political economy of off-grid solar systems. And quick, please. The last workshop, which was yesterday, led by Atul and I, was on community energy resilience strategies after disasters. The next, please. So before we launched into the workshops, we led some work on a background paper, including a literature review, stakeholder interviews with 17 people from the region, and 6 case studies as well. Click, please. This was led by our wonderful student researchers who, conducted the interviews and helped with the literature review. And that's actually available from the Centre for Energy and Environmental Markets. If you navigate from their homepage, you can get to the report. We have the link as well. Click, please. So the case studies that we looked at were in PNG, with their abundance of energy resources, Tuvalu with their community-based initiatives and champions, Tokelau with their move towards 100% solar, Vanuatu and their community resilience framework, Fiji in their responses to cyclones, and Australia's recent bushfires as well. We tried to learn from especially what remote communities were doing. So thank you.
Great, thanks Long Seng. So yeah, now Anna Bruce from University of New South Wales speaking on the first workshop with the theme of planning.
Thanks, Ian.
So yeah, we can just go to the next slide. That's just the intro. This was the first workshop out of our 3 workshops that we held. And as part of the workshop, Ian spent some time reviewing frameworks for planning and specifically for resilient energy planning. And essentially, we defined planning as being about making decisions now, but about the future. And in this case, decisions about energy systems, setting goals and trajectories, and specifically about investments in energy systems. So in the review, there's a lot of resilience comes up in a lot of different places. And it's now, we're seeing it often used in discussions about electricity industry planning, really focusing on specifically energy security concerns around keeping the lights on and ensuring that the system isn't subject to outages. But we think in some cases, those frameworks included a broader framing, which we think is useful. So, for example, this NREL resilience framework is a broader framing, but still these frameworks tend to focus more on shocks that might bring energy systems down, and we're also interested in more systematic stresses and incorporating things like climate change mitigation into that thinking. Also, it's important to recognise planning as a process, not an end goal. Plans are essentially static, and typically, I guess, we fail to achieve our plans, but it's the process that's useful and important. Specifically in that process, having some feedback to adjust our planning, ensuring accountability, transparency, and autonomy in decision making. So we found that some frameworks that took a broader view are useful, but yet they tend to focus on the concerns of industrialised countries, and there's work to do to bring the relevant perspective for Pacific Island countries and developing countries. So in the workshop, we really focused on electricity, not so much broadly energy, so including generation, distribution and end use, and not just on grid, but also off grid, which is really important for remote areas in Pacific Island countries, islands. And yeah, so we'll just go to the next slide there. So the process, in the workshop, we had a review of some of the case studies that were part of the background paper that Long Seng just mentioned, and then we had a panel discussion, and that's our panel members there. We had a range of expertise from different parts of different Pacific Island countries and different sectors, including some of the important regional bodies that help to oversee planning for Pacific Island countries, as well as our colleagues Manu and Atul from the University of the South Pacific and the University of PNG. Next slide. So these are some of the key vulnerabilities, opportunities and challenges that we saw that came up in the background, the review that we did for the background paper, the case studies and also the panel discussion. You know, this really highlights why energy resilience is so important for Pacific Island countries and territories. They face a number of key challenges, specifically related to climate, weather and their remoteness. There's historically a significant dependence on imported fossil fuels. Many of these countries and territories are very small in scale, which increases costs, but it also makes it harder for them to build capacity for some of these planning activities. And now we have also land was a theme that came up a lot. Land scarcity in the case of atoll countries and conflict over land in other cases due to traditional land ownership. And also coming into this now is the added complexity for planning of high penetrations of variable renewable energy, mainly solar, but also some wind, and the need to integrate that into existing electricity systems and manage storage as well. So just adding complexity there for planning. Of course, most of these countries have ambitious targets for renewable energy as part of reducing climate change risk. Another complexity is the need to plan across main island grids and programs to deliver standalone systems or mini grids for areas that are off those main grids. And then the dependence on donors and their timeframes and agendas. However, there's some important strengths in Pacific Island countries which they can also lean on as well. They do have some strong existing regional organisations, existing resilience strategies. They're used to having disasters and recovering from them, and also the really strong social capital in these countries as well. Next slide. So finally, I just want to touch on some of the insights that are emerging from the workshop. We're obviously going to take some time to take a look at everything that we've got now that came out of the workshops which just happened this week. But here are some of the things that are emerging for us straight away. So firstly, the need for planning rather than plans, and planning trajectories, and a process for reviewing those plans as well. So there's a need to upgrade ageing infrastructure and move to renewable energy. So it's a transition underway there. And this fast changing landscape means that these plans are outdated quickly, and so need to be reviewed. Also, the value of leveraging a regional approach, which obviously needs to interface to that at that national planning level to overcome some of the challenges that I mentioned related to scale and capacity. And I guess one of the things there is the importance of using the existing mechanisms that are in place to support governments and utilities rather than creating new ones. And so external assistance should be channeled through those rather than trying to create new ones. The importance of tying energy with other goals, such as water, health, education, income generating applications, which can meet the community priorities and increase their resilience. And obviously that's consultation is important around that for the planning process. And then, just the need to build capacity and ensure that that autonomy, transparency and accountability are in place for decision making. We did see cases where roles and responsibilities were unclear because of the role of donors and many departments being responsible for these kinds of decisions, and just areas where we really do need to see more accountability with respect to some of the decisions that are being made. And then I guess, there's obviously a need for a lot more data and tools to feed into those planning processes. And one of the interesting, I guess, discussions that we were having was around the need for quality, Category 5 cyclone rating, and then versus some other arguments around more local self-sufficiency and diversity, which these things don't necessarily go hand in hand. So that's it from me.
Great, yeah, thanks, Anna. So next up is Paul Munro, also from University of New South Wales, and he led the second workshop. Over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, so I led the second workshop, which was on a couple of days ago, Wednesday, I believe. The week's gone fast. And specifically this workshop, so the previous one looked at planning, and in my workshop, we're looking at actually a specific kind of, I guess, application of energy, off-grid solar. So, and the context is that off-grid solar technologies have boomed, particularly in the global south, as people are seeking different ways to get energy access, often due to the slow expansion of the grid, which is happening across the South Pacific, but also many parts of sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. And what we want to do is understand, well, how might the emergence of these new off-grid solar technologies affect energy resilience? How might they help augment, or how do they interplay with communities or places seeking energy resilience? And the specific kind of framing around political economy is it's not just interested in the technology itself, and as Longson said before, it's kind of thinking about it socio-technical. So it's about how the object is governed. So who gets to own energy systems, who makes decisions around how they're used, how they're maintained, how they're funded, how are they distributed, disseminated, all those kinds of broader questions. Who wins and loses when we have an energy transition were kind of key questions that we wanted to think about when looking at what role might off-grid solar play in the geographies of energy resilience in the South Pacific. Next slide. So I guess this is a little thing we did at the start of the workshop. So one I guess benefit of being on live with workshops is we can reach a quite interesting audience. And so we got all the attendees to plot on the map where they were in the world. And so we had a great representation across, particularly across the Asia Pacific region, throughout Australia, South Pacific, New Zealand, and in parts of Asia, but also representative from Africa. And I believe that's Longsang there, plotted up in the north in the UK for the workshop. Next slide, please. So this is just the frame of the great speakers. So the way the workshop was structured is I gave an initial kind of context introduction about off-grid solar broadly across the world, and it's kind of in the global south in particular, and it's kind of boom and how that's unfolded, posing some kind of questions around how we might understand this structure. I then moved into kind of looking at the case studies that we had in the South Pacific. So looking at, well, how has off-grid solar technology has been used differently in different case studies. It's quite distinct from Tokelau to Fiji and Vanuatu. And then what we do is brought a panel of experts in to kind of talk about the context of this off-grid solar. And I'll have a couple of slides in a second, but really off-grid solar has boomed initially in sub-Saharan Africa. It's kind of moved across parts of Asia, and we're now starting to see it take up in the South Pacific. So particularly the panel has expertise from East Africa and from Asia, kind of bringing their insights of what's happened there to kind of think about what's happening now in the Pacific. So there was Dr. Ivona Bisaga, who's a research associate at Loughborough University. She's currently based in Rwanda. And so she's had quite extensive experience working as a researcher in the off-grid sector, but also actually working in the private sector. She was a research representative for one of the major companies or startups working in off-grid across Asia and Africa. Sam Grant, who's the director of energy access at CLASS, which is a not-for-profit organization that kind of promotes energy efficiency across the world, particularly across Africa and Asia and different parts of the world. And he recently set up their office in East Africa, and he's now moving to Washington, D.C. to kind of run their broader program of energy efficiency and appliance and energy access. And then finally, Chanel Samarakun, who's a PhD candidate here at University of New South Wales, who's done research on energy justice and questions of what are the impacts at the community level in terms of who gets access and who doesn't. How can we rethink these technologies? He's also, beyond that, is co-founder of Zoo Energy that does off-grid solar work in Malawi. He also does a lot of work in Sri Lanka as well through other projects as well. All right, next slide, please. So when I probably should have had this slide earlier. So when we talk about off-grid solar, this is kind of what you can kind of picture in your mind, these different kind of objects. And there's many different styles, from little lanterns to solar home systems to plug-and-play systems to do-it-yourself at the home, people taping things together, to more generic brand products, and rising up to kind of mini and microgrids and much kind of bigger village-level applications. So I guess that's the starting point. It's not just a singular technology, but there's a whole range of off-grid solar technologies, and they're all being deployed and used in a range of different contexts. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, again, please. Sorry, there's a last one coming in there. So just why I'm talking about off-grid solar, why I think it's an important topic for energy resilience. So this is data from the Global Off-Grid Lighting Association, which tracks the emergence of off-grid solar sales across the global south. And this graph shows how sales have boomed in the last decade. So in about 2010, across South Pacific, Asia, and Africa, about 200,000 off-grid solar products were sold. And we can have a look over the decade that slowly climbed, well, rapidly climbed, and nearly 40 million was sold last year, and this year is set to overtake that number. So we suddenly see this real kind of energy transition happening, and so that's where the interest lies. There's this very active happening now, energy transition occurring, and what we're trying to dig down with this workshop is, well, what does that mean for energy resilience? Next slide. And just to show what this looks like in the context of Vanuatu. So this is data from Vanuatu's two censuses, the 2009 census, the 2016 mini census. And I guess obviously the striking thing I want to show on that is that middle column there. So in 2009, about 2% of households were using off-grid solar as their main source of lighting and electricity. Just 7 years later, and it's 65%. So there's this kind of huge fundamental shift in terms of how people are accessing electricity. And likely that number's gone up considerably since then. There's been loads of selling and dissemination of products since 2016. So a really quite rapid fundamental change. Next slide. So what we did is kind of had the panel discuss about their experiences around off-grid solar and share their thoughts on energy resilience. And we had a lot of kind of interaction from the audience and questions and people who've had experience on the ground in terms of what's happening with off-grid solar and how they think it relates to resilience. And these are just kind of some initial highlights. Obviously, it's 2 days ago, the workshop, and we're still sifting through and thinking through these themes. But these are kind of, I guess an initial hot take of some of the themes to emerge. One thing is the first point is, a lot of this is done through the private sector, a lot of these off-grid sales. And I guess one of the questions is, well, what is the role of the government? And one of the questions was the problem with market approaches, it kind of follows the money. So the wealthier get bigger, more sophisticated solar systems, the poor can only afford nothing at all or potentially a small lamp. And so there's kind of questions about, well, let's think about the role of the government. Government programs to disseminate. There's different programs in Vanuatu, for example, that have subsidies, so there's greater access in different forms. So it's kind of thinking about how government and private sector might interact to ensure all get access. So there's a much more kind of equitable form, so it's not just relying on market mechanisms. One that's quite striking, a couple of speakers talked about, is often actually off-grid solar. These objects are often seen as rural technologies, but they're actually quite prominent in urban settings for a range of different reasons. And so a lot of through the on-the-ground stuff they're seeing across Africa and parts of the South Pacific and in Asia is actually a lot of urban households will buy these products, whether they're in poor areas and cannot connect to the grid because it's too expensive, whether they use it as a backup because there's often load shedding and frequent blackouts, or even as a kind of an economic system. So they'll put on a solar system and have their lights off solar because it's cheaper, but just use the grid for kind of bigger functions. So it's kind of interesting to see this kind of forms of energy stacking. Third point was kind of questions of certification and standards. So with this boom of solar products, there's a whole range of products with varying qualities and generic products and stuff that has short shelf lives. So there's kind of a question of, well, how do we have standards or certification to ensure that people are getting quality? If people go out, they buy a solar power system house, it breaks down 3 months later, there's something we might kind of question around energy resilience. What's the role kind of certification or ensuring how these items spread? And then finally, there's kind of the question of maintenance. So with this kind of selling of these off-grid products, people are in charge of their own maintenance, very different from the grid where it's a government responsibility. So it's kind of who's responsible then is kind of a question we need to ask. And if things break down and people can't repair them, then we're kind of left in a problematic kind of question around resilience. That's me. Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And then the third theme, jointly led by Long Seng and Atul Raturi from the University of the South Pacific, who's going to give us the summary. Thanks, Atul.
Thank you very much, Ian. And we were looking at the heart of the problem. When the resilience, whenever we talk about the resilience, is the communities. And the Pacific Island communities are already struggling with energy access and security and the climate change. And which the whole thing has been exacerbated by cyclones and now COVID-19. So we're looking at all this and how do communities cope with the resilience question. Could I have the next slide, please? Next slide, please.
Right.
Yeah. Next one. We can go straight to the next. I was very pleased to be a part of this panel, which was co-chaired by Long Seng, and all our 3 technical experts were, ladies, and males are outnumbered by females, and this was a very, very pleasant task to be part of this panel. And our panels are made up of Pauline Comalong, the first one, and she's a WASH consultant. She comes from PNG, but she has worked in the whole of Pacific. She was with SPC, with Kiribati's government. So she has a lot of work in the WASH space, but we thought that WASH space is part of the resilience scheme of things. So she was there. And then Makereta Lomoloma, she works with the SPC, and she's been working there for quite some time. Before that, she was with the Department of Energy in Fiji. She brings in a lot of experience in the regional and national energy scene. And the third participant was Katrina Sinjalikis, and she's a mechanical engineer. She is a solar engineer. She has worked a lot with establishing solar mini grids and solar schemes in the Pacific. And she's at the moment with GGGI. And then finally we had a discussion, which is Peter Johnston. Sorry, his name appears as Johnson. And Peter Johnston is considered a guru of energy in the Pacific Island countries because he's been working here for 40 years. Could I have the next slide, please? So we started with Pauline's presentation, and she talked about the importance of community engagement. Although she was coming for the wash space, but all these similar kind of situation appears whenever we bring in a project, whether it is energy projects or any other kind. And the important thing that came out from this is community engagement is a must. That if you want a project to be successful within a community, then we have to make community part of it. They have to own it. They have to co-design it. So it is very, very important that they are involved right in the beginning. If we are doing a feasibility study, they must understand what does it mean. Sometimes I've seen cases where we did a wind mast. We took a wind mast to a location where we were looking at the possibility of setting up a wind station, a wind farm. But the wind speeds are not up to the scratch, and it doesn't happen. The community does not understand that, and they would think that we just wasted their time. So it's very important that the community is taken into confidence right in the beginning, and then they should be able to tell you what they want from it. So whether it is a water scheme, whether it's an energy scheme, they should have some expectations, and we should be working around that rather than bringing in our ideas, which never works. And finally, we also talk about the payment. There should be some kind of they should, when they own it, they should run it as a business, and there should be a payment scheme. As Pauline said, water is free because they've set up a lot of rainwater systems. So rain is free, but the infrastructure is not free. So somebody has to pay for that. Solar energy is free, but solar panels are not free. Somebody has to pay for that. So we have to discuss with communities and make sure that they understand, and that is why we work together to build the projects. Could I have the next slide, please? So I'm trying to rush through. And this slide was presented by Katrina. She talked about, as I said, she has a lot of experience in the region, in the design of systems and establishing systems. She started with lessons from other places, other island countries in the Pacific or in the Caribbean, and then making sure that we follow the standards. We have trained certified installers. We have the templates for tender, technical specification documents, checklists. So important thing is we have all these things in place. Only then we can design proper systems which are resilient, which are long-lasting, and making sure they train engineers, the technicians, and even the community members. So this is very, very important. I think we look at the whole scheme of things when we design these projects. Next slide, please. Then Katrina also discussed about the centralized and decentralized systems. What are the benefits? What are the benefits of having solar home systems vis-a-vis having a mini grid and a microgrid? And what happens if a cyclone hits? If it's a microgrid, the whole grid disappears. But if you have a small home systems, then they still keep working. Some of them will disappear, but some of them will still be there. So there are pros and cons of having these kind of systems. So we discussed a lot about this, and this is something which again keeps cropping up during these discussions, whether we should have a microgrid for the whole village, or the village should have, each house should have its own system. Next slide, please. Now, it is very, very important that if the communities are to be involved and communities want to take ownership of the system, they should use that energy for some productive use. Energy for what? So that is a question when we have this discussion right in the beginning. We would say, okay, you have electricity. What are you going to do with that? And they would come up with lots of things. Like they want electricity for refrigeration. They want electricity for water. They want electricity for weaving at night. So it's very, very important, I think, that we connect electricity access or energy access to other aspects. Energy, food, and water. The nexus there is very, very important. So whenever we talk about energy, we should not talk in isolation, but we should be talking about all the sectors together and how they support each other. Next slide, please. Then came Makreja. She has a lot of, as I said, a lot of experience in the energy space in the Pacific, and she has done a lot of work with the gender. And this is very, very important aspect. Whenever a disaster struck, the women and children, they are the first ones to be affected, and it's very, very important, I think, that they should be involved in all the decision making. Unfortunately, when we go to the villages and communities, we find that the women are less involved. They are doing the cooking and washing and gardening, but they do not come to the meeting. So it's very important that they are involved right from the beginning. And this will happen if it is more inclusive, if we make sure that the community understands the importance of energy access. We have the next slide, please. This is the one interesting thing which Longsing introduced, and we had this Jamboard where we divided all our participants into groups, 5 groups, and we gave them 3 questions. And they answered those questions, we put them together. So one of the questions was the research, what are the research questions, that research areas that we could work with? And there are lots of ideas, and you could see that cooking came out as a very, very important research area, gender and diversity, business models, technical innovations, data monitoring, best practices. So we have taken note of all this, and this is what we're going to do now. We're going to collect and analyze these things and hopefully come up with some research questions and research approaches later on. So this is my spiel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Atul. Okay. No, we're not up to closing remarks. So look, one of the things is our 3 themes emerged from sort of the early investigation. The resilience of Pacific Island countries and territories. But of course, you divide up those themes, you run these events around those themes, and what emerges is all the linkages across them. And we are, of course, looking to bring this all back together. So what I thought would be good to do first would be to get Anna, Paul and Atul to briefly sort of address what they saw as some of the real, what came out of the other workshops that you see relevant to your own. So Anna, planning, Paul, political economy off-grid, Atul, community, energy resilience in disasters. So what are the really key things that you think that you now see you need to weave back into your own themes? So perhaps we'll start with you, Anna.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, I think for the planning workshop, one of the things that came out was in the workshop on community and disaster resilience. Also came through in our own workshop was, but very strongly in theirs, was the importance of really talking to communities. And for planning, this is really important to be able to tie the planning of the energy system in with the goals of the community, and by doing that, and particularly income generating activities which meet the priorities of the community, this can really improve the buy-in and the maintenance of the system and therefore its resilience. So that kind of community consultation as part of the planning is really important, but also I think beyond that, engaging with communities as an important way to address land conflicts, which did come up as a big issue for planning, as I discussed, and the potential for that to really help resolve some of the conflict that sometimes arises over land ownership and availability. But I guess we heard from the panelists in our workshop that there's really an absence of community and private sector involvement in planning in the region, and that we do need to see more consultation, as we're just not seeing the diversity reflected in the planning process. And one example that was given was that only 14% of women that work in utilities in these countries are women. So 14% of employees. So yeah, that's, I guess, one example of the need to improve that diversity there.
Thanks, Anna.
Yeah.
Paul?
Yeah, so what I saw in the other 2 workshops, the off-grid solar technologies often came up in different ways and different approaches. I guess one fundamental one I touched on before was the kind of, there's a lot of opportunity with this boom of off-grid products. There's a lot of them out there, but for them to actually have an impact on resilience, there needs to be planning. Otherwise, they just get bought by wealthier, and the wealthier kind of create islands of resilience, but the poor cannot afford, or they get substandard systems. So there's a role in the government to find different mechanisms, whether it's through aid programs, whether it's through subsidies, to ensure they get distributed equitably and people have access to it across the Pacific in different ways. And then also kind of questions of standard to ensure that what's being sold or what's being used by different organizations is actually a quality product that will last and has some kind of mechanism for repair. So to ensure that these systems last a long time. So if there's not those kind of planning processes, it can create a mess, just a whole bunch of broken solar products, waste, and the small few getting benefits. So I think that was the real thing. It's about how do we plan around this phenomenon of off-grid products. In terms of community, energy often off-grid seen as kind of a very kind of key technology, particularly for remote or poorer communities where the grid hasn't reached yet. So a lot of discussion about these technologies. And I think a lot of the kind of Q&A and the speakers is this opportunity and frustration, I think, with these technologies about what gets implemented, who's in charge of it, who gets repair, how can we adapt this for productive use and make it do what we want it to do, and that often mismatches the projects. So there's a lot of importance to kind of getting communities to drive about the where and the how of off-grid solar, rather than just kind of see this innate plonker technology in and it will work. It's about kind of having those conversations.
Thanks, Paul. And Atul, what did you take away from planning and political economy of off-grid solar?
Thanks, Ian. I think planning and plan thing was a very, very important part, because all the Pacific Island countries have, NDCs, the commitments. They would say that by 2030 or 2040, we would have 100% renewable energy component in the electricity sector. But that is kind of a plan. The planning itself on the, actually having a roadmap for that, an implementation roadmap is not as many countries have it. Fiji has it, but lots of other countries do not have it. So it is very, very important. I think when I was listening to Anna's session, that thing kept on coming back. We have to have implementation plan. We have to planning to do this. It's good to have this document, but how do we approach that? How do we need that? Reach that. Second thing with Paul's session, I was listening very carefully to the pay as you go systems and how Africa has done very well with these small solar systems. And that is the kind of thing that should be happening in the Pacific also. Like we have a lot of programs which are basically aid funded or the government funded, and people, that is where the ownership and that kind of thing and responsibility part does not come in. So when we have people paying for it, they would take care of it, and they would, the thing becomes more sustainable. So I would like to see more of these programs rolled out in the Pacific. And, there are some other examples of soul share where people sell, peer-to-peer selling of the solar energy. If you have more solar, photovoltaic, you can sell it to your neighbor. So these are the kind of things that we can discuss and work on. So thank you. Yeah, very useful, both the sessions.
Great, thanks, Atul. I think the other thing, obviously, we have to do with this work going forward is link it more broadly. The thing with energy resilience is you start, researching in the space, and it's all about, well, how does it connect to community resilience? Yeah. How does it connect to this, and how does it connect to that? And that's something that's very promising with resilience, but also really challenging. It does look to make lots of those linkages. But I thought the next thing we could do is, Anna, Paul, Atul, is just address this question of what did you see as the insights of your workshop for a broader urban resilience agenda, such as being addressed at the second conference, Urban Resilience across the Asia Pacific. Anna.
Oh, you're on mute, Anna.
Oh.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, so I guess urban is kind of an interesting concept in Pacific Island countries. It's very diverse, obviously, but and some countries are bigger, like PNG, and do have and Fiji as well, big kind of urban areas. But some countries are very small, and we're talking about the main settlements are sort of villages clustered on islands. But I think in general, it's really interesting, the role of off-grid technologies, and in that respect, I think, as Atul said, some really useful learnings from the experts that in Paul's workshop that had done a lot of work in Africa where there's been a lot of success. But I think, you know, even for those that are connected to the grid, there's the use of off-grid technologies to still improve their energy resilience. And that really highlighted the need for tools to help us plan across on-grid and off-grid. And then there are countries like PNG where there's still a large percentage of the population that are not connected to the grid, and big ambitious plans for to increase energy access, but still quite a lot of focus on extending the grid and questions about how we actually make those decisions between extending the grid, mini grids, off grid. And I think, yeah, that's, you know, something that's really important, I guess, for resilience in general and for urban resilience. Where is the role for the off-grid systems in that planning process?
Fantastic. Paul?
Yeah. So I guess moving off kind of the off-grid theme with what Anna said, you know, one striking thing we found is when we got the statistics from it, in Vanuatu, for example, 1 in 10 urban households use off-grid solar as their main source of electricity. The grid electricity is there, but they're not using it as their main source. So that's just some using it as main source, and then there's a much higher percentage, which we don't know, that use off-grid as a secondary source, as their backup source. So this kind of rural technology is threaded through urban systems, and people are using it as a backup, so that in terms of resilience. But often the households that are using it, the majority, are in poor urban areas. So they're not connected to the grid because perhaps the informal settlements, they don't own the land, they can't afford to maybe organize a connection. So it's become kind of a do-it-yourself urban poor form of energy resilience, of finding a way to get electricity for basic lighting, for mobile phone use, even though they've been excluded from those broader urban processes. So there's this really interesting intersection between, you know, using these new technologies as a way for people to craft access in precarious livelihoods.
Thanks, Paul. Atul?
Yeah, and I'll give an example of Fiji. Like 56% people are in urban areas. So and 80% of people in Fiji are connected to the grid. Now you would see grid is about 50% hydro, rest, most of it comes from the diesel part. Now we are looking at how can we make this electricity sector sustainable. So we're looking at rooftop systems, rooftop solar. I think that can play a big role in cities like Suva. And this is something which we would like to promote. And because we know that around the world, cities are the ones which contribute the largest amount of greenhouse gas emissions to the total countries. So if we can look after cities by bringing in renewable energy, bringing in sustainability solutions, that would be a win-win situation. So I think that this conference is very, very important. That the work we are doing can be straight away connected to the overall theme of the conference, the urban resilience.
Absolutely. I should say we did find some of the work on urban resilience in the South Pacific, including Professor McAvoy's work at RMIT, with others looking particularly at Honiara. And very, very useful, interesting. We did sort of note that some of that work doesn't really specifically talk about energy resilience directly. It sort of folds into discussions around critical infrastructure and so on. So I would just say we'd really welcome feedback from people watching this session who are working in that space on how we might better connect these dots. Look, time is flying, so I think probably the next best thing, Long Seng, it'd be great to get your thoughts as sort of, leader among equals in sort of bringing this project together and so on. What's your high-level sort of summary of where you think we've got to and where we're going next?
Yeah, I mean, the workshops were really wonderful and enjoyable collaboration. With the background paper, we really, came to a common understanding of what energy resilience means in the Pacific for people in the Pacific. And with the workshops, begin to enrich our own, research areas in dialogue, and that's been really fantastic. And, of course, hope to collaborate further as well. But in terms of the three themes, I think planning in the future really needs to keep pace with the amount of change that is happening. And so there's, innovations that can happen in that planning process. And I think that's very exciting, and integrating the different views, so including the community aspect as well. In terms of the political economy, I think the global linkages are very interesting, the ways that renewable energy products and implementation models travel across regions, and the kinds of innovation that translation process can bring is very interesting. And so when we look at what's available on the market in terms of community resilience, there's many opportunities, I think, for Pacific Island countries and territories to lead because they have such a strong tradition and proud traditions of community approaches, can be a really transformative force in urban resilience.
Great, thanks so much. Could we have the next slide, please? Okay, so look, as we said, there's a background paper. I think the last slide actually has the link so that you can pick that off. The workshops, thanks. The workshops were not recorded, a range of reasons why we didn't do that, but we did commit to provide sort of written up summaries of those, and they'll get posted in that same spot. So there's more to be done there. Of course, there's some papers to be written, but we really saw this project as the start of what we would hope would be a wider and more encompassing piece of work with, some more specific research projects coming out of that. There is sort of progress underway in the Pacific on these things. The South Pacific Community, SPC, is currently running a process around energy security and resilience, CENRIP. And so there's opportunities to input in processes that are underway. That's sort of regional level. Part of what we're seeing is regional frameworks are good, particularly given capacity constraints within the region, but you've still got to kind of bring it to a model that works in the particular communities that you're working with. So, yeah, more work to be done, as always. We would so welcome and appreciate any guidance, comments, thoughts, what you see as key literature that would help us better link this energy resilience, community energy resilience to an urban resilience agenda. The focus is Pacific Island countries and territories, but obviously there's lessons, as Long Seng flagged, there's lessons we can take from elsewhere. If you go to that website link, you'll find links so that you can, we would welcome emails and other sort of opportunities to engage. I also did set up a Slido there. Some of you may have been using Slido. If you have, you'll know that you go to slido.com, you enter that tag, Energy Resilience in Pacific, and it's just a place where you can post comments, thoughts and other things. Other people can see those and add their own. They can vote for yours, so if they really like your suggestions and so on. So we'd really invite that as well. That's running for another 6 days, so out to the 10th of December. So look, thank you all very much for coming along to this session. Thank you to URAP, to organisers, for putting a slot in the program for us. And we really hope we can make progress together. So look, I think thanks from all of us. I think our time is up. And yeah, please feel free to get in touch. Okay. I think we're done.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, and greetings from Geneva, Switzerland, on behalf of the Pacific Disaster Center. My name is Joel Meyer, and again, I'm a senior disaster specialist working globally with our team, and I'm so honored to be here with our colleague, Mr. Mohammed Fadli, based out of Jakarta at the AHA Center. And again, I want to express a great thanks again to Ethan for who's going to be moving our slides forward, and again to Professor Sanderson, to his work and his work on resilience, and the idea that we could all come together and talk about urban resilience in the Asia Pacific. We're going to walk through some slides, and then we're going to also have a give and go and an exchange, what we'd like to call a fireside chat, which here in Geneva we would do with some fondue and some fire, to talk about the great work that PDC is doing, not only starting from our base in Maui, where we've been for 25 years, but with our long-standing relationship for over a decade with the AHA Center, and of course linking to colleagues here in Geneva from the United Nations, UNDR. Of course, we were just talking about the Understanding Risk Conference. And what is so great is to be preceded by legends. As you see this title here, the title speaks to our work in innovative technology, this idea of health security, and I think it could be no better time to speak about health security. And I myself was introduced to a lot of the colleagues in Australia by, again, Professor Paul Arbin out of Adelaide, and of course, Paul Barnes, who's been so nice to bring us into the fold of this amazing event. Reading through the list of our colleagues who've been talking from Harvard Humanitarian to EPFL, the great university here in Lausanne, Switzerland. So again, we're really standing on the shoulders of giants. And today we're going to walk through what we've been doing. We at PDC have had really one of the busiest years. We thought last year was busy. We'll speak more about the Bahamas response. We were on a call a couple days ago regarding the Idai response with the World Bank, and we learned a lot from that, working with the Red Cross, the Red Crescent. But this year has been very busy for all of us with the COVID-19 response and all the other hazards, and we'll talk more about tropical cyclones, resilience, and using innovative technology. So Ethan, next slide if you can. And thank you for your help. So as we walk through this is a multi-part slide, and thank you, Ethan, for walking us through this. This is kind of a big picture, and I do want to give some history of the Pacific Disaster Center. Again, a lot of us, of course, we always say aloha, or for our colleagues in Jakarta, terima kasih, and thank you all for being here. We again have been around for about 25 years, and of course, PDC was spawned itself out of a response and lessons learned from a cyclone, or in this case, Hurricane Iniki in the early 90s was a very strong hurricane. And it of course hit the island of Kauai. And the island of Kauai took many years to recover. And at that time, then Senator Inouye, who was again a powerful senator on the Armed Services Committee, said, hey, we really need to look at looking at where the disasters are taking place and the promise of resilience and recovery if we get the right technology. Thus, the Pacific Disaster Center was born, again, in the mid-90s, and saying, let's bring big computing, big data, then satellite data and remote sensing, which, again, Pak Fadli and I will speak about later. The idea of this revolution in Earth observation that's happening can really help us. And, of course, this idea, this revolution in modeling, what we do, it's really simple at PDC. We typically take very complex, applied scientific knowledge and bring that to stakeholders. And again, Ethan, if you can just push the button once, we'll fill in the slide. You can see that we at PDC, we've got, again, we were 40, now we're more like 50 globally. We were in 6 places around the world, we're more like 9. Again, from all the different combatant commands, U.S. Southern Command, of course, very busy with all the responses in Central America recently. U.S. INDOPACOM out of Hawaii, one of our partners for over 20 years. We bring the tools that are often on the big screens at what they call emergency operation centers, so EOCs. And these are, again, and parroting the words of our leadership, Dr. Erin Huey sends her regards, our Director of Global Operations. And as we always say, we cannot wait forever to get the perfect answer. We do need to get an actionable answer, and that's why we work in probabilities, modeling, and of course, when that comes to pandemics and diseases, and of course, when a tsunami is moving across the Pacific, we've got probability and we're giving updates. And of course, we do that with the latest GIS technology. It could be alerting. It could be common alerting protocol. We work closely with the World Meteorological Organization, and of course with NASA and with FEMA, and of course with colleagues from the UN satellite group based here in Geneva, to all of our colleagues throughout Asia Pacific. You can see the data on the left there, where an earthquake that might take place in Guatemala will also happen. We don't get the luxury of doing things in silos. They all happen at the same time. As we did this fall, we had disasters around the world with COVID touching all geographies, and we need to get that data to the right people at the right time, as we always say, to make the right decision. And of course, on the right side of the slide, you see there are colleagues there working on capacity building. That's a big part of what we do. And of course, for those around the world, thank you. We're using this amazing technology. Thank you, Teams, and thank you, YouTube. We'd like you to, I know a lot of you might have a phone sitting here like we do in our business. We're always looking at disaster response. And we will use an app called Disaster Alert. So if you go to the store on your phone, you can download our Disaster Alert application. You can also put Disaster Alert on your desktop. And that's also used by 1.8 million people globally. We were really glad in the fall last year to realize our colleagues at MSF, Doctors Without Borders, they said that when colleagues get on planes to fly out on missions, they used to do more of those, they would always download our app. And I literally have all of my family using it. It tells you when, again, I am myself from Southern California. It tells you when fires may be coming, the weather's changing. We're going to have a snowstorm this evening here in Switzerland. It told me that this morning. It'll tell you what the cyclone path may be like, or the hurricane in this case, or it'll tell you the magnitude of the earthquake. So I'm always making the pitch that please, of course, download our application, Disaster Alert for PDC. And we want you to, we really want this to be hands-on. As I said on the far side of the slide, capacity building is the big part of what we do, working with colleagues, doing exercises. We've been part of so many of the biggest civilian military exercises, of course, throughout Asia Pacific with our colleagues at US Indo-PACOM, Southern Command, and elsewhere. And of course, we work a lot with US Northern Command out of Colorado, working closely with FEMA. This was a record hurricane season for us in the United States as well. So that's a bit of an overview. And if we can go to the next slide, Ethan, thank you for shepherding us through this. I think it jumped to the last one. So I think maybe go back to the third slide. We'll see if we can. It seems to be on the last slide. And Ethan, thank you so much. Perfect. Actually, go back maybe one more. Great, this is perfect. We'll hold right here. And thank you so much to our colleagues at the University of New South Wales. We really look forward to, I myself have, of course, been so fortunate to be in Australia at the behest of Dr. Paul Barnes and Paul Arbin. We were able to be there a few years ago, and again, working closely with the WHO Collaborating Center. This is a good lead-in to who we work with globally. We know that their work on health security, and of course their session just a few hours ago, so timely at that nexus of resilience and health security, and of course deliberate events. I was so fortunate to meet Professor Arbin at London 2012, where we were again talking about mass gatherings, the Olympics, health security. Sounds like an echo of what we're dealing with for next year with the Tokyo Games. So here you get a good overview of where we work. We partner, of course, internationally. We partner at the national level, and I think we're really good at what we call subnational data. So getting that idea, that data that is actionable, that's very localized. We do need to update this slide because we do have colleagues around the world, from Bangkok to Geneva to Brazil and elsewhere, and of course at the AHA Center, which has been such an influential partner to us that we partner, but we learn so much from Ibu Adelina. And of course, Mr. L.A. Diamelig was on just the other day on understanding risk and giving us some great insights from the World Bank perspective as well. With that idea, of course, we're way over 20 at this point. We're 25. So again, we're moving forward. And to the next slide, Ethan, thank you for walking us through these slides. This is a good overview of what we do. We tend to kind of synthesize data. And as you look through here, you can see, starting in the Haiti earthquake, and this is a good segue to some of my background, and of course we're then at the end of the discussion going to find out more about Fadli's deep knowledge of geography and data and innovation. I've been involved in mapping for about 25 years myself. I'm from a town called Redlands, California, and of course, that's where Esri is. And worked a lot. What's so personal working throughout Asia Pacific is we in California have had many historic fires. And of course, the fires in Australia were something that we are always concerned with and partnering with. And looking at all hazards, my background, of course, then was working in social media for disaster response during the Haiti response when I was at the WHO EOC, and later to do a lot of the mapping for the Ebola response, and of course, all hazards dealing with satellite mapping and other tools. So my background from California to Geneva to, again, I spent about 10 years in Hawaii working at that civilian military disaster response nexus. It makes us so proud at PDC that I always say, to be trite, like a Swiss Army knife, since I'm here in Switzerland, we do have that ability to dovetail over to the NGOs, the UN, but also to link out to civil society, the innovators, and you'll see more on the next few slides of how we link out with innovators with such as Facebook's Data for Good. We are on the advisory board for Salesforce and Tableau. Getting the right data to the right people to, in this case, how do you open up schools? How do you open up the workplace in this, as you're all hearing, the new normal and the pandemic recovery? So if you look here, you can see that we're bringing in data from satellite imaging, social media for emergency management, citizen science. We had colleagues from EPFL presenting earlier. Our colleagues close here at CERN were really innovative on that. Even the idea of, drones for good. How can drones help with IDP camps or looking at infrastructure damage? So here's a context of how we synthesize it. And we also know there's different audiences when you may be briefing. In this case, we were on calls just yesterday with the UNDAC and OCHA team. They're in Honduras, they're in Guatemala, they're working with the amazing folks at Map Action. We are all sharing data, and a lot of folks there are using our applications to find out and get the right actionable data at the right time to help with the humanitarian response. Next slide, please. And again, to our hosts, we realize this has been such a seamless experience for us here at PDC. We're really thankful to the broader team, again, at the university for putting on this amazing platform for us to dialogue. And you can see, as I relayed from colleagues throughout Asia Pacific to, of course, we have a deep footprint in Latin America and the Caribbean. We'll speak more about our work, of course, last year in the Bahamas, where many of our team members have spent the last 20 years co-creating and collaborating with their, what we call an NDMO, their National Disaster Management Organization. But we're really excited. We work a lot with the IFRC and the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, of course, USAID, and of course, the United Nations. We're very excited. Just last week, we signed a global and regional MOU with the World Food Program. And of course, the World Food Program won the Nobel Prize, well-deserved, again, to David Beasley and his extended, broad community of WFP experts in logistics globally. They're working so hard. I have many colleagues that are in Afghanistan and, of course, elsewhere that are working to make sure people are fed and to work on those logistic chains that were so challenged, especially during COVID times. So next slide. Thank you so much. You know what I always used to say is we are the Pacific Disaster Center, and I always have to lead off. It says Pacific, but you should know, take a look at our Facebook and other Twitter handles. It's PDC Global. We are, of course, we were birthed out of the Pacific, but we are a global, again, disaster resilience center of excellence. We are, of course, an applied research center of the University of Hawaii. So we also look forward to many of the colleagues that have been dialing in today and, of course, yesterday. We look forward to further collaborative research, again, from the University of New South Wales to Flinders, to other centers of excellence throughout Australia and the Pacific. We want to further, and again, take that applied knowledge, especially as we're seeing the COVID response, create new knowledge, and how do we make that actionable? And in this case, what's really exciting, we'll talk a bit later, again, with Pak Fadli, with his boots on the ground experience as an expert in Jakarta, working throughout Asia Pacific region and throughout. I'm always amazed as a geographer, the broad expanse of the Indonesian archipelago, and how we're looking at resilience as a data-driven process in partnership with, in this case, BNPB, their NDMO there in Jakarta. And this is our PDC global effort, soon to cover 20% of the world's surface. is our NDPBA, which we call a baseline assessment, a national disaster preparedness baseline assessment. And this really is revolutionary. Of course, we work with the Inform Index colleagues, with the Joint Research Center, the idea that we also can go to sub-national data to make sure that when the hurricane is coming, and we know that one side, in this case, maybe one side, the Caribbean side of a particular country in Central America may be very resilient to disease, but they may have more challenges with storm surge. And then when we model the storm surge, we know ahead of time. And in that case, we've also collaborated and co-created with colleagues on the ground to get the best data, so that when United Nations and NGO colleagues are there, they get the best data that can show what it looked like before, what it looks like during a disaster, and how can a recovery be data-driven and mindful of the nuances of geography. So this is our NDPVA, which is our large acronym, but this is something where, as I always say, we are a response organization. We have a response team that's 24/7. We do Band-Aids, meaning, but we also do vitamins. And this is the idea of building the health and resilience of our partner nations and colleagues around the world. Next slide. And this is what's exciting, this idea of advanced analytics. We were so fortunate this year to collaborate with colleagues throughout the ASEAN region, and of course throughout the Indo-PACOM, Indo-Pacific Combatant Command, AOR, to help with what we call advanced analytics. And what's so really interesting is this idea of looking at fragility, and this idea that we don't get the luxury of just looking at resilience, or what we call natural disasters. And we know there are no natural disasters. That data-driven resilience can really help lessen the impact of various phenomena. But we also know there's these human security and also health security overlays that can be a factor anywhere. So this idea that this resilience through these advanced analytics, you can see as you look across there, you can see some of our work, and also data visualization. We're so fortunate to, I think, again, we're very good at mapping and data and analytics. But as we move the needle forward and working with partners like Tableau, and again, the HDX, the UN OCHA Center of Excellence in The Hague, working to really model and do data visualization in different ways for different audiences. And of course, we have a very good team working on our social media and a lot of our graphics, to Channing and the team in Maui, telling the story in the best way possible. And of course, in many languages, our platforms, which we'll speak about as well, our disaster alert and disaster platforms, are translated into multiple languages. Again, that's one of our strengths, is making sure people are getting the data that is appropriate to them, but also in a language that's appropriate as well. With that, we'll go to the next slide. Thank you. And what is really interesting too is, I'm sure you're all, I always say, as an old GIS person, I can barely spell AI, but it's been part of our lives, more so this last decade, and especially the last 5 years. We're really seeing this idea of artificial intelligence for humanity, or we were on a call a few weeks ago, this AI for Earth, AI for Good. We work, of course, closely with the International Telecommunications Union, ITU, and their AI for Good effort as well. And that, of course, brings in the idea that you can use this amazing revolution in whether it's the robotics revolution and what we call UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, or drones for good. But this AI for humanity is something that, again, we've got a deep breadth of knowledge on our team in Maui, of course, led by our executive director, Ray Shirkadai, himself a computer scientist who had seen some of the beginnings of the AI revolution 20 years ago, and is now bringing a lot of those algorithms in. And of course, we partner with colleagues throughout the UN and civil society, of course, Salesforce, Tableau, Esri, and a lot of our partners using AI. And of course, the Facebook Data for Good colleagues, they're leveraging AI in so many interesting ways. Like no other time before, can we now, using anonymized, again, data that has been anonymized to protect all privacy, and we'll see that on the future slides, you can see the movement of people during a disaster in real time, where we used to take guesses on where we would send the helicopters or send the boats or send the logistics. Now we actually know where people are moving. We know about levels of connectedness to where places might be more affected by COVID or not. So we know where to set up the treatment centers. And this is stuff that also would have been very helpful even 5 years ago during our Ebola response, when I, again, was with WHO and a group called NetHope. So again, this is a revolution that's ongoing, and it does take a village. Again, to the team putting on this conference, that's why it's so important to meet like this. And with that, over to the next slide. Well, this is fantastic. And again, we don't have that much time, but we do have a lot going on. And here you actually get to see some of our analytics. And this is really, these are very timely as you look across, and you can see, and again, at the end of the call, we'll speak more about the ongoing and many cyclone responses in Southeast Asia, of course, ongoing in Central America. And you can see what we call, this really is this idea of resilience through innovation. And we don't do it alone. We are partnering with the World Food Program and OCHA. We have a fascinating product called the JADE product, this joint analysis of disasters and exposure. So before a cyclone hits, we can actually take the early models, often 48 hours before, and we can put out an analysis. And as you notice, even though we've got the beautiful maps and the geospatial tools, you can see that it often comes down to numbers that planners from a response or civilian military standpoint who have to move big logistics, they can see early on how many people affected, do they have special needs, what would be some of their challenges in terms of clean water or shelter, some of the early, or of course working with NetHope and other colleagues, they need communications, how do we work within the emergency telecoms cluster. So those are just an overview of some of these advanced analytics, and I get over to the next slide. Thank you. And this gives a kind of an overview of the big tent that we work in, and it's been an exciting year. We did sign we signed an MOU, of course, with World Food Program just a week ago. We joined, again, the Global Outbreak and Alert Network early on in the year, and of course, that's an essential group to Pat Drury and his team at WHO. Again, they're working so hard here. Mike Ryan and other colleagues who we all worked together during H1N1 and then Ebola 2014-15. The GORE network is so important in linking out to partners who may be centers of excellence in terms of the clinical side, in terms of PPE, in terms of risk communications. How do we battle the infodemic? But if you look down the list, we're so fortunate. Of course, we're a formal partner with ACAPS, looking at unstructured data globally for responses, IDMC for displacement and monitoring. Of course, the HEROES project, which to Tina Combs and her team out of the Netherlands, and of course the colleagues throughout the EU, looking at medical material logistics and the innovations and challenges coming with COVID-19. And of course, Direct Relief, we partnered with them starting last year, and to Andrew Schroeder and his global team. They are one of the top medical material logistics teams globally, and a formal partner with the AHA Center as well. So this is where you see that we tend to triangulate between centers of excellence, and it makes us all better. Over to the next slide, and thank you. Okay, this is again a quick recap, but you can see this is a glimpse of the response of last year, when many of our team, we were some of the first responders on the ground, working with the NDMO, the National Disaster Management Organization in the Bahamas. And what was so interesting, we were working with SDMA, of course, another regional center of excellence, saying, how do we team together to build resilience across the Caribbean? But these are some of the analytics we were using as the storm was hitting. As Dorian was hitting, we had the analytics on how big the storm was accelerating when it stalled over the northern part of the islands. We could also see where people were evacuating. We could see the level of communications where cell phones may be off and where towers may be down, and that could help us target where to build resilience there. So that's just a quick glimpse of some of the traditional maps on the right, produced by PDC and our partners in joint collaboration, and of course the Facebook Data for Good on the left side. Over to the next slide. Thank you. And this is really, again, timely because this is ongoing. We've got many colleagues in the field for the Iota and Eta response, two back-to-back Category 5 cyclones, of course, affecting Central America, and of course, with Direct Relief, NetHope, and UNOCHA and the UNDAC teams on the ground. You can see some of the modeling that was done beforehand. We could see how big the storm was. We could see the storm surge. We also see in the lower right, you can see landslide risk. So this is why it's always good to collaborate, do exercises, team beforehand, so that you have the data teed up to know when a certain amount of water, you'll have this many landslides. And this is just not unique, of course. In this case, it could be Nicaragua, but it could also be the ongoing many storms throughout Southeast Asia, which we'll speak of, and how there's often a very long tail. We saw that in the Mozambique recovery again a year ago from after the Idai cyclone, and the level of flooding that affected Mozambique. And of course, in an era of climate change and climate change adaptation, you can see that building resilience to storms and levels that we've not seen before is something we need. The centers of excellence from the University of New South Wales to EPFL to Harvard Humanitarian, who are always giving us great insights. That's why we can really push the needle on the applied science, take that applied science and bring it here to the response. Over to the next slide. Thank you. And this is really, as really the 8,000-pound gorilla in the room. We all know that COVID has dominated all of us at a very personal level, at a very local level. And this idea, when we look at urban resilience, let's be frank, any place that had an airport, any place that was urban, where people live in close proximity, were where the disease flourished, and where it will, as we all look to moderate and kind of going into, of course, now with the vaccine distribution. You can see some of our products there, and of course, working closely with the defense logistics in the United States, with the World Food Program, with WHO, with Direct Relief. We're really fortunate that our analytics are used at the highest levels of the international spectrum, of course, by the U.S. government. And so these are the reports that we were crafting for colleagues that were in Afghanistan, looking at how the disease was unfolding in the spring and in the summer. You can see, colleagues who were in West Africa, and we were, again, working closely with ministries of health there to get them the latest analytics. Over to the next slide. Thank you. And this is what's really interesting, and I know, again, we'll speak more as we dive into the AHA Center and that long-standing center of excellence there with so many nations to engage with, but also within Indonesia. We're so fortunate to work with Humanitarian OpenStreetMap. They're actually having their conference starting today, so if you want to tune into HOT OSM, but the HOT OSM team with Harry and his colleagues on the ground there, working with Tyler globally, and their colleagues for Humanitarian OpenStreetMap globally. This is the idea of the People's Map. And so we partner with HOT OSM, Humanitarian OpenStreetMap at all levels, and they've been very influential at, again, before the response, you need to have a good map. If you need to do a good map, let's work with colleagues on the ground to build the best map, to know where the clinics are, to know where places of prayer are, to know where logistics are. And those are the maps that PDC, in conjunction with HOT OSM, and a fascinating NGO called Peta Bencana. Peta Bencana is so great because, as you see in the map in the upper right side, we may get rain warnings and other models coming in, but we also have this citizen science where people are reporting on the streets of Jakarta that this street is flooded and it's 1 meter deep or it's a half a meter deep. And that is literally feeding from Peta Bencana's servers into our disaster response applications, being used by the AHA Center and being used by BNPB there in Jakarta, using their InAware platform. So again, that's really kind of the beautiful way to see it, an ecosystem of partners sharing data and getting situational awareness. Over to the next slide. Thank you. And this really sets the stage, the idea that we also are not just doing applications and tech. This idea of authoring authoritative science, again, the Aumua report that the AHA Center now has put out the second edition. Again, Dr. Joseph Green and Dan Marath, our lead scientists for our science team, were fortunate to be brought into the fold and collaborate and author some of the chapters with the Aumua team, and to LA and to Pak Fadli and the team at the AHA Center. This is an amazing document. I recommend all of you read the Aumua report. It was just put out a few months ago. And it really touches on some fascinating applied science at the nexus of urban resilience, climate change adaptation, and of course, touching on COVID as well. Over to the next slide, and thank you so much. Well, with that in mind, and of course, no further ado, my dear colleague, Mr. Mohammed Fadli, has been very patient, and he's joining us here from Jakarta. Pak Fadli, can you hear me okay? We'll test our communications.
Yeah, Joel, yes, I can hear you clearly.
Oh, well, thank you. And terima kasih. I want to hold on this slide because it gives a good overview of, you've had a long history of doing scientific research, working with the World Bank, USAID, and you author reports. But then we were so fortunate to meet earlier in the year when you joined the PDC team. And I see, you know, of course, we've got photos here of the Emergency Operations Center at the AHA Center. What we want to do is maybe take the next 15 minutes and kind of learn more from you. As you're now this liaison to the AHA Center on behalf of PDC, we know it's been an intense few months of response efforts throughout so many different nations, so many cyclones. Tell us more about, we know that they're using this technology, the DMRS platform, which is the PDC build platform for response. What can you tell us more about how did this DRMS platform help during the responses? Over to you, Pak Fadli.
Yes, thank you, Joel, for the introduction. Yeah, firstly, the experience in AHA Center really took me to the next level of understanding risk. As you know, my job is to support our colleagues at the AHA Center in monitoring, analyzing, and responding to disaster in Southeast Asia region, especially the member states of ASEAN. Previously, I thought that Indonesia was a supermarket of disaster, but we are familiar with the phenomena such as earthquake, tsunamis, volcanic eruption, floods, and landslides. However, just a few degrees to the higher latitudes, our neighbors who are living in the Philippines, Vietnam, or Cambodia have experienced extreme weather phenomena that have different characteristics from those who was living on the equator. Indonesia is almost never directly affected by a tropical cyclone. The last incident we ever directly experienced was the tropical cyclone Cempaka in 2017, which resulted in severe flooding and landslides across 28 regencies and cities in Java. But in less than 2 months, the 3 our member states were hit by 9 significant tropical cyclones, including Linfa, Nangka, Atsani, Famco, and one of the biggest this year is Super Typhoon Goni. During these months, we are very busy responding to our member states, especially in Vietnam and the Philippines. We increased the alert status to red twice in a few weeks intervals. But fortunately, we have a disaster monitoring and response system, which is supported by the PDC. This system really helped us generate early warnings to our member states. A few days before the cyclone hits a particular region, we can issue a flash update that can help our member states carry out preparedness activities in facing the resulting impacts. Thanks to All Hazard Impact Model, or AIM, this model can produce an estimated impact on population and the resulting economic impact. The MRS also help us in gathering information from various sources, all of which are accommodated in the system. Information from various partners and stakeholders such as UNOSAT, WFP, and all of our regional partners, including the National Disaster Management Agency from our member states, will be collected in one place, making it easier for us to make situation update reports. In the DMRS, we also can monitor maps that display cross-boundary hazard, including tropical cyclones, tsunamis, and forest fire. Back to you, Joel.
Well, Pak Fadli, that is, well, I do need to, and we said that before we got on the call, and I think everyone else who's been so diligent to join, I do hope you have some good Indonesian coffee there, because I know when you're working in the emergency operations business, I know you do a lot of long hours. And to, again, Dr. Erin Huey, who sends her regards, she's a big coffee fan. And when we've met with Pa Agus and other colleagues at BNPB, we've been so warmly received. And I think that's also this idea of the aloha spirit that we found so much with our colleagues in Indonesia, because as you said, and especially at the AHA Center, to LA and to Ibu Adelina and the colleagues, we know it's been such a busy time and so many geographies affected and so many storms synchronized, really right behind each other, never getting a minute to let up. So I really appreciate your overview of, again, and the vast geography that it does encompass ASEAN and what we say the AHA Center, the AOR, and how that's evolving. So again, we really appreciate your perspective. But as we said before, we know that PDC, we're busy. Our response team is emailing. We're always 24/7. But then we also take time to kind of build resilience. And of course, the theme of this gathering is urban resilience. And we were talking about how we've been working with an entire team of analysts and specialists on this baseline assessment over the last couple of years. And as we finalize this national disaster preparedness baseline assessment, what can you summarize? What were your thoughts on both this disaster management analysis, how we do a qualitative analysis, but also the more technical diving into the data and looking at these indices of resilience? Over to you, Pak Fadli.
Yeah, so basically the NDPBA report will consist of two major components, namely risk and vulnerability analysis, or the RVA, and disaster management analysis, or the DMA. The RVA will cover vulnerability, coping capacity, resilience, and disaster management capabilities. The disaster management analysis provides context to the risk and vulnerability data. Indonesia is very unique. Our population is 268 million spread across 34 provinces, 416 regencies, and 98 cities. Each region has different landscape characteristics and disaster threats. Each local government and municipality has a very diverse capacity to respond to disaster. Fortunately, now we have the tools for monitoring and evaluation metrics to address local DM and DRR capabilities, as we call 71 indicators for local resilience index. So at least we have mapped the gaps that exist in each municipality. Since the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004, we have really improved ourselves by formulating strong policies and regulations, forming disaster management organization, building cooperation with various stakeholders, routinely conducting risk communication down to the community level, and gradually build early warning infrastructure. At the national level, Indonesia is trying to mainstream the disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and sustainable development goals agenda. On the other hand, Indonesia also needs to synchronize development planning with disaster risk reduction. In AHA Center, every week we compile disaster news from our member states, one of which is Indonesia. The content of the news is always flooding, and then landslides. And from year to year, this hydromet trend is increasing. So almost all these incidents are caused by misuse of land use, inconsistencies between upstream and downstream development, and non-climate resilient city infrastructure. For this reason, law enforcement in land use management is really, really important. So last but not least, this report will also include at least 30 recommendations for Indonesia's stakeholders to strengthen disaster management capacity. We hope that the NDPBA will be used for support decision tools to create a transparent and efficient process for disaster risk reduction efforts. Back to you, Joel.
Oh, Pak Fadli, what and again, to our colleagues that have all dialed in, this is so good for me to get to spend an hour with my colleague in the AHA Center. We tend to be so busy. He's in the EOC there. Our colleagues in Maui are doing their response efforts, and then I'm, of course, in Geneva doing similar things. We wanted this to be a fireside chat, and of course, we're always learning. You bring such a depth of knowledge, and as you said, getting into that level of the indices, deriving those products, getting the recommendations, and to those, remember our earlier slides where we say we have different audiences. There may be the head of BNPB, our partners. It may be that idea at Urban Resilience that we really look at the planning sector. I think of ARUP and the different civil society and companies that have joined to increase resilience. I myself, I joined the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors years ago, and that idea of the built environment and planning, our work When I was in Afghanistan, it was with UN Habitat, and we were using mapping to bring back so many what we call refugee and returnee colleagues, our clients, to make sure they had the best place to return, again, from Pakistan back to Afghanistan. It was data driven. And I'm with you, that idea that this vibrant economy, again, Indonesia, we say as geographers, Pak Fadli and our other team members, looking over the data as we've gone through this NDPBA and the resilience and the diversity of, again, over 15 to 16,000 islands throughout Indonesia. You get so many geographies, so many unique opportunities to, and also centers of excellence to learn. So that's where we've really been blessed to learn from Peta Bencana, citizen science, young academics who are building the future with new apps, using your phone as the disaster response platform. Really exciting. Well, like I said, I mean, we were so fortunate to have you join PDC, but you had a long tenure before this, and looking through all of your great work from GFDRR to the World Bank, USAID, you had this great project you did, which is so timely for again, looking at resilience at an urban level. But the Jakarta Safe, or the JAC Safe project, what could you relay from that collaborative effort, the JAC Safe effort in this mega city with these challenges, but all the opportunities? Over to you for your thoughts.
Yeah, Joel. So back in 2014, 2015, so the main idea of JACSafe is to create a tool that can estimate damage and loss due to floods in Jakarta. You know, JACSafe is supported by high resolution data exposure. At the time, we tried to collect and build an exposure database, which in the form of spatial data assets consisting buildings, public facilities, landmarks, utilities, business entities, etc. Then by utilizing the crowdsourcing data and flood reports produced by the local disaster management agency, we try to overlay the flood events data consisting of the height and the length of the inundation, how many days of the inundation, with this exposure data to build a relationship between the two. The result is an estimate of damage and loss. In monetary terms that can be used for pre and post disaster activities. By having this database, we can use it to create simulation for the future planning, for example, for the planning agencies, for disaster management agencies. And the lesson learned from this activity was the importance of having an up-to-date urban spatial data infrastructure. Currently, this has been supported by one map policy and the one data policy, which support data disclosure or open data in Indonesia. We try to validate the estimation result with the field data with accurate input exposure. The resulting result will also be good. We also try to combine this analysis with the results of the hydrodynamic model, and the results were quite good. However, the hydrodynamic model of watershed also relies heavily on complete data such as high resolution digital elevation model, as well as complete historical rainfall and water level data. Yeah, back to you, Joel.
That is, well, like I said, as we were preparing to have our call, there's so much, and this project is so timely. And I think for our colleagues dialing in from around the world, from Australia to Southeast Asia, to Africa, to Latin America and Europe, we were discussing with some Dutch colleagues just a week ago, and their level of modeling in an urban interface. And that idea, as you said, some highlights there of one data, of course, having a single source of truth, using defined data to build models, and of course, not having opaque, the idea of the opposite of AI for good are these opaque models. And so making sure that we share those models, and those models can help if you're bringing in citizen science, or if you're bringing in, again, you're touching on this really chaotic time in the hydrometeorologic hazard space. Also leads to, I know that for years in our InAware effort, and of course with DMRS, the idea of bringing in also sensors, whether it's a landslide sensor working with University Gajah Mada, and looking at UGM and other scientists there, looking at scientists from the Joint Research Center, scientists throughout Asia Pacific region who can give us the latest models to look at how we can apply those in an urban context. And as you said, partnering with our .com and NGO colleagues to make sure that the planning process is inclusive and really shining the flashlight further into the future. But this is really, it was really great that you have that experience. And I know, as I said, I know you drink a lot of coffee and it's been a busy fall, but you know, I really commend the team there at the AHA Center, because I know it's very personal, because we have colleagues, you know, that are being affected in those regions. You'll have the flooding there in Jakarta. I'm the same way. I'm from California. We have large fires. You know, the fires keep doubling every year. And when the fires affect, and the very large bushfires that affected Australia, we need to all learn from each other. We're often sharing resources, whether it's helicopters or data or algorithms. You know, it really is, to parrot the phrase, it takes a village, and that's why this meeting is so important. As we kind of get to the top of our session here, I know you had some other items you wanted to add. Pak Fadli, really thankful for your time as you step away from doing disaster response and actually being a applied geospatial scientist there. Over to you for some parting thoughts.
Yeah, I think talking about urban resilience, there are at least 3 important lessons that I have learned from various activities in the past few years. First, in building resilient urban communities, we shouldn't only take a top-down approach, but also a bottom-up approach. For example, in our 5 years program with the USAID, we have implemented several community-based flood early warning systems utilizing Internet of Things, mobile devices, and result from the advanced weather forecast. This will not be successful without willingness of the community to learn. We really rely on the social capital that already exists in the community. So in this project, we analyzed the climate and weather information service value chain in 12 cities and districts in Indonesia. We must ensure that the products that have been produced by using advanced technology are well communicated to all stakeholders, both at the local level and at the community level. We have to make sure the information reaches and is understood by those who need it. And we have to make sure that the public knows what to do in response to the information so they can take the right action. Second, the collaboration and communication between stakeholders must be strong. For example, programs between ministries and or agencies should not be overlap or negate one another. As we know, to reduce risk, we must reduce hazard, exposure, and vulnerability, or increase capacity. For example, there's a capacity building program carried out by the Disaster Management Agency. But on the other hand, it is not supported by a good development planning by the Spatial Planning Agency, so that spatial planning and exposure continue to be out of control. Example like this is often occur in an urban area. And finally, it has come down from strong leadership. Political willingness of local leaders is in strengthening resilience is needed. Talking about understanding risk, we will rely on reliable research that is supported by the openness of data and information. In some of my experience, many local governments do not understand how important data is as a supporting foundation for good policy making, so that in decision making, they tend to choose or create pragmatic program and do not see long-term potential investment. A strong leadership will create a supportive environment, such as strengthening policy and ensuring their implementation, closely related to transparency, of course. A clean and professional government will be an important factor that support this, the resilience of a region. I think that's all, Joel. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, Pak Fadli, on behalf of our entire PDC team, and of course to the colleagues, again, to David and other colleagues at the conference, we really appreciate your insights. Over to the last slide, because the last slide will give our emails and other information that can kind of show kind of where we, again, our emails are PDC_global. Your insights were really timely. That idea, as we close out here in the next minute or so, that idea of leadership, that idea of collaboration across different organizations, and that idea of localization. I hear an echo, of course, from Jamila Mahmood, who of course is advising the Malaysian government on COVID, but was our Undersecretary General for the IFRC, Ibu Adelina, and her wisdom, localization, capacity building, and all of that, and then really to Dr. Aaron Huey, who leads our team and is, of course, looking at that idea of local engagement, global efforts, and impact. And as I've said, those are three powerful women. We do need to make sure that all of these development is making sure that all parts of the globe and all parts of our communities, from women to indigenous to all parts of the spectrum, are driving the change, because that's what will really make resilience. So from that, I do believe we will close out our session. We're at the top of the hour. I do want to thank the University of New South Wales and to all of our colleagues in Australia and Asia Pacific for this opportunity. Pak Fadli, terima kasih, and give our best to the team at the AHA Center. Thank you.
welcome to this final wrap-up session of the second Urban Resilience Asia Pacific Conference, Europe 2. We've just had 2 spectacular days of amazing discussion and debate and conversation from really, really interesting people from across the world. I haven't totted it up, but it's close to 70 people. I think it was 18 or 19 panels, including this one, 19. And we heard amazing things. And the idea of this informal get-together, if you like, in some ways, if we were all together in person, we'd all be laughing and smiling. But it's a real pleasure to be online with friends and colleagues right now. Kirsten MacDonald from Arab, and Meg Keane from the Australia Pacific Security College, and Anshu Sharma from Seeds India. 3 of the 4 other organizations that were part of this. Ronak Patel from the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, we hope is tucked up in bed, so we didn't want to invite him. And we thought the purpose of this session, as I say, very relaxed, very informal in many ways, is really to reflect on the 2 days, not just to look to the past. So the whole point of this conference has been to think about, so what? We opened it up with, so what? Because it's all about that. The challenges are big and to some degree existential, some might say. But then we found a lot of optimism in our conference, a lot of discussion about what to do and how to do, and pragmatic realism, as well as hope around a positive future for a lot of us in the region relating to urbanization and resilience. So I've pre-asked 3 of our friends here and colleagues to think about 3 or 4 takeaways and or thoughts for the future. And all being well, we'll have a conversation, and we'll wrap up with a big smile and say thank you to all the contributors that made this such a wonderful 2 days. Despite being online, it was a wonderful 2 days. In no particular order, Anshu, can I start with you, please? And any reflections, any thoughts, anything that comes to mind?
Yes, David, great pleasure to get this rolling. And I'm so with you. It's been 2 absolutely amazing days. In fact, when we were, due to COVID, talking about turning the conference online, we were all a little down in the dumps. I was feeling pretty depressed. I don't get to come to Sydney, but it's been really amazing. What this has done is it's opened up doors for people from other places to be more present and more visible, and we've heard amazing stuff. I have a long list of things that I take away with me. I also have a very long list of amazing quotable quotes. I think I have enough ammunition for the next 1 year to trigger conversations with these. The few things that for me are really the headlines that stick in my head. I think the first is just around the progress that we are making as a conference. You know, when we rolled out yesterday with the whole conversation around corruption and disasters, it was really striking for, and I think it must have been for others who were there in the first URAP in 2018. In the keynote address that Ronak had made in that conference, there was, he touched upon the issue of corruption and disasters. There were a couple of slides. He spoke about the nature of governance and corruption and how that feeds disasters. And just to see how we have progressed from there, just to see how we've really been able to get more people into that conversation. We've built upon the thoughts, and there is such a, you know, far better articulated conversation that we are able to have on this theme, which is still pretty invisible in the sector. We know it's there, but we don't know what all it's leading to. I think that progress was really striking to me. So I think we all can feel proud that, you know, we are making, we're building something block by block, and it's showing. The next thing that for me was striking in the sense of how the conversation, the discourse itself in the sector is, you know, incrementally moving up, not only to do with the conference itself, but the conversation around this morning around who pays for resilience, who is responsible, and who's accountable. You know, these have been questions that have been floating around in bits and pieces, but I think till as you know, close as 2 years ago, we were still trying to arrive at a consensus on how to define resilience in these varying contexts where we work. So to move from there to this, it gives a very comfortable feeling that, yes, the thought process around us globally in this world is evolving. We may not have met a lot this year, but I think we've all been at work, and that was a very, very nice feeling, very good feeling to have. Yeah. So I was just going to two quick things, David. One is the, you know, the scalable practices. What struck me again was how the conversations were around a range of practices which are already looking, pretty well mainstreamed, very highly scalable. We are talking a lot more at scale than we used to in the past around pilots. I think the conversation we had, Meg, when you were there on the Pacific Island communities, they are actually showing the way for everyone to see how stuff is really happening well and how the pieces come together. So that's the kind of things that really excited me, David. A better peep into the future, decoding uncertainties, figuring out how even the lessons from COVID, which are still evolving, can be fed back in. So as a practitioner, I thought it was really exciting, and I go back with a lot. David?
And you mentioned memorable quotes. To put you on the spot, any particular memorable quotes?
Oh, so many. I could name two. One was from yesterday around decoding uncertainties. We have got we were talking about COVID and how this has been talked about as a black swan event, and the fact that we cannot make excuses around black swan events in this sector, and we need to be better at decoding uncertainties. That was something really amazing. And one more I'll share with you, which was around the fact that this year we have learned that everyone is downstream of some risk, some significant risk. And so it's not about solving problems of some poor, vulnerable people somewhere else. David?
David, can I add one of them for the quotable quotes? Because the other one I absolutely loved is we didn't move out of the Stone Age because we ran out of stones. There were better ways to do things. And then we won't move out of the fuel age just because we ran out of fuel. It's because there's better alternative energies, efficiencies, and better ways to do things. And I thought that was another one of my favorite quotes. So I couldn't help it. I felt I needed to add that one in. I loved it.
I couldn't agree more. You stole my thunder. I'd literally written that one down. It was my favorite as well, along with the swapping chickens with ducks.
Yeah, that was good.
Water, a very, sort of humorous, but actually a very serious point, actually. It was a very powerful sort of image. But Meg, over to you. What are your takeaways? What are your thoughts for the future?
I really love the breadth of the topics that we covered and the geographic spread. And the thing that really struck me was in thinking about readiness, there was a real strong focus on social political readiness, not just infrastructure technology, though of course really important, but really thinking about power relationships, access, inclusion, legal rights we got into as well, and land rights. And I think that's really important. And I think that's a lens we have to, in the future, keep putting on our practice. And that, I was thinking of that when I was listening to all the IT innovations, which are really impressive, things we can do that will include more people. But at the same time, in my mind, I kept thinking about, but is some information privileged over other information? Are we really thinking about that? Is the way people can input information gendered? Is there built-in gendered biases in it? Geography, I think that was raised in one. The difference between who can input in an urban as opposed to a rural environment. And you saw in my session, in the Pacific Islands, we have real connectivity and access problems. Who holds the phone? And that influences the assessment of disasters and how help gets put. So I really like that emphasis on the social political readiness and not to ignore that. I like the emphasis on when we talked about institutional strengthening, certainly governments, educational institutions, all that, partnerships can be strengthened, but not to forget that some of our biggest strengths, certainly in the Pacific, lie in the communities themselves. So what are we doing to strengthen the savings groups, the women's groups, the religious groups that are there when the international community can't reach these people? And so that breadth of institutional strengthening, I think we heard a lot about that, and that interests me to think critically about. One of the talks, I think it was Ronak Patel's, was talking about if you want to deal with transparency, corruption, you've got to shine a light on these things. We've got to get a public debate. And then back in my mind, I was thinking, yeah, but some of these things move so quickly, you can't get the spotlight on them before we move to the next crisis or the next tranche of money comes in. So from area-based approaches, I was really in the back of my mind thinking, so how do we slow this down in a positive way that doesn't disadvantage people, allows us some monitoring, evaluation, and reflection time? And I really think that needs some attention and some more thought. We often think about how we go faster. There's a real question sometimes of how we go slower in a more considered way. And I guess the final one on your theme of security, which is another quotable quote, and I can't say who said what, but one crisis does not remove the other security threats that exist. And then we went on quite in a number of talks talking about cascading and cumulative impacts and how we have to think in systems ways to deal about it. So that interests me, as well as just thinking about, so what is the relationship between resilience and development, and how do we pull that more tightly together? And I think that's something we've got to do in the future. So a lot of really exciting ideas, ways forward, but also for me, questions to think more deeply about. So it was just a great conference, really thought-provoking.
Thank you, Meg. And Kirsten, any particular takeaways, or perhaps more broadly reflections on resilience, specific, urban stuff that you've been doing for many years now?
I might just pick up on something Meg just mentioned and sort of set it in the context of some of our more recent work around in the area of resilience. And your point about what resilience means in the international development context, I think, is particularly interesting. And it's particularly interesting in the context of area-based approaches. And what we're seeing very much, that focus on place-based being absolutely critical for resilience. And that at that level of place, we need to be engaging broadly with all stakeholders, particularly the most vulnerable, those that are most likely to be impacted by disruptions in system functionality or service functionality in follow-up to a shock or a stress and so on. And so that there is that convergence, that it's resilience, it's place-based, it's area-based. That's where I think that's the where it all comes together. And I'm finding that particularly interesting at the moment. And what does that actually mean for practice? Because we're seeing this not only in the development context, but more broadly, sort of certainly nationally in Australia, as we're sort of thinking about our own sort of more recent shocks and stresses, the drought followed by the bushfire, extreme heat, the flooding, and now COVID. It's all, we're really shifting, and it's really putting that focus on, at the level of place, how we need to better coordinate and integrate sort of the thinking, because that's the sort of the crux of the sort of systems approach, I guess. So that's particularly interesting to me, I guess, in going forward, David.
Yeah.
Meg, you wanted to?
I wanted to say to David, as someone who has decades of experience in resilience and disaster management, David, was there surprises for you? What were the new insights that you were hearing, having had that depth of experience globally around the world working on these issues?
Colin, an endless amount of ahas and openings and new thoughts, and so much, so rich, so much expertise, so much experience, so much knowledge, so much questioning, and an endless array. 3 or 4 I'd pick out from dozens, I think, that really struck me. I think the first one was Robert Glass's exposition this morning of the climate emergency, a forensic, fact-based exposition, unpacking of where we are, what we're doing, couched in a very powerful story of a great tradition from this country, from Australia, and then talking about the risks we face, not with a "we're all doomed" rhetoric, because it wasn't that. And he said himself, he's an optimist, his words, and then talked about why he's optimistic, talking about the positives. So I found that very powerful. It wasn't it's very easy in this subject to just be like this. That's easy. Mm-hmm. It's easy. And cynicism one step after that is very easy and is lazy. And there was absolutely none of that anywhere in this conference, by the way. Another big takeaway as part of that same session, in fact, was Audrey Aumua's comments and conversations, where she talked about the need for a robust and Pacific-owned I'll say that again. robust and Pacific-owned approaches. Well, of course, that's a powerful statement. It's not especially new, and I'm saying it's stronger because it's not new, because that's a clarion call that we hear when it comes to funding all across the world, actually, to be long-term, to be predictable, to talk about those things. There have been great steps in that. That's not a surprise to anybody, but there's always more need for that. And if there are other countries involved in regions, how you actually have political priorities that align with doing the right thing. Easy for me to say, but actually, at the end of the day, it actually really matters. And Robert Glasser talked about thinking the unthinkable, and we will have to do that, and we are moving towards that. And the unthinkable could be, for political reasons, something we don't want to think about. But actually, that is on the agenda globally, and that means we have power and agency. In fact, and human beings have that. And I think, just since you asked me, thank you again for asking me. I could talk all day, but I won't. Again, talk about our good friend Ronak Patel from Harvard Humanitarian Initiative. He started with the evidence base relating to corruption and disasters, and what role corruption plays in fueling so-called natural disasters, because as we all know, they're not natural. It could be from everything to nothing, but what's the level, what's the depth of the murkiness? How do you begin to understand that? And Ronak's been especially powerful in saying, well, our starting point is looking at the evidence and building from the evidence. We all have stories and anecdotes, and everybody listening to this will have stories and anecdotes, and we do. But the evidence for that, and I thought he answered those calls for why be so narrow and precise brilliantly. And in my opinion, I thought that was good, because it makes the bedrock, it makes the strength from which you can then build stuff. And then my final thought would be Serena Lillywhite, the CEO of Transparency International, who talked very clearly around the construction industry and corruption in the construction industry, and talked about building failures that lead to disasters. And she cited one example of the death of some 5,000 children. And that's, of course, beyond our imaginations and is beyond horror. And tragically is not unusual in many instances. And I'm mindful, I'm chatting to you, Anshu, and our work 20 years ago in the Gujarat earthquake. There were similar stories. And so this is tragically not new, and something that needs to have a lot of focus on it. So for me, those are some of the takeaways amid many. But I just feel very grateful to be around people who know what they're talking about. And if they don't know the answers, are asking the right questions. And that's very liberating.
So true. So many things. We are all, I think, right now a bit overwhelmed. There's so much that we've taken down. It needs some time to digest and process. But in that spirit, you know, when Meg literally shows us how it's difficult to put the spotlight on things that are moving so fast, I think one clear way that the conversation shows us is that collaborations need to be places where we bring our own lenses and we bring our own spotlights, because that's where you're able to add value rather than just focusing on the same thing with a number of parties joining in to do that. So area-based approaches, community in the driving seat, the informal sector that usually is the first to fall through the cracks. You know, it's too much for any agency, be it the government or, you know, any one of our agencies, to hold all of these spotlights together. And I think we need to find, I mean, what this conversation was also showing is that we need to find better ways to synchronize our own pieces of research, field practice, governance, whatever we do. So some ways need to be found. And honestly, it appears that it must be getting done somewhere. But when you look around, you're kind of appalled to find that it's not. And that seems to be a huge blind spot that somewhere someone needs to talk about. Probably the conference can just be a starting point to trigger that, but it needs to be done. I know it's huge, but it's a glaring gap that I see.
What do you say? Perhaps I'm mindful of time and of people who've been part of this conference for 2 days. Yeah, would it be possible to ask for just one takeaway from each of us, and then I'll wrap up with some thank yous? Meg, one takeaway, one insight, one thought, one aha.
I think, which builds on what Andrew was just talking about, is where are the convening platforms for multiple stakeholders, for multiple perspectives to be put on the table so we can think about how these issues are networked and integrated with each other. And that also goes with an issue that kept coming up is, where are the hubs for activity, and are they always outside of developing countries? And when's the hub going to be right inside these countries that allows these conversations to happen and the critical thinking to happen and analysis of synergies that occur, as Kirsten was saying, on the ground, in place, the lived experiences of these people. So I think for me, it's those platforms and those hubs and how we create them, which are really human hubs, really places where trust can be built and better improved communications that will help us move forward. And this conference is being part of that, but I think we need to keep thinking about how we do that, how we move them around to get those different lenses.
Kirsten.
Great, thank you. Because I really wanted to pick up on what Megan is saying and sort of take it one step further. I guess for me, I see the sort of the opportunity and the onus is on all of us, as I see it, to really reflect on our recent experiences of the last 12 months, because I think we've all had, similar but different experiences, but to be more open to deeper reflection and really learning from what we uncover through those reflective processes and being open to change. I think we have to change quickly. And while Meg, I feel that this might be in contradiction to you saying we need to sort of slow down, I almost think in some respects we need to speed up our learning, and we need to be more open to change and to changing our own behavior and adapting and evolving but really very much reflecting on what we've learned and how we could do better going forward. And I think there's really that opportunity now. We can all reflect on, obviously, this conference, but the past year.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I think it's a great convergence of thoughts. I think for me, the one single thing that came up a number of times and really does, get me thinking is the uncertainty of the future. And in the recent times, we are learning very rapidly that having a lot of experience, having data from the past, knowing the trends is not helping us. The future is not going to be projectable on the trends of the past. It's going to be something starkly different. We need to really up our efforts in trying to figure out what we need to be prepared for, what we need to be resilient to. It's not going to be easy, but at the same time, I do believe it'll be a bit easier if we just take off the baggage of the past. Stuff that has been making us comfortable and confident is the stuff we need to first get rid of, because the road ahead, whether you talk of the short term, the next 3-4 years, ILO is talking about 10 years of recovery from the economic impacts of the lockdowns. But also I worry, if you have a kid or a grandkid in your family who's 5 years old today, that person is going to be, in her 80s in the year 2100, and none of us seems to be talking about the year 2100. So we are, as a sector, I feel we are being very short-sighted. We are being very selfish when you want to talk about visions for 2030 and 2050. We really need to move beyond that, and we need to be very conscious that we do not have the wherewithal to, even start imagining what the world is going to be like. So these are questions that I think, should drive us a lot more in the times to come. We've heard a lot of evidences in a number of sessions to empower us to think on these lines. David.
And I'm sure you're remembering, Andrew, from Europe one, that David Dodman said maybe the first person is around who will live to the age of 200. And the whole room went silent. What a thought that is. I mean, but, it feels conceivable, So, yes, thank you on the time frame. For me, to answer my own question, or try to, I think resilience is worthwhile. There's so much, and it's not cynicism to want further explanation or precise definitions. I hope I don't mean, I don't mean that. But it is worthwhile. It's a clarion call. And I read one thing saying it's another buzzword. Well, and I started thinking, well, actually, buzzwords are very useful because we get it well enough, actually, to do something about stuff. Sign me up to a buzzword as opposed to a lengthy explanation. No one knows what you're talking about. And I know on one level that's a simplistic summary of resilience. I get that. But it still holds, and it puts this kind of stuff in the debates and the discussions. Yes. So, okay, so without going on too much, it's for me to a raft of thanks, and I feel very humbled and privileged to do that. I would like to thank Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, Seeds India, and especially your incredible marketing the last week. Thank you, Antje, and thank you for Meghna and her efforts and team. If you're seeing lots of stuff going on in the Twitter world, it's thanks mostly down to Seeds. Thank you for that. Thank you also for Meg, the Australian Pacific Security College, and your incredible efforts and convening so many panels, and thank you for that. And especially Kirsten to Ara for designing the website and really making that work, and for all your support. Extremely grateful. And this thing is nothing if it's just on its own. It has to be a collaboration. So thank you, and it's very nice working with friends, can I say. Thanks to from UNSW Hospitality. I hope your ears are going to burn now. To Ethan and to Seb and to Gerald and to Zephra for making this seamless and, from my perspective, perfect. It's gone way better than I could imagine. Not that I assumed it wouldn't go anything other than this, but it's been perfect. Everybody was there, everybody was audible, everybody could be seen, everybody finished on time. That's no easy feat for 19 sessions of people, many of whom quite like to talk, including myself. So thank you for that very much. This actually marks also the end of the Grand Challenge in Rapid Urbanization at UNSW, which began 2 years ago with Europe 1. And this is the end of that. And the end of that means the end of the funding, obviously not the end of the subject for UNSW, but one of the casualties of COVID has been the closure of the Grand Challenges program. And so thank you to Vanessa and to Rob and to Kojo and all the team there for all their efforts, because this is a tribute to you and all your work. So thank you for that. And see you all at Europe 3 in 2 years' time, where we'll definitely all be together. And thank you for tuning in. If you're watching the recording of this, please go look at the other sessions. Really, really, genuinely amazing. Obviously, I'm biased. I think that's the case, but I think it's also a fact. So thank you, everybody.
And thank you to David.
Yeah, thank you, David.
Really,
all your work.
Really an effort.
Yeah, that's an easy job. I got to ask the questions.
Couldn't have happened without you.
But thank you, everybody. That was wonderful, and thanks a lot. And we'll sign off now, and we'll see you before 2 years. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.